наша боевая работа.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Сегодня нам опять, как и вчера, с утра работа наша боевая. И по команде мы уйдем, ведь нам пора лететь туда, где мы нужны, где нету рая. Благословит нас Всевышний на удачу. Нам кровь из носа надо выполнить задачу. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район, где бой ведет десантный батальон. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район, где бой ведет десантный батальон. Расчет простой и цели нам ясны. Ну и что ж, тогда еще по сигарете. Друг другу мы останемся верны. Иначе нам не жить на белом свете. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район, где бой ведет десантный батальон. Мерцают в солнечных лучах вершины гор, но почему не вдохновляет нас простор? И почему-то не ласкает взор наш небо. Здесь где-то рядом пыль живет и небо. Здесь где-то рядом притаилась смерть. И потому мы жмемся к скалам, а впереди нас ждет такая круговерть. Не обойтись простым скандалом. Благословит нас Всевышний на удачу. Нам кровь из носа надо выполнить задачу. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район, где бой ведет десантный батальон. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район, где бой ведет десантный батальон.
Gladys is Gladys Berejiklian, our woefully incompetent and corrupt state premier, who spent much of last year and the early part of this year ragging on Dan Andrews, who's Victoria's premier, because Victoria had a whole series of lockdowns for COVID, and kind of playing into the whole dictator Dan fucking Murdoch media shit show. Anyway, so the entire of New South Wales is under lockdown as of 5 o'clock last night. And I don't even get a free holiday out of it because I'm an essential worker. So yeah, that's where, what, nearly 10 years of Liberal National Coalition government gets you? Wonderful. Anyway, I'm just having something to eat and getting myself a cup of tea. I will be actually starting up properly very soon.
Essential Shaka.
Thanks, Warp. Holy shit, man. Almost 2 years. Yeah, Polo, so I'm not even eligible for it yet. I mean, technically, if I was actually diagnosed with all the shit that's wrong with me, I probably would be. My sister's already booked in for her vaccine, but she's in the ACT. They kind of have their shit together. I am 2 blocks away from the ACT, so I'm fucked. I don't know how long I'm gonna have to wait. Probably another couple months at this rate. But anyway, Gladys' grand idea was to keep the state open as much as possible and avoid lockdowns and just try and get everyone vaccinated first, which of course didn't happen because the vaccine rollout has been a complete disaster in the state. And so there's been repeated outbreaks in Sydney, but because, according to the New South Wales Liberals, Sydney is the only part of New South Wales that actually matters, like the rest of New South Wales just exists to make Sydney richer, plague rats from Sydney keep spreading the shit all around the rest of the fucking state. So, it's wonderful. And I can just about guarantee that the cases they've had in the ACT, which, by the way, the first cases they've had in the ACT for over a year, I can almost guarantee they were from New South Wales. Almost fucking guarantee it. Zach, you don't need the qualifier with vaccines there. You could just say it's dog shit in general. Especially under the current government, both state and federal. It's not even that polar. It's that the Australian government went all in on the AstraZeneca vaccine early on because the Liberal Party have friends at AstraZeneca and wanted to, you know, improve their stock value since insider trading is okay to do if you're in fucking government, I suppose. And that worked out real well when they found out that the AstraZeneca vaccine has potentially lethal consequences, albeit at a low probability, for people under the age of about 60. So then they had to scramble arse over tit to get the Pfizer vaccine. After, by the way, repeatedly turning down offers to get it into the country faster. That's something that should really be pointed out. Like, this wasn't incompetence, this was actual deliberate malice. Most things that happen in this country are incompetence, but this was a case of clear-cut deliberate malice. I just realized the slideshow hasn't been running. Oops. There we go. Hello. I forgot to pull the spring off my pedals again, so give me a moment. Ugh, ow. In addition to all this wonderful news, I've got a bunch of extra shifts this week, so I can barely move at the moment.
Отказала основная гидросистема.
Good morning, Rita.
Рейс 65 исправен. Отказал насос расходного бака. Отказал
Channel 18, I think. Alright. The signal flares working, they work. I think they fire out of sequence, like the buttons don't fire the correct coloured flares, unless they fixed that already, but they do work. Same as in the MiG-19, the MiG-15, they also have, and the Mi-8, they all have working coloured signal flares. What am I doing? I want my rotor brake off. I want my engine. There you go. I barely played DCS for like a week, so I'm gonna be a little rusty. Yeah, the 109 has the little flare gun sticks out the side of the cockpit. Most World War II fighters would carry one, but usually the pilot would have it in either a holster or like attached to the seat or something. The 109 actually has a little port for it. Usually you'd find that on bombers, not fighters. Kind of makes the already cramped 109 cockpit even worse, but the reason it has that is because you can't open the 109's canopy in flight, because for whatever genius reason, the MiG-21 late variants have the same problem. Whatever reason, they used a side-folding canopy which cannot be opened when the aircraft's in flight, as opposed to most aircraft in World War II which use rearward sliding canopies which can be opened. A few of the American fighters had the same problem. Things like the P-38, P-40, their canopies would fold apart, so they couldn't be opened in flight either. They usually had sliding side windows though, so you could slide the window back and fire a flare out of them. I forgot my fire extinguisher again. There we go. No, because it's not run up yet. There we go. Reset these. Turn them off. Turn that off. Kill the APU. Get our stab augs on. Get some lights up in here. where the signal flares in this are located. The flare dispenser itself is somewhere in the rear of the fuselage from memory. The buttons are obviously there, but I think the dispenser's somewhere on the tail boom. I can't remember exactly. In the MiG-15, the MiG-19, they're both in the vertical stabilizer, like at the bottom of it. What else do I need to do? I think we're pretty much good. Just don't need to give it that much. About there should do. Although I do actually have a bit of a runway here, I could do a rolling takeoff if I wanted. Shouldn't need to. I am a bit overweight, but I'm not overweight enough that it should be a problem. There we go. Turn and head generally southwest. Towards the smoke. Anyone on comms?
Yeah.
Hello.
What's the red smoke mean?
Red smoke is JTAC smoke, it's an enemy unit.
Okay. Now, in our JTAC mark, it's the blue is enemy.
Oh, blue's enemy?
Red smoke, then red should be their JTAC marking our unit.
I thought it was the other way around. I can never remember. Because I know it's different on here compared to blue flag. Hey, chocolate. They aren't shot forwards like in the 109? No. Well, because the 109, it's a physical flare gun sticking out at an angle, right? They're shot sideways. Thank you for the reminder. I remembered it on the ground, but I forgot to do it once I was actually in the air. Typical. Well done.
Okay.
So who's hyped for the Mosquito? I know I am. I've already pre-ordered it. I know, no pre-orders, but it's a Mosquito. I don't care. I need that thing in my life. I have loved the Mosquito ever since I was about 4 years old, when I first watched 633 Squadron. Hands down the best twin-engine aircraft of World War II. I will fight anyone that disagrees. They were, yes. Several countries continue to use them into the 50s, some even into the 60s from memory. The RAF was using them as target tugs mostly by that point, but the Israelis used them, the Yugoslavs used them. The P-38's a nice plane, but it's not as good as the Mosquito. The Mosquito was so much more versatile than anything else in the entire war. Second engine will come later in early access. No, I think it's, from the looks of things, it's going to be coming out pretty complete.
Oh, yes.
Wait, what are we knowing about? I'm slow today. Oh.
Yeah. There's no there isn't 10,000 people. What?
I kinda doubt we will, Sped, because it'd be quite a bit of work to make the other variants. The bomber variants would probably not go well with the capabilities people because they don't have any internal guns.
You should pull the outfit and take away the clouds in every mission, not just two caps.
Although the Tsetsi would be nice with the Molin's gun.
Douglas, give me a vector.
I thought we already had the GGI.
Oh, well, he's not here right now, so you can take over.
Oh. The laptop was already doing it.
Oh, no.
Mosquito would be available on the Cold War server? No.
He's not doing it.
Well, maybe in 1 or 2 missions, but I very much doubt it.
No, I'll go with here anyway.
Oh, okay.
Once the Mosquito is added, I'll probably start playing on the World War II servers. Still play on here, but...
Fucked by those M1. Yeah, I know. I used to do it on blue.
I remember you were playing with Gimli, and you were both in Eries, and you were flying in formation, and I saw you, and then 2 F-5s jumped me, and I was so
The Anton
sad.
can't chase it down. The Anton can't chase it down at all. As for the K4, the K4 is something the Luftwaffe had like a couple hundred of, and they rarely flew because they didn't have fuel by that point of the war. We should never have got a K4. We should never ever have got a fucking K4. Like, we should have got a G something. G6, G10, G14, don't care. Should have got a G variant. Like, it's just ridiculous that the fucking Luftwaffe, of all things, the Air Force, which may as well have not existed after 1944, gets its 2 latest war hot rods. I'm surprised actually they didn't give us a D13 instead of a D9.
Why is my...
It's weird. It's not weird. They just wanted that fat fucking Veribus cash stack. That's what they went for. They know that fucking Germany Kumas are an easy market to break into, so they just gave them their magical late war UFO.
This just is so big and blurry and not 1080.
That's good news.
Like, the K4 is so irrelevant to World War II, the only thing it did was occasionally shoot down B-17s. Because by the time they had them, they were fighting the defense of the Reich, they had no fuel, they had no trained pilots, like...
Yep.
It'd be like giving the Allies, you know... The fuck? The fuck? What the fuck hit me? What? There's no jets. I wasn't even in the AO yet. I didn't hit a tree. There was nothing there. No, there's not even a power line. There's no power lines for miles. There is literally nothing. No! No, it wasn't. There's no smoke trails. There's nothing. There's nothing there. I just exploded in midair. I don't think I scraped the ground. I was flying pretty low, but I'm pretty sure I didn't scrape. Yeah, this is Syria.
Передаём по плану. Прием.
Doubt it, Polar. I mean, possibly, but I doubt it.
Отказала основная гидросистема.
Oh, someone rammed me. Someone fucking rammed me,
55
according to Zach.
Отказал насос расходного бака. Отказал генератор.
Are you... Why can I not transmit? That would be why.
We're finally dead.
Are you fucking serious? Someone rammed me.
I'm pretty sure.
Fuck's sake. Was it at least an enemy?
I think it was him.
Well, the fact that I don't see Zack in the air anymore.
I have to reslot.
Hmm.
No, overspent the engine.
Oh my god.
My excessive e-burger usage.
Right.
Yeah, Cold War. The objectives. So these 6 towns are being fought over.
Happened, dude. I was like 5
We control
meters away
3 of
from
them.
the plane. Okay, hold on. 25 meters away from your plane. And
Don't-
it just spontaneously exploded.
You probably hit my fucking rotor disc. Don't fly near helicopters, dude. Like, don't. just don't. Those 3 are the ones we're gonna take. The other thing is, if you fly over me, you'll fuck me with weight turbulence. Like, if you fly over a helicopter, you pretty much kill them.
Is that marbled? I didn't know
I'm
it was
pretty
marbled.
sure it is.
Yeah. There is video where he really played basketball to
So-
show what happens behind the plane.
So, ages ago, we were playing Prince of Persia, and somebody thought they'd be clever and boomed Alpin while he was carrying the fucking sling crate to unlock 29s. It snapped the cable, threw the crate at him, took his tail off, and killed him. He was furious. Because he'd been flying for like half an hour with this thing attached to him.
That's sad.
You know what it was? It was your fucking ego that collided with me.
No, like literally, I have to be in some like
No, rotor
observer
brake.
thought or the client thought that your plane was in this place. Because I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be a nice little task. And then no,
You don't get away with this, you just fucking fire the kamikaze in it.
well, that's what it must have looked like. I'm gonna look at the tag later.
That's what it must have looked like, because that's what it was. I know what you're like. You wouldn't go for a safe distance pass. You'd try and fucking go between my rotor blades.
Die!
Fucking Zach. Oh well, we get some startup practice now thanks to him, I guess. Oh, he would have, yeah. He would have tried to fly under me, or he would have tried to fly right over me. And misjudged it.
So, Zack, when will this mission start, you said?
30 minutes.
What's happening in 30 minutes?
Your favorite. Round 3, baby.
Oh, is he doing it again today?
Yeah, but we're gonna have Kirk, so it's gonna be not bad.
Okay.
So I'm out of job.
No. You help Kirk. I can't do it all.
The fucking Guam mission again, apparently.
Fuck that.
That's you, how you fly.
I mean, or not? Wait, do you even have the 29, yeah?
Yeah. I have a lot of aircraft.
But you don't fly anymore.
No, exactly. Except the A10.
I've never
So
seen
that's
you
a
fly
aircraft.
Back.
I've flown it above.
Imagine unironically flying the A10. Foregathers, thanks for the follow, and Taurus, cheers to the raid, man. Hope you're going well today. Hope you had a good stream.
Alright. I think I fly the MIA too, I guess that's enough.
No. Do you have the MiG-24?
No.
Storm of War won't. I know, I heard about that.
Do you have the top 50?
Yes.
Warbirds only today, bunch of IL-2. Nice. I need to play some more IL-2, it's been a while.
I have no idea how the thing works, so...
Oh.
Come on.
What is this tactics, bro?
I forgot to trim before takeoff.
I bought them for Cold War to fly it, and then they got removed because of that.
Well, they're not removed. There's like still like half the thing.
Oh.
I mean, of course, they used to be there a lot more, but, you know, oh my god.
Yep, yeah.
Thank you. I saw the, death cancer smoke trail coming out the back.
Yeah, the gunners are insane. Absolutely insanely accurate.
Do you know how to fly the Top Gun, or do you know how to reel? I mean, you're very good at reeling, so...
You know, I kind of feel,
you know,
shown off, I kind of feel,
Never flown that.
maybe this is just me talking after years and years of putting up with these kinds of people on different IL-2 communities.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, you're a good
But
listener.
I kind of feel like if it was an allied plane that had bugs or unsolved issues, they wouldn't be boycotting the Mosquito.
You know where it is, by the way? The Saber.
Yeah, right.
I mean, maybe it's just years of being on the internet that have kind of ruined it for me, but every time I see shit like that, I just can't help but think, oh, the Variboos are at it again. I mean, I know the AA did release unfinished and it had some issues, but the number of times I saw people throw temper tantrums because the 109 or the 190 didn't just auto-delete everything in the airspace around it.
I'm making it so annoying, dude. There's no
You even tried to box you.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, oh my god. I'm trying to get low fuel. That's the only reason I'm doing this.
Oh, Pop, did you see that? There's a amount coming north of Asanayan. Sanabayan.
I do like, I don't know if it's going to impact performance too much for people with older PCs, but I do like now that they've made it so you can see buildings and trees in the mirror. It's very useful in a helicopter. In a jet it doesn't matter as much, but in a helicopter, really important. Really, really important. So now I can finally land the Mi-8 on mountaintops next to tree lines without freaking out that I'm going to clip my tail on a tree I can't see in the mirror. Yeah, the 109, like, the 109 was a good fighter when it first came out, but it is so overrated. Oh my fucking god. The thing was near obsolete by mid-war. They just kept packing bigger and bigger engines and guns into it and hoping it would do. Like, the 190 was actually a pretty solid, upgradable plane, but the 109, I mean, being the oldest of the modern fighters, it was already past its prime by mid-war. And the other thing too is the 109 has such a dainty airframe. Like, you look at the early 109s and they're not pretty, but like a Friedrich, for instance. The Friedrich was the best looking 109. I will not accept any other substitute. The F4 is just off. But it's such a dainty little plane. It looks even more dainty than a Spitfire if you actually look at it. It's got more lumps and bumps on it, but it's a really fragile looking thing. So you just imagine putting bigger and bigger engines into that airframe, it's not going to go well. Again, it wasn't a bad fighter, it was a really good fighter at the start of the war, but it didn't have the modernization potential that some of the others did.
How much left?
And although it's kind of the meme answer when it comes to World War II, if I had to pick a single World War II fighter as the best single-engine World War II fighter, I'd just say Spitfire, because it had the most modernization potential, it had the best handling qualities, it had reasonably good armament. You know, it wasn't the best gun platform. That would have been something like the Hurricane or the P-47. It wasn't the fastest or the highest flying or the longest range, but it just did everything really well. And it was upgraded through to the 50s. That thing was still being upgraded in the late 40s, early 50s. Like, it was a really solid aircraft. Really, really solid aircraft. I mean, the only two World War II fighters that were produced throughout the entire war and continuously upgraded throughout the entire war were the Spitfire and the 109, and out of them the Spitfire was, you know, at the start they were pretty equal, but by the end of the war the Spitfire was far and away superior. And still had more modernization potential to go. So, the amount of politics in Luftwaffe procurement was hilarious. Like, their night fighter program was so stymied by politics between Milch and fuck, who was the other one? It wasn't Galland, it was one of the other World War I, or one of the World War I aces that had flown with Goering. I can't remember, but one of them was Erhard Milch, who I think was the guy actually in charge of procurement, and one of the other guys, they were arguing back and forth over whether they should procure the Heinkel 219 or the Arado 240, and in the end they got basically insignificant numbers of either of them. They got both, just in tiny, tiny numbers. Someone just got splashed over there. Yeah, but the Corsair hadn't been around right at the start of the war. Like, that's what I mean, the Spitfire had. The Spitfire first flew in 1936, which was, I think, a year or 2 years after the 109's first flight. So the Spitfire was a newer aircraft than the 109 by a little bit. The Hurricane was closer to the 109's age, but the Spit was still getting modernized into the, like, late 40s, early 50s.
God, dude, that saber maneuver killed me. Kind of a shame.
You should be.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not your day today.
No, it really isn't. I was playing on Blue Flag 80, and I fought with that 15, and he was such a scaredy little boy that he ran into his fart, and then I got evented. I was like, bro.
You mean, what you mean to say, Zach, is you got greedy and he baited you with, like, literally the oldest trick in the book.
Well, we were like 10 miles separation. I launch, he doesn't launch. Okay, and then he's like, oh, I'm gonna turn road. So then he turns forward, he runs for 5 minutes, and then he goes over a hill. And I don't know if it was like 80, so I don't know where the parks are. And I just see like 2 antennas and the helipad. I'm like, oh, cool.
Alright, where do you guys need a hind?
Not sure yet.
I'm heading kind of towards Agrabah. I see red smoke there, so I guess they've got a JTAG nearby.
Oh, we do have a JTAG team marked.
It's a 21.
There's also an F5 now in the area that just popped up.
Yeah, there's a 21 right above me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
I just saw on BTR just one shot of full
Hey,
health
a
and
man
one
and
on
fucking
screen.
admit that you got baited, Zach.
Cheers to the bits, Paula.
Hold on, do you mean that the opposite? Like, do you mean that?
The BTR one shot the ammo. Yeah.
Yo, MiG-21, F5 on your 6. MiG-21 over Agrabah, F5 close. He's fired a missile and missed. Fired a second? Okay, he's down to guns.
How did they miss both
they both?
Because he fired them both at point blank.
It has.
F5.txt.
Yeah.
He's still behind you, man. I wish I could help out. If only I had R60s, I could shoot this guy off his tail for him.
Coming out, by the way. Even know.
No idea. F5 stalled. 21. F5 stalled.
Stall.
Yeah, just extend away from him. He's got no missiles left. You should be okay. I think they both just went into the ground. I'm pretty sure they did, yeah. This is a smart mod. Damn it.
27.12.
Oh, talk me right onto him.
Okay. Yeah, 276. It just. Oh, and a gazelle. You're 1 o'clock-ish, 11 kilometers, 280. Yeah, should be right in front of you now, in above a forest.
It's under a cloud shadow. I don't see him yet.
Could be that the UV is landing.
I just watched your boss there. Both definitely collided into the ground. It's funny.
I don't see him.
I cannot see them as well. There's less seen in front of you and slightly to the left. 7 kilometers.
When you say forest, you mean that forest on the other side of this town, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Be aware when you took away the Huey might have.
I see the Huey.
Very interesting cadence. He sounded happy and disappointed at the same time.
He's flying right to me. What a hero. Oh, there's a gazelle as well. Oh my god, they're both together.
Yep. Huey's going away, Gazelle's coming to you.
Legos, give me that.
Oh, don't freeze now.
20.
I'm tempted to get Petrovich to take a pop at them. If I miss on the gun pass, I might. Gazelle looks like it's trying to hide in the trees.
That's the Huey Gazelle. You're now merged with your left.
Yeah, I see him. He's firing at me. He ducked down in the tree line to hide.
Yeah, he's like full on.
Oh shit.
That's you shooting and flaring?
Yeah, I just got hit. There's a man pat in the forest. God damn it. Baited. I got zacked. $15 for mission start. I'll plug my springs back in. There's not much point grabbing another hind if there's only 15 minutes. I should have let Petrovich go for them. I could have killed them both with ATGMs. I was just worried he wouldn't acquire them in time. Yes it is, GamerTube.
You just got zacked from the Soviet military.
I've been zacked twice now today. The first time, literally. I might just hop in a JTAC slot. If there's only 15 minutes by the time I get off the ground, get in the air, there won't be much point.
Really sorry. You better start carrying now. This man's going invasive, bro. How is a helicopter doing that?
It's a fucking gazelle.
I know, it's terrible.
I should have just let fucking Petrovich ATGM them on the way in.
That's what it looked like you were doing, and then I saw you flaring and...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing, but when the gazelle turned towards me, I was like...
I crashed into the ground.
Well done. We're not having a good day here. Strela, do we have a fucking... Oh my god, no we don't. We're out of units. Big smoke. Ah, the big smoke is visible on the map now. Interesting.
Literally killed the Yuri, going for the gazelle, and got... Yo! Was this Heinz not know the gazelle on his six?
I don't know, man.
Oh no, what did they do to the combined arms interface?
Yeah, exactly.
It looks even worse now.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
They, like,
Now,
scaled all the... They scaled all the text up, but it's really low res, so it looks like dog shit. Why, ED? Why? You need to redo this interface, not just scale it up. Yeah, all the combined arm stuff, it got, like, resized to help. It looks so bad. Oh my god.
Yeah, fine. What happened? That's fine.
This thing's so slow that it's probably not going to get to the combat in time, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'll book. That's 5 rounds for you. On your 11 o'clock, I booked 10 you bought. It's real hot, I bought. Oh yeah, you do.
I don't think the originals were vector graphics. I think the originals were textures as well. That's why it looks like shit. They just scaled it up.
I'm just gonna head on down to the F4. The rock, this time, come on, watch out! That's I'm about to left merge. Merge, right wing. Yeah, fine. Rock is about to fly over your ship. Yeah. I'm shooting at him too.
Bring him closer. Bring him closer. This thing's fucking shit in manual control.
Yeah, but run through the token. We have no spell on it. Yes, we have a spell. We have.
The other Shilka's just blasted its entire ammo load at nothing.
Oh my god, this tech was so bad.
I also feel like them losing the original Su-25 files is played up. Like, surely they'd be able to reverse engineer them from their own game. The acquire time on this is so bad, holy shit. I think I hit him? Something hit him.
Yeah. No, you hit him. His engine's on fire, but I don't know if he's going down.
They probably do. Well, no, he put the fire out.
Yep.
F5s have magical
Yep,
fire extinguishers. Saber's here as well.
I'll fucking shoot you.
Hey.
Saber getting good by Saber just got obliterated by Scarlet. F5 is very fine. Oh, what is it? Alright, I'm gonna reset my game.
Everyone's gonna be tired of Guam by the time Pom returns. Well, in our case, it was more the mission than the map, but... I kinda wish he wasn't going straight to his tech school after basic, because I'm so bored without Pom around. Honestly, like, I am bored out of my skull when I'm not streaming. F5 was last seen over there. I don't know where he's gone. Hey, Nico. Made all necessary changes to the mission, just have to fix the briefing. Nice. Oh, it'll be great. It'll be amazing. I should probably get mine, get my prescription updated. I haven't seen an optometrist in years. The problem is though, when I got these glasses, these are like my daily wear ones, they adjusted them the way like a normal person would wear their glasses, so I push right up like this. I find that really uncomfortable. It fucking triggers the shit out of me. So I usually wear them a bit further down my nose, the problem being that that throws out the correction by just enough that I can't see 20/20 with them. And now I've fidgeted with them, it's gonna piss me off for the next hour. I still don't have Normandy, which is an issue because Storm of War seems to only run Normandy now. I might pick it up at some point though. What's that? That's a Hind, okay. And that's a 21 beneath it. Oh, DDCS, yeah. I haven't been on DDCS for a fair while. I need to try and get on the Fox on Friday thing if they're still doing that. Still doing a squad stream today or tomorrow? Not this week. I mean, no, tomorrow will probably just, tomorrow will probably just be a short stream, because I am working extra. So I worked yesterday when I would normally be streaming, and then I'm working again on Tuesday, so maybe next weekend, we'll see. You want to tell a 21 apart from an F5 at distance? Look for triangles. Triangles means MiG-21, rectangles means F5. I picked up the Milviz Corsair for Microsoft Flight Sim. It's quite nice. I've been enjoying that. I have very little idea what I'm doing in it. I don't know how to start the thing from cold, but it's very nice to fly around. 8 angles. Yeah, big cutting torch. Look at the afterburner plume. If it's kind of a weak yellow glow, it's an F5. If it's a great big white plume, it's a MiG-21. A new module. Oh yeah. Yeah, it probably is, Saber. I don't know if they've actually finished the visuals for it yet, though. Because I know that at last I heard they were still working on it. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I kind of prefer the old afterburner on the MiG-21. I know it was just a 2D texture, it wasn't a fancy, like, more 3D version like it is now. But the old MiG-21 burner texture was purple at night. It would appear blue or purple, which is what it should look like in the dark. If you actually look at videos or photos of Soviet afterburning engines, they always burn blue or purple, not yellow. The earlier ones are yellow, like the MiG-17F, the MiG-19, but the MiG-21 and later, they're all purple. Oh, you got the 19. Nice. How are you enjoying that so far? 17 with afterburner? Yeah, 17F. I'll check it out later, Saber. There was actually fairly recently in Discord a discussion about afterburner plumes and the way that they're modelled in DCS versus real life, along with a very nice KSP mod which makes the rocket plumes realistic. Was it still subsonic? Yes. Flies great, but the afterburner has me confused. Okay, so what you do with the 19 is you push the throttle all the way forwards against the stop, and then there's a button you have to hold for about a second or so for the afterburner to light. To get rid of the afterburner, bring the throttle back past, I think it's like further than 16 degrees. So I usually bring it back to about halfway or back almost to idle and then push it forwards again. And once you bring the afterburner back through that detent, it'll cut once you bring the throttle back through that detent, it'll cut the afterburner. It's a similar deal with mill power, so there's another button for mill power. So to enable that, you push the throttle all the way to the stop, hold that button for about a second, and then you've got mill power. And you've got about 16 degrees of throttle movement before it cuts back into nominal power. It's a weird system, but considering it was the first Soviet supersonic fighter, it kind of makes sense. They were still playing with different things to try and figure out how this afterburning shit was meant to work. So what I did is I have both of those buttons mapped to a switch on my throttle. or not a switch, it's the China hat. And so if I want to go into Afterburner, I just push the China hat forwards and hold it for a second or so. And if I want to go into Mill Power, I pull it backwards and hold it for about a second. Do I need to use the Mill Power button? Only to go into Mill Power. I don't use Mill Power as much, but it is worth having mapped. Because I do use it occasionally. Afterburner is the main one though. Shock Diamonds. Matt would be able to explain that better than I am, but it's to do with the actual speed the gas flow is coming out of the engine at, I believe. There's all sorts of crazy physics involved in it. Like I said, there was a discussion in the Discord about it, so if you just look for that, it was Matt and I don't remember who the other person talking about it was. And there's like a full-on explanation of it there. Right, I guess we'll fly a Su-33 again. Hopefully it'll be a bit less triggering than last time. I don't think so. But at least now I know where to line up on the back. Oh god, why is... Oh, because my track IR was paused. There we go. I can never remember which livery is which on this. There's a specific one that I like to take, but I do not remember. Not available. Interesting, so it now shows you... It now shows you on here what's not available, but can be mounted to the aircraft. That's interesting. That's an interesting change. And it looks like they have actually fixed the warehousing, in that it shows you what is available. Good job, ED. Thank you. We'll go heavy.
Заправка по плану. Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
If you're on this channel, go to 124.0, that is red comms. We do not use 251. There we go. Yeah, I've seen some work in progress pictures of it. Right. As soon as we're armed up, we'll get off the carrier and start doing a bit of a patrol. So we want to fly mostly east, I think. Southeast-ish. East. East will do. Maybe, Saber.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
I need to find the fucking time, dude. Like... I got so much shit I want to do, I just don't have the time anymore. Which, I don't remember the name of it, Saber. That's the problem, I can't F2 view to pick it, and I can't remember the name of it, so... I'm just going with whatever the default is for this mission.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
It's like one of the original ones without the modern Russian markings on it, but I don't remember what exactly camera pattern it is or what the markings are. It's just the old one that it had early in testing. I think it might be T10 one, but I'm not sure. Redbeard, cheers for the 10-month resub. Appreciate it. Good to see you, man.
Why are you typing when there's a perfect and good voice chat? Not much.
Okay, I think we're good. I hope. Please. I think we're okay.
Salty, just a heads up, at the airbase on the other side of that crossing there is a single Vigan just starting up.
Copy, thank you.
No worries, man. Glad you enjoy it. Nope, I rolled past the stops. God damn it.
Alright, I'm in a MiG-21 and I'm airborne and I have no idea what to do.
I'm glad I checked that.
Turn right for me towards 030 for 100 kilometers, please. That's friendly airbase, so if you do need to refuel, you can just land there.
Copy. Thanks, German. Thanks a lot.
I hope I'm not past it here. I might be. Please?
Black glitch blinking. It's just me. What did you say, Salty 5-1? I have a glitch. Screen blinking like blank. Oh, that's weird. I'll restart your game for that one, yeah? Do it fast. Never. Okay, Salty 5-1. Alright. I just now consider regression in the air.
There was a bug about that screen flashing a while ago,
There we go.
Salty. It was to do with the water textures. I'm just looking up to see if it's come back.
Why did it give me so much angle of attack?
Yeah. Yeah, what did you attack?
Well, you said flew the 50 before, so, you know, I thought you were used to it.
Yeah, I'm very concentrating on taking off from this fucking boat.
Oh, okay, so you're starting from the carrier.
Yeah, it didn't feel right.
Which is closer than the carrier, I think, by a lot.
It's like it had me trimmed fully nose up, and it shouldn't have, because I didn't touch the trim part.
down for us.
How much time took you to get here?
Not that long.
Okay, so there are short
You know what it is? I bumped the autopilot, I think.
That is correct.
Not that long.
Can't see it around the stick. No, maybe I didn't. Why is it... Let me just check my controls. Autopilot reset. There we go. Why is it auto-correcting itself? Oh! You know what I probably did? The fucking probe autopilot. No?
I just hope I memorized the controls.
ASC refueling mode. God damn it. That was it. That was it. It's a 3-position switch on my throttle, and I had it in a different position than I usually do without realizing it, because I'd been flying something else where I do use that switch. That was the problem. Right. Now we turn and head east. But we saved it at least, we didn't go in the water, which is what I was worried might happen. Pro tip, don't take off in ASC refueling mode.
Did you crash and die again?
No. I was wondering why the plane was acting like it was fully back-trimmed when it wasn't.
Alright, to you fighter pilots, here's an idea I'm considering. Last time I was on this mission, we had a problem where most of you guys were running out of fuel loitering over the islands because blue always came in waves. What I'm debating is having you guys land at Tinnin. It's got plenty of fuel, very little ammo, but plenty of fuel, and just treating you like interceptors. We have about 120 kilometers eastern coverage from the island, so you would have plenty of time to get up.
I'm keen for that.
No, don't land at Tinnin. It's covered by hawks.
Okay, I'm not keen for that.
No, but if a hawk takes out the hawks, then it's good. But it needs to work fast. A hawk. Get to work.
Just head.
I'm doing 800 in approach. I'm on the one.
I have
Speed
a single
demon.
F-14 on scope. From Tinnin, he is bearing 086 for 181. Current altitude is currently 5,000 meters climbing. I also have an additional AVAB with that F-14. Same position, different altitude, he's only at 3,000. Apok, do you want a straight line towards the Hawks or not? Copy that.
So Tinnin is a no-go for landing right now? Until we take the hawk out, which when we do, if we can manage to successfully take out the hawk and the
I think they've changed the sound for this to be the same as the SPO-10.
It's going to be a nice little landing spot for us to get filled.
Game froze for a second there.
Can we
prefer to have the Earth to the side like the 33 or 29 or center like the 27 purely from the cockpit. It doesn't make a huge difference to me. I mean, having it to the side makes your forwards visibility over the nose a little better, so I guess I do prefer it to the side a bit, but it's not a huge difference, to be honest. Not that big of a deal.
Just a heads up to you guys.
Oh, we got a wave coming in.
Two Vigans. One is now airborne to the eastern side of the island. Second one is still on ramp.
I can see a raid building on the tactical display here.
Current picture to the east, I have 2 times F-14s and single AV-8. Medici, Shiny 1-1, are you on comms?
No, they haven't changed the tone.
Turn due north for me.
I was hallucinating.
For about 70 kilometers. Turban, I have a single Vigan for you bearing 085 for 18. He's down on the deck 20 meters. He will be within hawk coverage. You might want to wait for that.
Copy. Broadway, buckload of Avengers on the shore.
Now 3 F-14s, 2 Harriers. Turban, if you make a turn to your right, going back to the north, I'll latch you onto this Vigan.
Copy, turning north.
Must be a hawk site.
Turban, intercept your bandit will be 350 for about 15.
350.
He's on the deck, 50 meters. About co out. Moskva's firing on the Vigan. Turban, come left. He's about your 11 o'clock moving 10. Turn due west 5 kilometers.
That's right, that Phoenix is in this, don't they?
Hawk launches on one.
Legolas, check your altitude, that might be on you.
That's a hawk, I think, that I can see here on the TAC display.
Anticipating the Hawk.
Turban, bandit 320 for 6.
It's a missile of some sort. Oh, unless it's a fucking space Vigan, maybe. Not space, but like warp speed. Looks like a missile from that speed, though.
Come left towards 210 for 7. Vigan hot, 30 meters. Turban off your nose, moving 1 o'clock. Turban merged on your 12.
Eyes on.
Yeah, so the width of the wingspan on the target contact is its altitude. Wider is higher. The length of the bit that sticks out the front is its speed, longer is faster, and then the shape on the tail is circle is friendly, and like Y shape or triangle is enemy. If the circle is filled in, it means you've got them currently on radar targeted. If your radar can see them, it'll display a little contact number next to them, but if you've actually got them locked, it'll display that tail filled in as either a circle on it, like a dot on a friendly, or a triangle on an enemy.
Something very interesting. Very interesting. Thanks.
And if it doesn't show a tail at all, that means that it doesn't know what the contact is. It can't IFF it.
Are you killing them? It looks like you are. That they're gonna hear it, it looks like. I'm concerned about managers.
That looks like a Tomcat moving in for a high-speed run.
Wow, this is the first time a hind has actually done his job. Legend. I'm stupid. If you needed something being fixed, I guess you should call a Hungarian. Okay, enough with the advertisement. Then that will be the expectation.
Let's turn it down. The F-14s are within firing range now. Ross, you've got data link, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Copy that. I'll assume you don't really need accurate bearings until you're committing.
Yeah, whatever's low on the deck next to that friendly in front of me, it seems to be yeeting missiles, because a bunch of really fast contacts keep popping up from it.
Tobin, have you lost your bandit?
I have, indeed.
That's a Tomcat.
123 for 100, please.
1, 2, 3.
If you ever lose your target, just ask her. Like, don't be...
Shiny 1-1 comes 050, please. Bandits are F-14 and Harriers at 10,000. Banzai 1-1, Bandits 075 for 9-4, again at 10,000. F-14s do have Phoenixes, so assume they've got all 6. Copy.
Imagine carrying 6 Phoenixes.
Tau doesn't. Tau carries 4-4, I think. Or no, 2-2-4.
Yeah, I see a Phoenix out on somebody.
Break, Salty, Legolas, be advised there's a single Vigan due north of you, 10 kilometers. Run again. Looks like he's on you, Legolas. 035 for 10.
They're a much
He's
closer
at
target.
140 descending.
Yeah, I'm in open seas, I can't do much.
There you are. Kirk, what's this close off my nose low on the deck?
Ross, that is a single Vigan attacking the helicopters.
Alright, I'm gonna go for him.
Watch for the...
Yeah, that is, be advised that is within 14 kilometers of their Hawk sites.
Mm-hmm.
Park Vector 110 for 100.
I see the Hawk engaging somebody else off my right side.
One F-14 down, flew into an SA-6.
Oh, correction, those are Cubs firing, okay.
Ross, that is an ambitious shot on a Vigan there.
Just trying to get him moving.
Copy that. Mind out, Hawk launch possibly on you.
It is.
Affirmative. Second launch. Tobin, bandits off your nose, Harriers bearing 141 for 38. Be advised they will be straight over the island. Well within Hawk range.
Let's circle back.
1-1, F-14 bearing 066 for 44, 10,000, do not commit, you will get pinched.
Should outrun those Hawks.
I'm dead.
Yeah, we defeated them. Okay, both Hawks defeated. The Vigan's still up there.
Ross, closest bandit, F-14 bearing 105 for 64. He is at 8,000 descending slight. Be advised there's two F-14s 30 kilometers behind.
I got something just crossing my 11 now, heading for one of our guys. I'm going to try and cut that off.
Copy that. Charlie 1-1, be advised, Banner F-14 hot, 042 for 20 at 8,000, you're possibly under his radar. 2 times dead ahead of you, 090 for 28, F-14s at 3,500. Ronzi 2-1, turn 095 for 50, 2 times F-14s, 3,600.
Whoever this friendly is that the F-14 was on, I need him to turn around. He's drawing them away from me.
Ross, recommend you commit bandits 038 for 25, single Vigan in a Harrier, down at 65 meters and 200. Be advised, within hawk range. Ross, intercept 050 for 20, Vigan at 57.
Amphibious units entering the island.
I haven't got him on radar.
Ross, come right, 070 for 16, flanking right at 44. Tobin, bandit, oh Christ, 0253 for 8, you're right over their airbase. Watch out for the Hawks. Copy that.
I got Hawks on me, I got to bail out.
Copy that, we'll disregard that target. Shiny, you are merged off your 3 o'clock F-14.
Copy.
Hey, Steve.
Tobin, turn 130 for 16, Vigan at 30. Being engaged by friendly.
130, 16, joining.
Tobin, do you have duty on the bandit?
Confirm. Got him on my nose.
Probably won't reach him.
Banzai 1-1, go defensive, Vigan you're 6, 3 o'clock now. Low, 100 meters.
Try and run him down with missiles.
Tobin, merge, 12 o'clock.
Предельный угол атаки. Предельный угол атаки. Предельный
Oh! Shit, I saw it too late. It was a Phoenix. I should have aborted on that first guy earlier. Yeah, what a moment to arrive at, I know, right? I got too close to those guys. Got greedy and ate a Phoenix.
Okay, 50 Carrick just got flown over by an aircraft.
Was that from Rexha? No clue how to pronounce your name.
That was Lego, that was Lego as fuck.
Ah, that was Lego.
What shot me down? F-14. There's a Phoenix that hit me.
Okay.
Hey, Marduk.
Banzai 1-1 Bandits F-14s 154 for 11 at 2,200.
I don't think I got anything that flight. No, I didn't, unfortunately. So he would have outrun my R-27s. What I should have done, as soon as I saw the second one turning hot on me, I should have dropped lock on the first guy, locked the second and fired at him, and then turned away. Just immediately, that should have been what I did, but I didn't. I hesitated and I got greedy, and I died as a result.
Evoc, be advised, AV8 hot 100 for 25.
No, I'm just tired. The usual.
Tobin, stay left of the runway. Banzai 1-1, merged with 2 F-14. Saber, if you're on comm 08085, friendly merge 2 F-14.
I am.
See if they let me get away from this parking spot.
What's that altitude?
Dogfighting on the deck, sub 1000.
Come on, Poof. Get him. Copy that.
Oh, it's this bug again. Yeah, when you get spawned on the fucking launch ramp, you can't start your engines. Yeah, it is. A reslot. And I'm gonna spawn in the same spot as that other guy, so I gotta wait.
Vehicles, we're gonna go for the enemy check.
Copy that. Hawk Apoc, if you run south, you'll have the best chance of survival.
Apoc, keep him busy. I'm starting up my left engine.
Sabre F-18 hot 084451 at 7,100. VTOL 25, same band at 040 for 50 at 7,000 descending. He has no backup, he is a lone ship.
I'll try reslotting again and see if it gives me my my plane. Oh, not again. Can I at least start my engines? Yes, I can. Okay, good. We'll go around. And then I'll rearm and refuel once I get to the other launch point. Although I've got to shut down to fucking rearm.
Apoc, be advised, Harrier is now 295 for 10 at 300, turning hot. Is being engaged by the S300 deck.
Yeah, I'm lost one in.
Sorry, 5-1, be advised, Harrier in hot, 295 for 2. Flare, flare, flare.
Harrier launched, Harrier launched, Harrier launched. Oh god.
Others 233, take off. You go first, I gotta rearm.
Harrier's down, Harrier's down.
Good flare, soft air, soft air.
Nice. So
Sabre, Bandit 18, now 090
Might as well shut down here.
37 at 1,300. He's committing on a friendly.
Set it to 90. I should be able to clear the deck with that. Oh, that's wrong. I gotta try and avoid getting greedy this time. Can't get impatient, can't get greedy.
Firing at 40 clicks, he's gonna
Oh, you're gonna want more speed than that, my dude.
I'm aware it was a go-away shot.
Fair enough then.
No, he made it.
It's worked, he is now cold, heading towards the
No, there's not.
current picture. We have two F-18s pushing west towards the
Oh, actually, no, there might
Other
be for the
bandits
29s. I don't
aside from
remember.
Sabre's bandit are cold RTB. Sabre bandit turning
Oh,
hot.
wait, no, because we have J11s. Yeah, there probably is. There probably is. Why are people actually using ATC? What the fuck?
I was on the AV8, AV7, sorry. Put in mark.
I don't think so. I don't know. I know the Tomcats have Phoenixes, I don't think there's any 120s.
Helicopters, I've put a mark down on the main road with the AA7s.
Okay.
Nova, you on comms?
Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Good kill, Saber.
Okay, so the Avenger at the end of the runway cannot be locked off by Petrovich.
New and exciting bug.
That's not useful.
If you spawn on one of the Kuznetsov's launch positions and shut down your engines to rearm, you can't restart them. Here goes reslot number 3. My flight's delayed to start. Why? There's nobody on the deck. Jesus Christ, this game.
Depending on whether we defeat this invasion force depends on whether we can do that.
Working on it.
No, ground target should be firing on you from your right.
If I can actually get off the carrier sometime this week, that would be
I
nice.
could see the road they were on, and they won't come off that road, I don't reckon, because it goes straight to the airbase. I only counted 4 AA-7s there.
I also like...
The entire force.
I mean, to be fair, the ER and ET are not really Cold War weapons, because they both came into service right at the end of 1990, early 1991. But, I like how he's given us ERs, but not ETs, and we're fighting Tomcats with Phoenixes. Like, are blue players really that pathetic that they can't deal with an ET?
Not sure, I see something.
Is that a thing?
Not sure that's
Will they
right.
cry if we have
If it's
ETs?
moving, it's not.
They're not even that good.
Okay, that's fine.
They should be on the main north-south road, about 1503. I'll give you a shout when you overfly that road, and then if you follow it south, you should see them.
I mean, I know that the average blue player will have a temper tantrum anytime they lose their precious plane to anything red. I know that's a thing. But are they really that bad that they can't cope with the ET? Literally one flare. One flare is enough to defeat an ET. Coming out of burner is enough to defeat an
Two
ET.
F-18s and a Harrier bearing 066 for 85. Legolas, this road you're about to overfly, out your right-hand window you should see the AA-7s down there. Down to your 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock now. Okay,
I always use them. But I don't do the cockroach with radar off shit. I fly high and fast the way you're supposed to fly this thing. And I'll fire them in pairs with ERs. But, like, they're not hard to defeat. Anytime there's a flanker within about, I don't know, 15, 20 miles of you, just put out a flare. If there's an ET out on you already, it'll go for the flare. If there's not, then the pre-flare will defeat whatever they fire. Like, it's... I don't know, dude.
Someone just flew underneath for the...
Yeah, that's Grunzy. He's not on comms.
Okay. Oh, I see the armored vehicles.
If you give me a description, I can get Salty on them once he's up.
Right underneath me.
I don't remember if there's Vipers in this. But since there's no 120s, I'm pretty sure. If there are Vipers, they'll probably be ground attack only. I think I'm too far forwards here. Yeah, I'm too far forwards. I need to go around again.
Salty, ground targets are on the road 340 for 4 kilometers. Moving north to south.
I mean, I could understand if it was actually a weapon they had no counter to. Like, I understand that... We all know there's going to be a shitload of crying when the media comes out with the Typhoon. But I understand why. It's because nobody else has anything that can counter that. But when it's something like an ET, where you have to be brain dead to get hit by it in the first place, and it's easily defeated if you know it's coming, the fuck is wrong with people?
Salty, out your left window,
Oh, what?
moving down the road about your 10 o'clock. Moving 9.
There we go.
All I see are trees.
Yeah, I did see them.
Good job, something. I'm proud of you. As the song says. I'm above the road. Yes,
Fox 1-1, diving back down.
The entire guidance system. They're Vietnam era PvPs? Not really. We don't have enough Vietnam era planes or ground units.
Grizzly 1-1, Pyro, do not overfly that airbase ahead of you. It's hostile, it will kill you.
I mean, normally this server is kind of Vietnam era. Like, this server's usually sort of late 70s, mid to late 70s. I just barely made it with 90% fuel.
Shiny merged off your right hand.
I mean, we have the F5, which the Republic of Vietnam used, but they use the F5A, and we have the F5E, which has got a radar and a few other extra
Pyro,
things.
take a right wide over that island towards 100 for 40, please.
One more target left on this road.
Copy that, Salty, good job.
Need all the missiles reworked, but, you know, blue players will cry if their missiles don't get done first.
Come off the road and it is parked
The
in the
number
trees.
one reason for Su-33 losses is fuel.
It is. It actually is. Just a bit follow.
Put the car on it, bro. I think I'm gonna land. I'm not sure how much time yet.
Can't make VTOL, you're about to overfly that airbase that's going to kill you yet again. Pyro, Vigan.
I mean, I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Not all blue players are like this. Some of them have their heads screwed on right, but the average DCS player, which is, say, the average blue player, either bought the Hornet first or only owns the Hornet and or A10. They only fly those. They usually either fly single player or co-op. Some of them fly PvP, but usually the PvP guys are more gamer-oriented, like they're more worried about balance than, oh, more Hornets should just kill everything without trying. But they have no concept of the aircraft they're fighting. They have no concept of timelines, like they don't understand, not BVR timelines, but they don't understand that the Hornet we have in-game, or the Viper we have in-game, are mid-2000s aircraft. They're not 1980s aircraft, they're mid-2000s aircraft. They're fundamentally different to an 80s Hornet or an 80s Viper. They're not Cold War planes, and so when they slam dunk on a MiG-21 and feel like they're the hottest shit ever, it's like, congratulations, you killed a plane designed in 1959, the upgrade from 1972, like that plane is literally 50 years older than yours, 40, 50 years older than yours. Why do you think you're so good for shooting it down? Like, even this thing entered service in the late 90s. Not because it was late 90s technology, but because Russia didn't have any money after the Soviet Union stopped happening. This is an 80s, late 80s aircraft, right?
100 meters. Striker 1-1, same bandit, 9 o'clock, hot. Merge with friendly over the hostile airbase.
The Vietnamese did get the MiG-21 MF in 1970, so if you fly the BIS and don't use the emergency afterburner or the R3R, it's kind of a stand-in for it, but still not really. Don't have DCS by planes yet, most interested in PvP. It can be a lot of fun, but it can also be very frustrating.
Last day, 7 Vs on the island.
I can't wait until we get more actual Cold War blue planes, so then we'll really separate the boys from the men. We'll see who the real blue pilots are, you know, flying Crusaders and Corsair 2s and stuff like that instead of fucking 2005 era Hornets and
Direct
F-16s.
fighters such as the F-18, those are way off the coast.
Look, Striker, I just overflew some AAV7s in the channel between Saipan and Tinian.
They could be dead, honestly, because Salty was obliterating them in the ocean. I don't know what they think.
It's moving.
Oh.
Copy that. Striker 1-1, if you turn north, I'll have some big uns for you.
Copy.
The Eagle in DCS is kind of a clusterfuck though, because it has a bunch of features that it didn't have in the 80s, but it also has features that the original Eagle had, so it's... I mean, everything in DCS is Frankenstein, but that's really Frankenstein. Also, it can carry AMRAAMs, which didn't exist in the 80s, not in service anyway. That's something too, like, so many people don't realize the AMRAAM was not a Cold War missile. The AMRAAM entered service as the Soviet Union fell apart. Like, the first combat kill with an AMRAAM was after the Soviet Union had ceased to exist. From memory, I think it was 92? Late 91, early 92, so it was either as the Soviet Union was about to collapse, or after it did.
Good kill.
ER and ET, both 1990 service date entry.
Excellent direction.
Or entry to service entry date, words are hard.
Spoiler, off your right wing 080 for 10, Vigan turning in on you 100 meters.
0-0.
090 now, he's just come out of the ocean.
090.
Spoiler, they have 74s, watch out.
Copy.
Your nose now, bandit. Come right, merging on your right wing now. He's extending to the west.
Look, there are a few decent posters on Hoggit, but not fucking many. Not fucking many. By and large, that place is one giant circle jerk that alternates between heat blur should take over development of the entire sim, I forgot how beautiful this game can be, and dumping on any module that doesn't start with F in its name.
Single, however, it's hidden in trees and has...
Tricker is good. Tricker is a very good pilot. Tricker is, like, legit one of the best pilots in DCS as far as I'm concerned. And you know why? Because he mains the F5. He knows how to handle the older planes. And if you've ever seen him in the MiG, either the 21 or the 19, he's really good in them too. Like, no matter what you put him in, he's good with it. I'd honestly say he's better in the 21 than I am. And he doesn't fly it as much as I do either.
Oh my god, Boiler getting a kill. It's crazy.
Yeah, the Tomcat for Microsoft Flight Sim.
Picture, single F-14 cold, single F-18 cold.
Yikes.
There is another F-14, but it looks like he's going for our southern
Tomcat pilot's Lozzie. Where is Lozzie? Is she out doing that real life thing? I haven't seen her for a while.
Single AA-7, break, single AA-7 on the perimeter fence of Tinian Air Base, Salty just underneath you.
They didn't. No, they didn't, Koti, because the 14D has a completely different cockpit with more MFDs in it. And the HUD. What it is it's a 14A cockpit, but they've got modern HUDs in it, like a modern HUD, and then the VDI's acting as a HUD repeater. Like, it's totally fucked. It's because they don't know what a Tomcat HUD looks like, or they couldn't program it, so they just reused an existing one or something. Like, I don't want to sound too much like I'm shitting on them. I'm sure it's a lot of hard work to get something into Microsoft Flight Sim. I don't know how to do it, but when you look at these Microsoft Flight Sim jets especially, this happens a lot with the jets. Look at the exterior of it. Is it all shiny all over, like it's made out of fucking chrome? Is it, like, does the cockpit look like it's just been ripped from Ace Combat? Like, that's the thing, right? If you've seen what the cockpits look like in Ace Combat 7, this is something I noticed. They're like flat colors, and they have just generic sort of generic font over them. Like, it looks kind of right, but not really. That's what the cockpit in that F-14 looks like. Well, it depends, Jeeve. Like, if it's a well-done module, it shouldn't look like that. Like, there are a lot of really good ones where they're realistically reflective on the outside and the cockpits look like they should. It's just a matter of how much effort's put into it.
Very much.
And there's a lot of effort not put into some of these.
F-14's fired at Phoenix.
I would not
Probably on Yugo defensive.
even bother, honestly. Like, even if that Eurofighter was free, I wouldn't fly it. Like, this is the thing, and I've said this before, but I'll repeat it here, is do not buy any of the supersonic jet add-ons for MSFS right now. None of them are good. None of them. The trainer jets seem okay, but I haven't flown them myself, so I'd have to check. Actually, like, watch some reviews or something, but the Eurofighter, the F-14, the F-15, don't buy any of them. They're like, what, 30-something US bucks for a model that looks like it was taken from a GTA mod, and a cockpit that looks like it's from Ace Combat 7. Like, and a flight model that's very vaguely able to be called a flight model. Like, it's not worth it. If you want an accurate sim of the jet, you're not going to get it. If you want, like, at least realistic flight models, you're not going to get it. Because while MSFS does have pretty impressive flight model capabilities, most developers don't know how to use that yet. I mean, even the vanilla planes still need work. So, you know, it's one thing if the sim natively supports a lot of stuff, but you have to actually know how to use it. Someone's got their fucking jammer on, of course. Pushback approved, thanks to the follow. Welcome. Dogistan Pound, thanks to the follow as well. Get some more altitude here. I mean, it's always been like that, and that's one advantage of DCS, is because it is curated, you don't have to worry about that as much. I mean, it still happens, but not as often. But yeah, the Corsair's really nice. The biggest issue I found with the Corsair so far is the gun sight renders, like, out in the world, which I guess is the only way they could get it to collimate out of infinity, maybe? I don't know. But that's the only issue I found with it so far. Looks good, feels good, it's really nice. Sounds pretty decent too.
7 clicks hot. So all of you on the island, there is a single F-14 about 23 kilometers off the eastern coast.
Yeah, the 33 has a jammer.
If you've got weapons, come 024 for 8 to escort the helicopter.
They have missiles that can home run jam, and as well as that, it fucks with my teammates' radar. Like, you see how much it messes with my radar. I can't go into track while scan mode if there's a jammer on. So I don't like using the jammer if I got teammates around me, because I know it screws their radars up. What plane should I get first? So a lot of people would usually recommend getting the Flaming Cliffs 3 planes. I actually don't recommend that. Hang on, somebody right under me.
Extend towards 005, you can intercept another Harrier. Service, good kill.
Yeah, a lot of people would recommend the FC3 stuff. I don't personally. I would recommend something like the F5 or the MiG-21 or the MiG-19, so that you can learn to fly on a plane that will teach you good habits instead of a fly-by-wire plane like the Hornet or the F-16, because they will teach you bad piloting habits.
Helicopters, there is another A7 on the perimeter of the airbase. Moving along the road west, just at the tip. Go ahead.
Have I got something on my nose really low, like right in front of me, because I can't pick it up on radar yet?
Negative, not that I can see. You've got something 100 meters, 80 kilometers away. Oh no, okay, yeah, that's a Phoenix.
Oh, okay. No wonder I couldn't see it on radar.
Soburn, Harrier, 090 for 11, be advised over the enemy island. Hot at 220 meters.
090, copy that.
Kitty, be advised you are now 10 kilometers away from the enemy airbase. Watch for Sure, Ad.
Can the F-16 home on jam yet? I don't know.
And letting him to come closer.
I don't know. I don't fly the F-16.
I am disengaged.
Copy that.
I have it, but I don't fly it. Yeah, it's... Fly-by-wire means that it's always controlled by a computer. The computer will interpret what the pilot wants the plane to do from the stick inputs, and then it'll make the plane do that. So it, like, things like stalls and spins that a careless pilot would get into in an older plane, it's very difficult to do in a fly-by-wire plane, because the plane will stop you from doing stupid shit. But what that also means is because it stops you from doing stupid shit, as soon as you get in an older plane, you're going to kill yourself. The other thing is, as well, you might need to do something that would be silly, like you might need to intentionally stall or spin the plane in combat, and you can't do it in a fly-by-wire plane, it won't let you.
Coming in to assist if you want to just burn.
Copy, can run away. I'll turn and run.
Turbine Mind is going to slide in close here behind you. Just watch for the AIM-9s.
Whoever the friendly is in a merge with the jammer on, can you turn it off, please? I can't help you out while that thing's running. Oh, never mind.
I think that was the Harrier. Getting 4-1, Bandit ahead of you is down. Suvix, don't waste a missile, please.
Shit.
Break, Rossman, Shiny 1-1, single Bandit F-14, 123452 at 3000 hot.
Yeah, I got him on
Speed
radar.
is 1100.
It looks like he's trying to sort on me. I'll draw him north. Dropped him.
Yo, whoever's jamming, stop it. Thank you.
Current picture, single F-14 cold, single AV-8 in hops. F-14 Shiny and Rossman Bandit is flanking left to the northeast.
Had one of them drop off scope. Kinda concerned, I feel like there might be a Phoenix on the way already. There are only a couple of World War II DCS servers and not that many people play it. Like, the planes are good, but there's not many of them. I feel like there need to really be more World War II planes and more World War II ground units before World War II DCS is really worth it.
Legolas, did you get the one at the western edge of the
Having
runway?
said that, I just pre-ordered the Mosquito today, so...
There was a second one. There was one that Buckaroo... Not Buckaroo. I can't remember his name now. Shit. Someone strafed it, and then
I mean, you can stall a fly-by-wire plane if you really, really want to, but it will try and fight you on it. Like, it's... And it makes the recovery easier.
In a pop, the entranceway to the runway is right behind you, so...
Like, if you want to see what I mean, go fly the MiG-19 on the MiG-21 and throw the stick around like you would in an F-18. You'll fucking see what I mean. My microphone's squealing? It shouldn't be. There's feedback in the song, yeah. It's a live recording.
If you disregard that F-14 because he's just running and let Shiny chase him until he needs assistance, there is a Harrier you can intercept, 080 for 60, at 700 meters.
Wait, Ross, were you the one that ER'd that Harrier in the next
No,
dimension?
I haven't hit anything today.
F-14 turning back around.
Cover that. Ross Bandit 123 for 24 hot F-14 600. Possibly launched. He's turning back towards the east now. Kitty 41 comes towards 075 for 50, please.
075 for 50.
I don't see
Kitty,
a
your bandit will
control.
be a Harrier at about 500.
Around at 86. What do you mean 86? No more guys in support the 9 because someone wasted them all.
Yeah, Cold War's good for the MiG-21, the F-5, and the MiG-19. The Korea 1952 server is good for the MiG-15 and the F-86.
80 feet sort of like called near my position in the water.
Copy that.
This guy's notching me.
Shiny 1-1. I'm not sure if the best move here is going to be you turn cold and see if you can bait him back in, but otherwise you're just in a tail chase here. We're getting pretty close to their carrier.
There you are.
Back now. Copy that.
So no one at the back door.
ER out on the Harrier.
Turning into it.
Splash.
Good kill, F-14 for Shiny and Rossman is complete cold. Only other bandits are the fucking crazy Vigans that keep taking off out of Saipan and getting shot down. Pyro, if you want to kill some Vigans, go 030 for 15. You can latch in behind them when they take off. Just don't overfly the ground and you should be fine.
Tomcat's turning back in.
Affirmative. Tomcat is at 4,000 meters hot on Kitty. Kitty or Ross.
Hold on me.
Shiny 1-1, you've got the best move here. New picture, pair of F-14s just coming out of their carrier group.
Oh shit, he fired a Phoenix on me.
Was that on you? He's pointing at me. Oh yeah, it is on you. Okay. Defend it. I'll go offensive on him.
Roger, I'm defending.
He's got another one out. Possibly on me. Oh yeah, it's on me.
I don't think you can dual track Phoenixes, so Kitty or Cam, you're fine to come back in.
Roger, I'm turning back in.
I'm out of chaff. This is probably gonna get me. Yep. Yeah, he got me. I doubt I'll get him, because that 27T was right on the edge of its range. Hey, Josh!
I found a thing.
Cheers to the resub, man. Appreciate it. Oh, not this shit again. I have to reslot. Why is there a guy in the back of the deck with no wings? How am I doing? I'm going okay. Not having much luck today. But it's this mission again, so I'm not surprised with that. Problem is now I can't spawn. Oh, there we go, finally. I don't think there's a preset for the loadout I've been taking, so we'll just manually load it. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Approximately 040 for 11 for you.
A big thank you to whoever just despawned a Su-33 on the Kuznetsov, blew up, took my wing off, and damaged the boat.
Kitty, keep the notch. Shiny's uncommitted for you.
Заправка по плану.
Good kill, Shiny. Good. Splash. Now both of you run back to friendlies because you've got another two coming in. For both of you, 264 for 90.
Something on to me. I'm above the water, next to two. That's you scraping. Yeah. I need to know if Ting is clear for me to. You can land at Pinion, as far as I know.
I don't see anything here.
I'm OTB.
I need to RTB fuel.
What?
Can we get the
Okie dokie. Yes, you can. Current picture, 2 F-14s, 1 F-18 coming in towards Tinnin, 130 kilometers out currently at 095.
Командир, борт заправлен.
Sorry guys, my system crashed. I lost the Mi-24.
Probably asking the M24 driver. I think it's not blocking the Mi-24 if I do. We're getting a C-25 on it.
Yeah.
Shiny, I think this guy's unhappy that you slapped him in the face with 4 separate missiles. Whoa. That's not my problem. Sounds good. Getting Shiny, you might have a chance to kill a Vigan that's going to fly in between you and the island. He's currently 275 for 22, flanking left at 400, 500. If you see him, if you've got sticks left, kill him. Just don't turn. I really cannot stress that. Copy.
What, like the Mirage 3 before they gave it magics?
Vigan 083 for 9, turning hot 800.
But as you can see, blue players cry about the slightest thing. Although Hexex is exaggerating, the Phoenix isn't that hard to defeat, I just waited too long to defend.
Sorry, repeat what?
096, 5 kilometers, Minstrel, 60 meters above the deck.
Oh, we got friends.
Okay.
Pocky should be about off your nose. He hasn't seen you, he's just trundling forward.
Yeah.
No, nobody, literally nobody in real life fires a single missile. It'd just be stupid. Because if anything goes wrong with that missile, you're now screwed. You've lost the initiative, right? You don't fire all 10 at once like a GS player, but you do support your missiles with additional shots. Like, if you've seen the way POM operates, he usually fires an extra missile every 10 miles of closure or so.
Oh, there it is. That's all.
Shiny, you're about to overfly the enemy airbase.
Lost behind.
Okay, I'm gone.
Probably a little too far forwards, but we'll see.
C-33 and launch position 3, you're too far.
Again? God damn it.
Yep.
Guy in pad 3, you're way too far.
Repeat, please, Pyro.
Or
Can you
whatever.
clear 12 o'clock? Friendly. What a god. Well, friendly's over ground, and its feet wet.
Depending how lightly he's loaded, he might make it.
By fans, this ground crew doesn't work. You have
Maybe.
to go back to Rhoda. We can't land it by fans. Right after landing.
Did he make it? Yes, he did, just barely.
I think we traded 50.
A little more. A little bit more boiler.
A little bit? Copy.
Like, maybe a foot? A little more.
Pyro, go out around the tip of the island just ahead of you, and then follow it round on the coast, and you should encounter a big... I'll give you a better update when you're closer.
A little bit
Roger
more.
that. Got hit. Pyro,
That should do.
now 024 for 13, hot Vigan at 300.
No, the guy next to me exploded.
GVDs aren't coming up.
Cycle the command again, it might. I wonder if it's because old mate damaged the carrier when he despawned.
The carrier still full health.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's full of holes on my screen.
Yeah, it is. Me and Saber had a little bit of a run-in. He was parked where when I spawned in, and he took me.
Ah, okay.
Shiny 1-1, is the ground crew working for you over there?
So, lesson learned, despawning when damaged causes you to explode, it seems. I did not know that. Now I do. That probably explains what happened last time this mission ran then. If despawning when damaged causes you to explode, with the two of them that went up on the bow ramp.
Just a quick heads up, Salty, a POC. If we're not getting ground crew at the airbase, there has to be an AA-7 somewhere.
Заруливайте на стоянку. 331. Запуск запрещаю.
Yeah, it's not simulated. The damage is just cosmetic, it doesn't actually do anything.
Banzai 1-1, be advised, 075 for 30 kilometers, 2 times F-14s at 3,000 in hot. They have support from 1 F-18 behind them.
Come on.
Copy that. There's already Hex of Phoenix out on you. 5 kilometers.
What is their fucking problem? Oh my god.
Hex, break west, break left.
What is wrong with this fucking carrier? Now it's not coming up for me.
Right, Hex, you good?
Thing.
The F-12 menu to request takeoff instead of the east line.
Yeah, I tried that and it's still...
05659. Actually, that may be a bad plan. You're on your own. Hopefully, you can assist Hex.
There we go, finally.
Hex, bandits for you now. 100.
I know.
Hot 2 times
I know.
14s, 2000.
This isn't a MiG-21, Marius. What are you talking about?
Limited SAM coverage from friendlies over the island. Banzai 1-1, go defensive. You've got a Phoenix out on you. Hex, Phoenix out on you. guys. You've got no air cover over that island right now, and there are 2 F-14s, an F-18, and this random biggin just mooching around.
Anyway, to continue my my little discussion I was having before I got heavily distracted by being in combat.
But you still definitely have 2 Tomcats.
If you're new to DCS, I would recommend, if you really want to learn properly, get the L-39 or the C-101, which are both trainer jets. And actually, I don't know about the C-101, but I know the L-39 comes with a proper campaign that trains you to use the plane the way you're supposed to. The Coruscant campaign, which is really good by all accounts. That's what you do if you really want to realistically learn what to do. If you just want a jet that will teach you good flying habits and teach you the basics while still being fun to fly, and still being PvP capable, the L-39 kind of is, I would recommend the MiG-19, MiG-21, or the F-5. The Sabre and the MiG-15 are quite nice too, but because they're so old, they don't see much use in servers outside of the Korea server. Whereas the MiG-21, MiG-19, and F-5 are all enough that you can fly them on more modern servers and not suffer too badly. And all of those have, well, not so much the F-5, but the MiG-19 and the MiG-21 have handling devices, which will teach you very quickly what you can and can't do with a plane. If you start out on the F-18, you'll get the habit of just pulling your stick into your lap every time, and as soon as you fly a MiG-21 or a MiG-19, you're going to kill yourself. Because again, the F-18, in particular the F-18, has such high angle of attack capability, you can pull the stick into your lap and you'll lose speed and fall out the sky eventually, but it can pull like 50 degrees of angle of attack, no sweat. Like, when I say it doesn't stall, it stalls, obviously, every aircraft stalls, there's no such thing as a plane that doesn't, but it will not let you stall it the way that you will a MiG-19 or a MiG-21. If you pull a stick into your lap in a MiG-19, one wing will drop out from under you, you'll be in a spin before you know what to do. If you do it in the MiG-21, it'll start doing that Dutch roll tail wag thing, and you'll also end up, not in a spin, because it doesn't really spin, you'll end up upside down and very disorientated. That's what I mean, like, fly-by-wire jets teach you such horrifically bad piloting habits, I would never recommend them to a new player. And I really... it bothers me that the go-to sort of metagame on Hoggit is if somebody asks what to get, it's either the A-10, the F-16, the F-18, sometimes they'll recommend the JAF. None of those should ever be recommended to a new player. If they're an experienced flight simmer, then sure. Like, if they already know how to handle a plane, sure. But if they're coming from something like War Thunder, which is not a flight sim, no matter how hard it wants to be one, or they haven't played any flying games, do not get a fly-by-wire jet to start with. It'll be easier, but then it'll, like, if you learn on one of those, it'll be easier to learn, and maybe the learning curve will be a bit less frustrating for actually flying. The systems will be really hard to pick up. But as soon as you go back to older aircraft, you're going to have a horrible time.
You're clear to recommit. A friendly MiG-21 is tearing into this 18.
I know, it's the same as this, Nico. This is pitch only.
You do have another MiG-29 Bailey to assist, and Suvix is coming in 50 kilometers out.
But it also has a cross-link between the roll and yaw channels, like the F-15 and the F-5 have, and this as well. So you don't really need to use a rudder when turning, because it'll automatically feed it in.
Bailey, do you have duty on any of these bandits ahead of you?
I mean, if you're totally new to flight sims, yeah, probably. But I mean, my first flight sim was Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator 2, and after that I got into things like European Air War, F-22 ADF, Falcon 4. So, I mean, if I as a 10-year-old could learn to fly planes through Combat Flight Sim, then you can learn flight through DCS. You're just going to have a lot of frustration early on because you're going to die a lot. And, you know, there's a difference in aptitude as well. Like, some people are just natural pilots. They inherently seem to know what to do in a plane, and other people, even after thousands of hours of flying, they still don't have a good feel for the plane. They know what the procedures are, they know what the checklists are, they know, like, all of the book knowledge, but they just don't have the stick and rudder.
Good kill. You're 11 o'clock, another bandit.
So it also depends what kind of person you are and how much affinity you have for flying.
Now 1 o'clock. Passing on your right, there's another one at your 12 to 1.
So the US is sending B-52s to bomb Afghan bases and destroy the planes on the ground before the Taliban can get them.
Your 3 o'clock merge. Squad, 6
Well
good
done.
hit, 1 your 6, defend. You've got Subics coming in, 5 clicks.
Aren't you guys glad we just came out of a fucking 20-year forever war, only to lose it anyway and end up not only back where we started, but worse off, because now the guys that were there when we started have learnt to do realpolitik, so they've actually learnt diplomacy, which is a problem. And not only that, they have all our modern equipment we left behind. Isn't that great, guys? Isn't that wonderful? Aren't you glad we went to Afghanistan to get revenge on Osama bin Laden, who wasn't even in Afghanistan? Isn't that amazing?
Gonna take a look around the base.
Subics, your 6 o'clock, defend.
US foreign policy is
I'm
just...
You did good there. Salty and Legolas, I have 2 AV7s, same position as where the convoy last was.
Good. Which is...
Yeah, that's very true. It's funny too though, because like there are certain other things you'd think would predispose you towards not being able to fly. Like, I'm afraid of heights and I'm very clumsy. But I fly naturally. Like, I'm not a great pilot, but like the first time I was put in a real plane, I flew my entire first flight with the instructor just kind of following through on the stick. I think he did the takeoff, but I flew the entire flight and then I flew the landing as well. So I landed my first flight ever in real life. Now, I had been playing Sims for like 15 years before that, but you know, like, even though I'm afraid of heights and I'm very clumsy, I just seem to have the ability to fly. It was a Jabiru J170D. I did about 25-ish hours on the Jabiru, and then another 25 or so, 25 or 30 on the Bristol. Could be next to the US. I'm literally in the collateral damage zone. I know. Well, I mean, Australia wants to be America Junior, and it tries really hard, but Australia's still kind of more British feeling than US feeling, whereas Canada is literally US but with maple leaves everywhere. And Canadians really don't like hearing that, but it's true. It is actually true. Canada is much closer to the US than it is to the UK. It always has. Well, yeah, actually, it always has been. Always. Even in the fucking 19th century it was.
Take off on the left.
Do you wear blue jeans? I'm wearing black jeans at the moment, but yeah. In South Africa. I was doing some flying over South Africa in MSFS last week. It is beautiful. Somewhere I have never been in real life, but it is absolutely beautiful. Don't talk about Quebec. No one wants to talk about Quebec.
Salty, Legolas, Apoc, be advised, F-14 hot on you guys.
All the guys I did flight school with, I have the least hours, and I'm the only one that's done all their solos. Some of them haven't landed after 100 hours? What? What? How do you not land after 100 hours? Like, what, not even once? I mean, I know it's not usual for somebody to land their first flight. I know that I got to do that because you know, my instructor could see I had a natural aptitude for that, but 100 hours? Bro, at that point, just give up. Like, if you've done 100 hours and you still can't land the plane, go away, leave it for a while, come back to it later. Most certainly done touch and goes, no full stop. Oh! Why? The only difference between a touch and go and a full stop is you use the fucking brakes on a full stop. Why can't you do a fucking full stop if you can do a touch and go? Like, is that a nerves thing? I could see it being a nerves thing. The reason I don't have my driver's license is a nerves thing, because I know everyone else on the road wants to kill me, so I don't like driving. But... that's so odd.
Yeah, no.
Like, I don't have my logbook here, it's still up at Bathurst at the flying club. I'll have to pick it up at some point, since I moved, but, I think I was 50 or 55 hours or something like that. Doesn't help that Squamish Airport's scary, there's not a ton of room to go around. I mean, that's fair, but if you've done touch and goes, you should be able to do a full stop, surely. Let's come off the power a bit. I keep forgetting I don't have full fuel on board. Look how terrible the average person is at driving, that's very true. Like, my thing is, I'm not a good driver, but I'm not really a bad driver either. But I'm so worried that either someone's gonna not pay attention and hit me, or, like, something like that's gonna happen. You know, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about fucking other people, so I just don't really drive much. And I haven't done my driving test. I've been driving since I was 17 or 18, but I just never got my license.
You should be able to.
Well, I never got my full license.
Two Harriers to the east of the island, 075-ish, for about 24 clicks.
Having issues not touching down halfway down the runway.
Negative, ERs are only from the Kuznetsov.
But 100 hours though, you'd think they could solve that in 100 hours with lots of touch and goes.
I've got Legolas and Salty. I'm not sure what you want to do with these Harriers. They're going to be here before the fighters get here to cover you. I'm not sure whether you want to land and hide or just hope and pray you darting around is going to be enough.
Kirk, what are these low contacts off my nose?
Ross, contacts, hot Harriers, moving right F-18, moving left F-18s.
Okay.
There's also one Minstrel coming in.
Ah, Mistral's lovely.
Oh, frame rate.
Fuckers have got the jammers on. I'm just gonna STT him. Fuck it. 2 contacts just popped up left of me. Are they missiles or what? Like, leveled Nilo. Oh, Jesus!
They're trying to intercept the harms. They won't reach it in time, I don't think. Legolas square, Legolas square.
I'll go check landing here.
That is an angry Moskva.
Yeah, he's gone.
Missile away on whatever's turning hot on me. Oh, don't freeze now, DCS. Another missile away, ×2.
No, I just killed whatever you shot.
Negative, negative, different targets.
Splash.
You killed both of you there.
Oh, I just got hit by
Silent,
something.
be advised. No clue what.
Something just flashed in front of me.
That was rough. Did you see what hit him?
Missed.
No, it was...
I wonder.
Targeted on my nose.
Boiler hostile 2 times F-18s.
Copy.
I wonder if one of our S300s picked me up. .300's active radar homing, isn't it? I wonder if it picked me up.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Alessandro Lavina, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. No? Okay. It's weird then. Well, what the fuck picked me up and hit me? Unless it was a Mistral hiding somewhere. I have to respawn here again. Get off that front ramp. Which aircraft was that? Su-33. Okay, we've already got ERs there. I'm not having much luck with this thing today. Yeah, it is. Flaming Cliffs. This is going to be an interesting tack view. But I got both things I shot at on that.
Enigma, take the shot if you can.
Have the MiG-21. It's my favorite module.
Moving left.
Normally I fly the MiG-21 on this server, but this is a special mission that includes the more modern planes, so I'm flying the Su-33 today.
Single Minstrel. 355 for 21.
Speaking of blue pilots not managing timelines, can you imagine the blue tiers if they discovered how shit the 1970s F-15A actually was? Well, unfortunately, DCS doesn't model mean time between failures, and so it would probably be actually really good in game, but in real life, yeah, it was a piece of shit because the radar failed every sortie just about. It was a great radar when it worked, which was very, very rarely. We'll have more like a Su-22 or a Study Full Sim Su-25. Well, if you look at Magnitude 3's Christmas update from the end of last year, you may notice that the aircraft under the tarp seems to have visible wing fences and a very particular tail shape. No chaff, no flares, no internal jam. Wait, it didn't have countermeasures? They would beg for a pod. They would beg for a fucking pod. I mean, technically our MiG-21 shouldn't have the pod that it does have. I wouldn't mind having ASO2s, like actual ASO2s, but it should only be in some missions, maybe. Built it without it, only started mounting them since 79, yeah.
Saber, you're bogey dope.
This is actually, yeah, another thing that a lot of DCS players don't realize is how late countermeasures started being added to aircraft, like, integrally.
Silent, please tell me you ate
Most of the Cold War planes didn't have them. When did the F4E incorporate flares? Pretty late.
That's not ideal, because I can't
Most F4s over Vietnam were stuffing chaff into their air brakes. The MiG-21 was built without inbuilt countermeasures, the MiG-23 was built without inbuilt countermeasures, it got them later. A lot of these aircraft were built with no countermeasures at all. They were either added later, or they were in separate pods.
Just a heads up to you guys, if you want to quickly land and refuel at Tinnen, you can. It's just going to be time constrained.
The F-14A suffered from bad compressor stalls and insufficient power, I believe. Version 1.0 is generally worth avoiding. I actually like the F-14A. It's more challenging to fly. The compressor stalls are overstated. They do happen, but they're not as bad as people think. The main danger with them is, as they were in real life, if you happen to get an engine stall on you on takeoff or landing. But in the air, it's not that big of a deal. The lack of power you do feel it, but because the F-14 is such an aerodynamically clean design, it's not as bad as it would be in something like, say, a Phantom. If the Phantom was underpowered, you'd have a miserable time. But the 14A, it's a fun challenge. I like it. I actually prefer it over the 14B because it just has that much more character to it. The 14B is an amazing plane, but it's a little too easy for me. It's a little too good in its temperament. I like planes that kind of push you around and give you a kick if you do the wrong thing. You know, I like my planes like I like my women. Capable of beating the shit out of me at any second. Just have issues with blowing my A engines because I afterburn too much. I know that when it first came out, they fucked up the engine temperature threshold, so it would overheat if you went supersonic. I think they fixed that. I haven't had overheat issues with the engine since. This shit again. Hello? I would like to take off, please, and thank you. Yeah, there we go.
You want to come?
Flaps are down. Wings are out. Oh, no, I wasn't too far forwards. Okay, good.
Damn it, Silent, you got my hopes up. Alright, Shiny, you have a single bandit F-14 off your nose, flanking left, 072493. You have this off-com Su-33 to assist. Bandit is at 4,300. Copy.
If
launches are 71 kilometers, Shiny. Just whack it in the notch and you should be okay for if you leave it there for 30 seconds. Copy.
If you don't have a detent,
bandit shot.
If you don't have a detent, use the afterburner circuit breaker switch on the left-hand panel by the throttle. We'll stop it from activating.
Break. We've just had another AA-7 arrive at the Tinnen airbase. Silent, can I ask you to go kill that?
Memory's failing me. See the pilot article I read mentioned no countermeasures even in 82. I wouldn't be surprised.
At the western end, I will put a mark down for you.
I mean, the reason the MiG-21 got ASO-2 pods strapped to it in real life was because of Afghanistan. Over Europe, they didn't carry them.
Fact is 175 to 9.
But the other thing is as well, DCS players get too reliant, and I'm guilty of this as well, so I'm not trying to like, I'm so much better than everyone else. I'm the same problem, right? But DCS players get far too dependent on countermeasures to defeat missiles. The primary way to defeat a missile is geometry. If it's a radar missile, notching it, or notching the actual launching aircraft itself. Outrunning it, just wasting its energy until it runs out. In the case of things like the Sparrow, where they have a very limited reserve of of control authority, just burning that up by turning.
See the smoke, maybe it crashed.
Possibly.
I'd love an F-15A. Like, I like planes that are bad, you know? They're more interesting.
Negative, that was the Phoenix. The F-14 is cold at 07252. Banzai, stay to the right of the runway there.
Whoa! Leave me alone.
It's very true, Cotty, very true.
Oh, you're getting annoying.
Truth of the MiG-21 learning to land. Landing the MiG-21's not that difficult once you realize a few essential things. First of all, the blown flap system. So when you land the MiG-21, keep the throttle on, keep the power on, but don't go into afterburner. So you want to hold the throttle at somewhere between about 80% and mil thrust. Never ever cut the throttle in the MiG-21 when you're landing. Wait until your wheels are on the ground to cut the throttle to idle, because there's a detent about halfway along the throttle's travel, which is where the blown flap system cuts out. And if you pull the throttle back behind that detent, you lose most of your lift and the plane just drops like a rock. So keep some power on. Don't go into afterburner, because if the landing flaps are down and the blown flap system's operating, trying to light the afterburner, it won't light, but the nozzles will open. So you lose all your thrust and the plane will drop like a rock. It's just... landing the MiG-21's a bit of a balancing act, but once you get used to it, it becomes really easy. Like, I can land the MiG-21 without thinking about it now. It's just become second nature. But I know that, like, a lot of people when they come from other planes really struggle with it because it's so different to what they're used to. How's it going? Okay-ish. I'm not having the best run, but I think we're doing pretty well at holding them off so far. Yeah, like I was saying over SRS, if you don't have a detent, like a physical detent on your throttle, like the Warthog has, so that you know when you're going to go into afterburner, there's a switch on the MiG-21. It's about here, just in front of the throttle, and that turns off the afterburner. It'll disable the afterburner system, and so that should help. But if you do have a detent, just don't go past it, obviously. The warning panel has a light on it. It's a green light, because it's usually not a problem, but there's a green light that'll say that the afterburner nozzle's open. I think in English it just says nozzle open. In Russian it's stvorki открыт, or something like that. Watch for that light. If that light comes on when the flaps are fully down in the landing position, or basically if that light comes on and the afterburner's not on, then you're in big trouble, because when your nozzle opens fully without the afterburner lighting, all your thrust just goes, because the thrust is dependent on the mass flow coming out the tail of the aircraft, right? The smaller the nozzle is, the more force is coming out the back. You know, it's like, if there's a bucket with a little leak, it spurts out much further than if there's a big hole. It just kind of trickles out, right? Same principle. So the smaller the nozzle, the more thrust you get, unless it's afterburner, because it has to be fully open for the afterburner to have enough air to ignite. What does nozzle to emergency position do, by the way? I have no clue. It's if the actual control system for the nozzle fails, so that you can set it to fully closed or fully open. So if you have the nozzle abruptly open on takeoff without the afterburner lighting, you would use that switch. If you couldn't abort the takeoff, you would use that switch and just hope for the best. But that's what that's for. It's just so that you have an open-close system, if nothing else. I don't know if it actually works in DCS. I've never used it. I've never had to use it. You want Blue 4 to be even more mad? F-15A could carry air-to-ground ordnance. But when in flat landing position, the fact that I go afterburner, the N1 instead goes low at... Okay, so that's what's happening is if you go into Afterburner and the pressure drops like that, the RPM drops, it's because the Afterburner has, or not the Afterburner, it's because the nozzles have opened all the way up. And that drop in thrust is because it's not pushing as much air out the back of the engine. In real life, that would be dangerous for the engine. It could cause big problems with it because it's a sudden drop in power. But it's not really a safety measure so you don't overspeed the flaps. You can't overspeed the MiG-21's flaps. They automatically retract. You can drop the MiG-21's flaps at whatever speed you like. They just won't come down if you're too fast. What that is because it's tapping air off the engine for the blown flap system, it's taking air off the compressor stages, and so with the afterburner lid, that doesn't work. Like if it's tapping air off the compressor for the blown flap system at the same time the afterburner is trying to light, there's just not enough air to do both, right?
Oh my god, what a cuck. All S24s, all S25s, and a whole bunch of...
No, not the nose cone. No, not the nose cone. I mean the actual afterburner nozzle. Where the thrust comes out. Like, the smaller that is, the more thrust you have, until you go into afterburner where it opens out fully. When you're at flight idle, it's fully open, then mil power it's fully closed, then afterburner it's fully open again. But it will still fully open when you move into the afterburner detent, but the blown flap system actually stops the afterburner from sparking and igniting. So it opens the nozzle still, but it won't ignite, which is the problem. If you have a moment, could you give a noob me a quick overview of what notching a missile is? Notching a missile basically means you put the missile on your 3-9 line, so either 90 degrees on this side or 90 degrees on that side. And what that does is, the missile's coming towards you, right? The missile has a Doppler filter, so it doesn't track ground returns. And it will... If you're perpendicular to it, it will see you moving at the same speed relative to it as the ground. Basically, when you notch something, you're putting it on your 3-9 line so that the radar that's looking at you can't tell you apart from the ground, because the way it distinguishes you from the ground is closure rate. And if you've got the same closure rate as the ground to it, because you're perpendicular, same as the ground, it won't be able to tell you that.
Heads up, there is a mid-strike just taking off.
You have to be lower than the missile. Generally, yes, that helps.
Silent, so that's mostly relating to you. He's dropped off scope.
You don't always. It depends on how the notch filter is set up in the missile or in the aircraft radar.
In the warehouse, we have normal bonds.
With semi-active missiles, you don't notch the missile itself. You notch the aircraft that's supporting it. But with actives like a Phoenix, you notch the missile. Generally, being lower than it helps. But with some of the older missiles, you don't even have to be lower than them. You can be co-out with them. Especially if it's semi-active, and some of the older radars, it doesn't matter what altitude you're at, the notch filter's not very advanced, so it will just dump whatever is notching it.
I can't see any best apps anyway.
So for instance, the F-14, when you're above the F-14, they use pulse. They don't use pulse Doppler, they just go straight to pulse. And that means you can't notch them when you're above them.
Yeah, we've got the standard fab.
Part of the reason that Jester loses targets so much is because he switches to Pulse STT, and the target often is below the Tomcat when he does it.
Yes, I believe so.
They should do. Where do we have them?
Russia.
Russia, copy.
Yeah, Fab 500, we've got all 3 types. 30 of each, so 90 bombs total.
Oh, Simon, is that you down there? Alright.
Just a heads up, I have eyes on 2 F-18s, but, like, they're so far away from
it's just the notch filter turned off?
They
okay.
are the closest to Russia.
But yeah, same thing, basically.
And they are still 206 kilometers away, so I'm just gonna disregard them for the time being. Other than that, the picture is actually completely clear.
It's too bad we don't have a tanker in this so I could practice.
We do, actually.
We do? Where?
But it is right over the carrier group. Which is kind of useless, yeah.
So we've got nothing really near the AO right now, yeah?
Nope.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go practice my tanking.
Go try land on a Moskva.
Isn't the Moskva on fire? Something down there sinking.
We've got 2 Moskvas.
Ah.
One of them, yes, one of them is on fire. The other one is not, though.
No worries. It's, notching is very helpful for getting rid of missiles, but it shouldn't be the only thing you do. Like, a lot of people, and I was like this too when I was still fairly new to DCS. I still do it sometimes. Don't get carried away and use notching as your only method of missile defense, but it's very useful against longer shots. So, depending where the missile's fired from as well. If the missile's fired from somewhere behind you, or if you've got enough distance, you can just turn cold and run it out.
01473.
Oh, okay.
In and out of scope. Buckaroo, just a heads up, you're going 1v2 there, that's 2 F-14s in a squadron. F-18, sorry, in a squadron. 8,000.
Yeah, roger.
Pop, go 335-14, please. And then I have a Harrier people can kill after that.
Can whoever's got the jammer on turn it off, please? You're fucking with my radar.
That's a K-11. Yeah.
Thank
Stop.
you.
Sorry, I want to stop. Thanks.
I don't think I see the Vigan, but I see something off my nose at about 100 kilometers. Tracking left. Yeah.
Harrier.
Okay.
Yeah, commit to that. Sword and a Puck can take this Vigan. Puck, Vigan now intercept 330 for 29, flanking left at 30 meters.
I got some hero in an F-14 STTing me from their carrier. By the way, do they still have air defense at Saipan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They still have SHORAD.
Okay, I'll climb a bit to get over it.
The Harrier is now hot, by the way.
Yeah, I see it. Looks like he's hot on somebody else. He doesn't know I'm here yet. Just pop out a couple of safety flares. 5,000, we should be above their stingers. I wish it didn't pop into STT as soon as the target's within RMAX. I wish you could make it wait until it's within no escape. Missile away on the Harrier. Looks like somebody's pissed the Moskva off again.
The Vigan caught a telephone pole. Ross, you'll need another missile there. He's just defeated that one. Just mind you're directly overflying now.
I know. Missile away.
Please stop jamming.
Nice and easy kill here. Splash one. Good kill. Current picture, single F-18, single F-14. The F-18s were engaged by... what's his name? Buckaroo. One is dead, the other one killed him. They were carrying arms, the arms have been launched, but yeah, 200 kilometer arms aren't really a thing yet.
Okay,
Current picture, we have a single F-14B, the Tau, heading towards the islands. He is currently from Timin, 110 for 154. Altitude is 7,400 climbing.
That's Saipan down there. That is North Field, which is where the B-29s used to launch from.
Yeah,
RIP.
Quite literally.
Can all be sure out on the southern coast of Saipan being destroyed, the ones that are marked?
No, cannot say.
Kirk, what's this off my nose?
Oh, that's an F-18.
Oh,
There's
cool.
also an F-14.
Yeah, the 14's further back, yeah?
Both are...
Like, I see a higher contact off my
Okay,
10
yeah.
now.
Yep, 10 o'clock is the F-14, he's at 109.
Okay.
The other one is 70.
Yo, Sue, watch out, Sam on you. Yo, Sue!
Second contact coming in further off my 11, really high.
I see him, I'll fucking go for it.
Saber, do you still have weapons on? And fuel?
Affirm. I just refueled.
130 for 34, assist Ross with these two bandits. You've got yourself Ross sword. Really? Weapons and fuel?
Weapons or fuel or 4,000.
Yeah, okay. 120 for 40, assist Ross with these two bandits. Kitty 41, weapons and fuel? Green. Sounds good, bandits off your nose. 69 clicks at 34 meters.
Nice.
Finally got the Avenger on the coast.
Oh, watch out, there'll probably be a Phoenix on the way here very shortly.
Ross bandit is still at 34.
One missile away. Pressing.
He's not budging.
What a king, this guy's gonna fly into it.
Oh, I see a missile. Yeah, no, he's down, dude. He's so down, oh my god.
None of the fucking parameters over here have changed. He hasn't touched the controls. Fucking hell.
He dead. Going for the Tomcat.
Right, Ross, Tomcat hot, 090 for 50 at 7,900 descending. Kitty 41, turn 080 for 88. Saber, 106 for 72.
There's a...
Sword, 113
Break.
for 7.
There's a second further out jamming.
AV8, he is 100 kilometers behind.
Okay. I'll just focus on the Tomcat.
Avenger, middle of the runway. Saipan. Just got the profit.
Kirk, bandit off my nose. 80k.
Tomcat descending, watch out, might have fired. Tomcat fired, Tomcat fired.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm pressing Tomcat, 50 clicks range.
Trashed it. He's fired again twice. Ah, he got me with the second. He popped me with the second one.
Legolas.
I am not very experienced at fighting F-14s, unfortunately. Having a reslot every time I get that spawn is very annoying. That's not what I want. That's not what I want either. That's what I want. And then we'll swap these out for Ts, because we don't have ETs. And we'll get rid of these two. Get rid of the extra drag. Yeah, I do. So usually after I'm done playing for the day, I'll check TAC view and see what happened throughout the mission. I have to wait a while to rearm here.
Hey baby, wake up from your sleep. We have arrived onto the...
Did I say Saipan before I meant Tinian? Yeah, that's Tinian, that's Northfield there. Saipan's up there. So this is where the B-29 that nuked Japan launched from. I think that's actually the pits there that they loaded the nuke in. There or up there maybe.
My blue jeans is tight, so onto my love rocket climb. Inside tank of fuel is not fuel, but love. Above us, there is nothing above but the stars above. All systems gone. Prepare for down count. 5, 4, 3, 1, off blast. Fly away.
Kinda wish they'd slightly increase the shadow LOD. Like, that's really noticeable. Where there are 14s. Enigma's in one. And the other one is Tau. Yeah, Tau flies the F-14 a lot. He's pretty good at it. He's probably the one that's been killing me. A little bit of stutter there.
Заруливайте на стоянку.
331. Взлет.
Maybe he won't do it because my wings aren't down yet. No, there we go.
Взлет по готовности. Отход по схеме на 300. Подавление 760,13.
Oh god. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm gonna die in some super embarrassing fashion now, just watch. fucking smoke. I love it. I wonder if anyone actually has killed Tao yet. When he has sparrows, I can kill him. Like in a semi-active missile fight, I can kill him. But when he's got phoenixes, oof. Because he doesn't launch them from miles and miles away like most people do. He waits until you're within no escape range and then launches. And while you can notch phoenixes reasonably easy from further out, if they're that close and you don't see exactly where he's pointing when he fires them, like, I think I notched that first one just, but then the second one caught me, because he followed it up. Again, nobody fires just one missile, you always follow up your shots, oops. You always follow up your shots to make sure that there's less chance of the enemy escaping. F-14, but isn't the Phoenix a fat missile easy to dodge? Not really. It's a fat missile, but it's not as easy to dodge as you might think. You can notch them fairly easily at longer distances, but they turn quite well, and because they burn for so long, they always have a lot of energy when they arrive. Like, if you fire a Phoenix within about, like, 40 kilometers of a target, the Phoenix is still burning its rocket motor when it arrives. So the target can maneuver as much as they want, the Phoenix will just keep up with them. And I think the Phoenix's turn capability is like 16G or 20G or something, which is about on par with a Sidewinder or a Sparrow, so it's a fairly maneuverable missile. I'll change my SRS channel. I keep forgetting. It'd be nice if I could just land once today. I mean, I'm 5 for 5, which isn't too bad. And one of those was a Hind sortie, so... Actually, no, 2 of those might be Hind sorties. Oh, no, because he manually resets server,
you have a single Harrier that's close.
Should be 5 for 5 in this mission.
Hopefully we can get Silent up to deal with it in the mega
So it's, like, it's not bad, but I'd like to be doing better. I'd like to actually survive a flight.
Do we friendly fighter or should we not missiles also?
What do you have?
I want to go to kill Comstar with rockets.
You could probably get away with that. A Pock and Sword are quite close.
I'll talk to Cobra Master. I caught that on stream, I'll send the clip to you, it was really funny.
Do you play Falcon BMS? Not at the moment, no. I do have it, I just haven't got around to playing it yet. When I was a kid, I used to play Falcon 4, but the thing is, like, as an adult, the F-16 doesn't really interest me that much. So, Falcon BMS is a really good F-16 simulator, but it's not a very good simulator for anything else. It simulates the fighter pilot experience, like doing proper briefings, proper ATC, stuff like that, but it doesn't simulate any other jets like DCS does.
Well, you know, I'm just a missile with wings. The question is just, do I have enough burn to go there?
There you go.
Heads up, we have a single Vigan pressing towards our carrier group.
I probably will play it at some point, just it's not a priority for me. And when they get the cockpit done for the F-16A, I'll probably be a lot more interested in it then, because the F-16A is the only variant of the F-16 I actually would care to fly. If we got an F-16A for DCS, I would buy it. I have the F-16C, but that's because a friend bought it for me. I wasn't planning on buying it myself. So playing it 'cause you miss how good the old Falcon 4 can be. I've never played BMS. Like, I stopped playing Falcon 4 before BMS was a thing, so I've never played it. It has a different engine than the one we have in DCS, so there's two variants engine-wise of, or actually I think technically 4. I can't remember if there's differences in, like, one engine's always big mouth and the other one's always small mouth. I thought that there were, but apparently you can get mixes of both. But one of them's a Pratt & Whitney engine, one of them's a GE engine. So the F-16C we have in DCS has the same engine as the F-14B, the GE F-110, whereas the earlier F-16s have the Pratt & Whitney, I forget which engine it is, but it's a Pratt engine. It also has an analog cockpit. It doesn't have any MFDs. It has, the SMS page is like kind of a proto-MFD. It's, if you've ever seen the F-15E's UFC, where it's just like a bunch of lines with buttons either side, that's what the F-16A has. And then it has a different HUD, and everything else is analog instruments.
What is happening?
And the radar scope on the F-16A is right between your legs.
Make the Moskva, not kill still. It's bigger.
And it's just a green CRT. It doesn't have fancy colors or anything, it's more like the F-15 scope.
No, we're at a little ship group. It's like, it's west of our island. Oh look, she's dead! Come on, Fox, get him!
What? No US Navy A6, A7s, F4s, and RF8s to cross-deck operations to the Ark Royal in the 70s? Yeah. I've seen photos of it, actually. As well as the British Phantoms on American carriers.
Come on! Okay, we cannot rearm the visual in the airport again. Oh, is there something on the airport then?
Yeah, there's an AUV somewhere again. How many AUVs are there?
There are 2 bays, 14 total perhaps.
Kirk, I've got 2 contacts off my nose. Which one's which? One medium altitude, one low.
Where are those
both of your nose?
Yeah, both off my nose. Pretty distant though.
One at 7K at 88 is a F-14. The one behind it.
Oh my god, Solid Eagle! Oh my god!
Alright, well, the low guy just dropped off scope, so the only thing I see right now is directly off my nose, about 150 kilometers. Or less, actually.
Don't see anything at 150. The one that dropped off is probably the closer 14. He's moved into a flank.
If he's turning cold now, then no, I don't mean him. There was something even closer than him which just vanished. It was down in the water.
Not a clue.
Silent, look, it looked really cool, but unfortunately it did nothing.
Spoiler,
Yes?
are you currently engaging anything?
Yes.
Okay. I was just gonna say there's a Harrier just parking at the airbase. Might be in range.
I don't like this.
These are wrecks. The detail on the, or the resolution
Something right under me just about, and I have no idea what it is.
Do you see like a splash?
Unless it was a
on the
missile?
ground beneath them?
It's very hard
Maybe?
to tell. I'm just peeking above the tree line.
Hold on, can we find this AAV first on Continue? Alright.
Why we don't have S24 against 21? Because Alpha has no sense of humor. Yeah, this records could
I mean, the
but it looks very cool.
21s, S24s are kind of miniature nukes, so...
Salty, did you get that AA-7?
I got one of them.
Copy. I was just checking, I didn't need to mark it. Airfield is now captured again.
Yeah.
Set 14 just running away.
That is correct. There is a 2 ship of F-18s that are going to try and come and toss harms at one of our air bases if you want them. They're way away there.
Yeah, I think I see one of them, maybe? Unless you mean the thing way out in the distance.
About 100?
Yeah?
Yeah, that's the 2 ship of F-18.
Okay. Jammers. Looks like the F-14 might be about to turn hot.
That is affirmative. Billy, can you come 090 for 100
Shit,
to
he did.
assist Ross?
And there's something jamming as well. Love it.
Billy, did you hear my call?
No, I don't bombs.
Copy that.
Alright, I'm just gonna run away then. I'll try and draw this guy back towards our islands. Please tell me that isn't, oh, it's barely, he has a, MiG-29. I mean, I don't know why he'd carry bombs to the 29 in this mission, but I was gonna say, if he has a... Oh, that's cute. I can see the Phoenix launch on the, on the data link. If you're in a Su-33, I was gonna say...
46 cold, you have a decent chance there.
Well, I can see the missile, so I can just notch it. Holy shit, that thing moves quick. Think I've trashed it? Yep. Missile's gone. Got a 27 on him. He's launched again.
face and the ears of the people. Sure, whatever.
God damn it.
I still need to
We need more people actually dealing with these F-14s. We can't send one plane at them. I don't know what everyone else is doing. This is what a smart F-14 does. He waits until you're too close to really get away from him, and then he starts launching Phoenixes. The first one forced me defensive. By the time I trashed it, he closed in range for a second. I couldn't get rid of the second one. Flying too low. I mean, it's not going to make much difference if I'm flying much higher. He's just going to launch further out. Like, it... Against a Tomcat, flying high isn't going to help me. But we have all these people, and, like, nobody else was supporting me on that. Like, one Su-33 against one Tomcat is just fucking stupid. Well, that's what I was gonna do, but then I saw the missile and I thought, oh, I'll notch it, but... Next time I'll just run. There's no point even trying to engage him. We need more than one aircraft engaging each F-14. This isn't working. I did, and then I tried to notch the second one, and there was already a third one on the way. Like, this is the thing. He waits until you're close enough that you can't get away and then just starts launching. We cannot have one person trying to head on an F-14. We need at least two people. So even if it gets one, the other guy gets him.
To be fair, we did send like 4 of us against 1, and we still lost all 4. I'm not sure throwing more people at it is the solution to
Well,
this problem.
it's better than throwing one person at it, so...
It's better, but at the same time, if we still lose all 3...
Almost likely we teamwork. Well, it's okay. Sword 1-2 killed the Tomcat, alright? Settle down.
It's not even TWS. I could see that he'd launch. I knew he'd launched. It's just that I can't get close enough to get a hit on him without him getting a hit on me. Because he knows his plane, right? Against the average F-14 player, it's not hard to kill them because they launch Phoenixes from too far away, they don't support their missiles, like they do everything wrong. This guy, Tau, he flies the F-14 a lot and he knows what he's doing.
At 140.
Like I said, I can beat Tau in an engagement with semi-active missiles, but it's difficult. It's really difficult. But when he's got actives, I don't know what to do against him because he is so good at that plane.
Go defensive, go defensive. Flash.
Doesn't work. It's okay, stop it, I'll run.
331. Запуск. 331. Запуск запрещаю.
I am kind of still alive, but not really.
331. Заруливайте на стоянку. Запуск запрещаю.
God damn it.
331. Заруливайте на стоянку. 331. Взлет. 331. Запуск запрещаю.
Need a second one.
331. Взлет. 331.
There we go.
Взлет по готовности. Отход по схеме на 300. Подавление 760,13.
Good kill, Billy.
That's right, I'm full fuel, holy shit. Oops. No, I think we got some Nostrashimis. Yeah, we do. We need some more, destroyers, though. Give me a fucking Sovremeni and an Udalui. Please, ED.
Hey! The comms tower's down.
How?
MiG-29. Ground attack.
Really must have dropped some pretty decent bombs on it.
We are out of time.
Big piece of dirt on my screen.
It did retreaters and 32
I saw you do that. Yeah, didn't do anything. No. I saw.
Should have lower flare.
US intelligence estimate of the fall of Kabul just went from 90 days to 72 hours. Oh my god. Would somebody like to bring up the casualty figures for all of ISAF for the past 20 years, for the Afghan civilian populace for the last 20 years, for the ANA for the last 20 years, and the ANP? Just bring up the casualty figures. Let's take a look at how many humans died so that we could spend fucking 20 years pissing about in Afghanistan and then leave it to the Taliban anyway, with the bonus of all the modern US equipment that the Americans just fucking abandoned overnight. Didn't even take their shit with them. Like, it's like Dunkirk, except unlike Dunkirk, there's not any redeeming qualities of it. They just dropped their shit and fucking ran overnight. Unfucking believable. I don't mean to offend any Americans in chat, but here's my spicy political take. Between the insurrection at the Capitol and this, the US is done. Like, the US has just lost so much face on the world stage, they will never recover from it. Like, it's not going to say the American empire is going to collapse overnight. It's definitely collapsing. Do not fucking get that wrong. It is done. But it's not going to happen overnight, but this is the point of no return. When your seat of power gets broken into by a bunch of fucking conspiracy nuts and nothing gets done about it, essentially, like, people are being prosecuted, but compared to what should have happened, nothing's been done about it. When that happens, and then a couple months later, you pull out of the 20-year forever war you had going, but you don't even take your equipment with you, and you just leave it for your former enemy to roll in and take, you're done. That's it. Finished. Like, no one is ever going to take the US seriously on the world stage again. Like, that's just, it's done. I did, yeah, I read that. 3,502 coalition deaths in Afghanistan as part of ongoing coalition operations, enduring freedom in ISAF since the invasion of 2001. Okay, so that's ISAF and the earlier coalition. So ANA, ANP, you can add onto that. Civilians, you can add onto that. It's got to be at least about probably 100,000, including civilians. Iraq was closer to 1 million or 2 million or something like that. Conspiracy nuts encouraged by the president at the time over a lost election. Yeah. I've got to be careful what I say because a lot of my opinions are too spicy for Twitch, but in all honesty, the state that the US public has been left in after Trump, like all the conspiracy theorists who still are utterly convinced by all the conspiracies that he cooked up, I don't know how to deal with that. That's a significant part of the population. You can't just hope that'll organically go away. It won't. It'll get worse. If you leave that to fester, it's going to come back even worse in 10 years. I don't know how to deal with that. The only thing I can think of is to just take a leaf out of the Soviet Union's book and say you're all mentally ill and run them through the mental health system until they come out the other side normal again. Either normal or zombified. Either one, doesn't matter as long as they're not conspiracy nuts. Like, Is that a horrible thing to say? Yeah. Is it the only solution? Yeah, pretty much. Like, I don't know what else you're going to do with them. They're not going to de-radicalize themselves, and the media is still trying to feed into the conspiracy. Like, as long as, you know, fucking, what is it? ANN, or no, OAN. As long as OAN exists, as long as Fox exists, Fox is even like one of the less extreme ones at this point, which is really saying something. As long as they exist, you're never going to fix the problem. Like, those of you who know me well know that I'm like as fucking anarcho-communist as you get, right? I'm literally bottom left corner of any political compass test you wish to run me through. Every single time, consistently bottom left corner. At this point, I'm going to turn into a fucking tanky and say the only way to fix this is by massive state overreach. Like, the only way you can fix this is literally the tanky solution, putting tanks in the streets. That's it. Like, I'm sorry, but you fucked yourself out of all the good solutions, so now you're screwed. Pretty much. Pretty much. That's the only way you can fix it. Because if you don't fix it now, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse, and in another decade or two,
Boiler, be advised,
it's going to happen again.
1205.
Like, there is a time and a place for the state to clamp down on things, and this is that time and place. I don't see any other way. I wish there was, but I do not see any other way for the US to fix its problems. If it got rid of the guilty media outlets, you know, like OAN and Fox and that, if it got rid of them somehow, it would help. You might be able to de-radicalize them without, you know, the tanky solution, but that's not going to happen, so I don't see it. Break. Whoever's off my 1 o'clock, Kirk, they got a Phoenix on them.
Yeah, that's on me.
It's lofted, so if you just hold it a notch, it should dump it.
Yeah, that is an 80-kilometer Phoenix. That's very impressive. The group ahead is 1 times F-14, 1 times F-18, both at...
It's much worse now. Daily fatalities among Afghan soldiers and policemen were more than double that last week, roughly 57 a day, 2018. Yeah, it's not a good situation. It's really not a good situation. And the other thing is, like I said earlier, as well as getting all the Gucci Western equipment, the Taliban have now learned to do realpolitik. They're starting to make agreements and alliances with the countries around them, which is a big problem. It's a really big problem. Because if you ever try and dislodge them again, it's going to be that much harder now. Oh yeah, of course they are! Of course they are! Oh, I got a fucking Space Phoenix on me too, happy days. Oh, actually, that might be on the guy in front of me.
Rogo, Salty, that might be you. Watch out for a Space Phoenix.
B-52s are currently on the way to hit Afghan military bases with advanced
Roughly
equipment.
075.
It's not going to help. The damage has already been done. I mean, how much stuff has already been taken out of the bases that they captured already? I mean, we've seen fucking Craigslist ads of Taliban posing with MRAPs. Like, it'll help a bit, but it's too little too late. The problem's already beyond salvation, right? There's nothing they can do.
It's not going to reach 40 miles, even if the target was hot. Although it might, I don't know, if you're traveling fast enough, it should. RWR screens. Well, you're getting to the stage, but the RWR is screaming, you're already doing something wrong, and you're fighting a Phoenix.
Yeah, so you're big and taking off.
Roger, you're just gonna look up and see Salty just get fucking evaporated.
He never did. I maneuver a little bit, maybe like a left turn and then a right turn.
That is, break, that's a Harry Legolas. He's heading straight for you, 0368.
Okay, yeah, that's
that was actually a lot closer than I thought. What the fuck? I'm amazed that made it. I thought I notched that one already.
Ross died?
Yeah, I thought I notched it, but apparently not. Not my day today, is it? I also... Okay, so, hear me out here. Blue are apparently having a really hard time. They need more Phoenixes. It's so difficult. How? How are they having a hard time? We keep getting deleted anytime we go near them.
No. It's not they're having a hard time doing the air war. It's they're having a hard time doing the ground war. And you want to know what? It's because they're dumb.
Yeah, I mean, it always is.
They're trying to complete the second objective.
Yeah.
When they haven't completed the first one.
Yeah, well, that's...
And there's only one thing left.
I know. That's Blue Team. That's how they operate. If you're using the thread thing, it'll ping yourself. They took something like 8,000 trucks, and that was a week ago. Yeah, I mean, they've got photos of them with trucks, they got photos of them with MRAPs, they got photos with helicopters, like... The Taliban now are so well equipped, even if you prevent them from getting any more shit than they've already got, the shit they've already got, they're not going to be keeping that at wherever they found it. They're going to have whisked it away somewhere safe. And the US is... What are we looking at? Potentially, if the US decides to mount like a fucking massive air campaign, shades of Vietnam, right? They decide to go on a massive air campaign to try and cripple the Taliban, or weaken the Taliban, or at least destroy the equipment the Taliban's already got. It's not going to achieve anything. Like, they still haven't learnt their lesson. They still don't know how to do competent counterinsurgency, which the US never learned to do competent counterinsurgency. The Brits figured it out, right? And then fucked up by deciding to follow the American route. But they've never figured that out. They've never fucking figured out that air power doesn't win wars. That one just eluded them permanently. Everyone else has worked that out except them. Like, what the fuck are they doing? What the fuck are they doing anymore? Like... I mean, if you want to get into the reasons for going to Afghanistan in the first place, obviously there was definitely an element of, well, these guys have been sheltering and training terrorists. Let's go get these guys because they're evil and bad, and they're hiding Bin Laden, which of course they weren't. Pakistan, an alleged US ally, was. But Afghanistan also is very strategically important. It's not just a historical, cultural crossroads between China and Russia and Iran, and like it's literally the center of Asia, right? Afghanistan is probably the most important place in Asia because of that.
Taliban are now in possession of more Black Hawk helicopters than 166 other nations around the globe.
Yeah, like. So one of the other reasons, right, which people used to say oil war, which kind of applies to Iraq, but not Afghanistan. There's not really oil in Afghanistan. There's the potential to lay pipelines through Afghanistan, which is kind of... For the US, it's not that big of a deal. The US wants to lay pipelines going the other way, but for Russia, it's a big deal because they could get pipelines running through to Central Asia. But what Afghanistan did have lots of is lithium. You know what you need lithium for? Batteries. You know what you need batteries for? EVs. Like, it's... Just saying. It's funny how every time we go to war somewhere for 20 years, it's because there's resources there. Do I want to... I don't know if I want to fly Su-33 again. I'm just getting kind of dunked on here. I'm getting a bit over it, if I'm honest. Oh shit, Davy's on. In an 18. Ooh. Look at Tao. 14 kills, and he has not died once. This is, I think I'm safe to say, the best Tomcat player on the Cold War server, right here. Look at 14 and nothing. Fucking MVP for Blue right there. And being on the receiving end of that is not very fun, let me tell you. What else have we got? Oh, they've got so many 14s now. Tao's not even flying with a human Rio. Usually, well, sometimes he does, but he's not even this time. Tao is flying with Jester. For all the people who complain, oh, you can't hit anything with Phoenixes, oh, Jester's useless. Look at this. Look at this. Tao, with Jester, has killed 14 people without being shot down once. Like, this is what a good Tomcat player looks like right here. Anyway, I'm starting to get a bit, like, tilted because I keep dying horribly, and it looks like Red is about to be outnumbered. Well, they have a couple of Rios, so it kind of balances out, but I'm kind of thinking about hopping off and going somewhere else. Probably would have killed 30 with a human Rio? Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. There are resources, but the US forces are pulling out? Yeah, because they know that they can't hold it. It's just going to be a complete ball drainer for the rest of eternity if they try and hold it. They already developed the infrastructure and started extracting. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize just how quickly that happened. While they were still futzing about, oh, well, we can't build schools yet because we don't have this, or, oh, well, this project stalled because it, like, never mind that. They got straight into developing the fucking mines. That was done right away. So they probably pulled as much out of there as they can tolerate, and they've just said, well, it's not economically viable anymore. The amount of money that's being spent on maintaining a foothold in the country is just not worth it, so fuck it, get out. You can post links here. You can post links in chat as long as it's nothing TOS. All good. The bot won't yell at you for it. China's like, yeah! Now you can see what's starting to happen is China offers to develop Afghan infrastructure, says, we're chill with you, Taliban, we got no beef with you. The Taliban understand that pissing off China is bad for their short to medium term longevity. You know, China's not going to really fare any better than the US did if they go into Afghanistan on a war footing, but the Taliban realize that pissing them off is still going to be a bad idea. So they don't want to piss off the Chinese by saying, hey, what are you doing to our Muslim brothers in Waziristan? They're just going to say, no, we're chill with you, and the Chinese will say, good, we don't have any issues with you. They're going to belt and road their way across the Hindu Kush. They're going to start extracting minerals. The Chinese are going to have wonderful amounts of raw materials for their electronics industry. The Taliban are going to get some actual infrastructure so they can actually control the country even better than they did the first time. It's going to work out great for them. And meanwhile, in doing so, China's further undermining Russia's position in Central Asia. Like, Russia has a huge problem right now exactly because China is belt and roading its way across the mountains. And all of the countries that used to be Soviet Socialist republics are starting to get closer to China than they are to Russia. Yeah, they have an air force. New Cold War's now a threesome. Yeah, I like the original one better. It's like Anti-Stasi in Arma 3. It was more fun when it was only 2 belligerents, not 3. But, I mean, I've told this story on stream before, so regulars would have heard it, but my mum was in the Soviet Union in the late 70s, right? She travelled over there, partly to just check the place out, and partly because she was a swimming coach. So she actually, you know, had a reason to be over there. And on one tour bus that she was on, there was a not so subtle guy from Moscow who was probably some flavour of Ministry of Internal Affairs, probably KGB. And he engaged her in conversation at one point on the tour about how he doesn't understand the politics of the West and how he thought it was strange that the West was so afraid of the Soviet Union when it really should have been China that they were worried about. And this is about the time that Nixon was making, amorous advances on China, right? Actually, no. No, it would have been after Nixon. My bad. But anyway, this is when the West was really cozying up to China and starting to give them military and economic aid. And sure enough, 40, 50 years later, China is the next rising superpower. And at this point, there's nothing that you can do to stop it. Like, Russia's not powerful enough to challenge them directly or contain them. The US is no longer powerful enough to challenge them directly or contain them. I mean, the US could try, but it's not going to end well. The US is at the point where it needs to look after itself before it looks after anyone else. Like, if I was the US right now, I would be so concerned about the coherence of my country, I'd start pulling my forces from overseas. Like, forget Europe. Honestly, forget fucking Europe. Just pull US forces out of there, bring them home, and start worrying about the coherence of your own country. Because the US is at such a critical juncture in its history. Like I said, its seat of power was assaulted by a bunch of fucking ham planets that believe in 5G vaccines, right? Like, when you reach that stage as a country, if you don't deal with it quickly, you're not going to be a country very much longer. The US has already kind of been, for the longest time, it's been teetering on the edge, because the US is not really a coherent, homogenous entity. The only thing it has to hold itself together is, blind American nationalism and being at war with somebody else. If you take those two things away from it, or take one of those two things away from it, it becomes a serious problem. Because you have all these states, none of them like each other very much. You know, none of the states get along. None of them get along with the federal government. And the US doesn't even have a homogenous, really American identity. Not a true one. Like, all nationalities are artificial. Like, nationalism is a fairly recent development as far as human history goes, and it's bullshit, it's artificial. It was done explicitly to centralize power for a larger amount of people, right? That's why nationalism exists. It's so you can say, oh, we're all from the same nation, you know, we're all American, or we're all British, or we're all French. You got nothing fucking in common from somebody 50 miles down the road, but you're all from the same nation, so you're all the same, like, national identity. It's artificial. It's bullshit. It's just, it exists as a way to centralize power. That's all it exists for. So, you've got the US, which is a particular case of this. Half the US wasn't even American until fairly recently. Half the US used to be fucking Mexico. And so you've got the right-wing paranoia that, oh, the Mexicans are going to take back the Southwest. Like, well, I mean, kind of be within their rights to. It used to be theirs. And then the sort of the northern and northeastern states are kind of, you know, more... I'm not going to say they're like Canada, but they got more in common with Canada than they do with most of the US. Like, the Midwest is just build a wall about it and keep them in that place, please. Don't let them out of it. Yeah, you've got, like, at least 4 or 5 different... I'm not even talking ethnic identities, because the US is such a melting pot. That's a given. But in terms of the generic regional identity, I guess you could call it, you've got so many different regional identities and none of them like each other. Even before you go down to the interethnic level, right? Which in certain parts of the US is barely a factor. In other parts of the US it's still a huge problem, like it's the fucking 1800s. But it's just a country that's that big. It's like the Soviet Union. Like, if you want to look at what's going to happen to the US, look at what happened to the Soviet Union. Because the two of them are much more alike than either of them would have liked to admit. You know, they're both very large artificial countries made up of a bunch of groups of people that don't really like each other that much, and continued their existence based purely on an idea. In the Soviet Union, that idea was Soviet communism. In the US, that idea is, like, American hegemony, or manifest destiny. It's an artificial ideology. And as soon as that ideology starts to lose face, the whole thing goes fucking out the window. And the US is kind of worse off than the Soviets were for it, because the Soviets at least had control over the media until Gorby came along, right? The Soviets could suppress it. If this is also what happened in Yugoslavia, you have to suppress this nationalist shit, otherwise it's going to go very badly very quickly. The US has never really done that. And so the US has already got media pulling in like 20 different directions at once. It's got different ethnic groups that don't like each other. It's got different state/regional identities that don't like each other. It's got different economic interests that don't like each other. Although the US is very much still in a fucking coma as far as class awareness goes. There's starting to be vestiges of it there. And this is something else, is the far right's taking advantage of that, right? The US... Because the US left, as normies see it, as the Democratic Party, and the Democrats are centre-right by any reasonable standard. Like, if you compare American politics to Europe, or even here, like, our politics are fucked up, but they're not as fucked up as the US yet. The Democrats are a centre-right party. They're a bit left of the Republicans, but that's like saying that Mussolini was a bit left of Hitler. Like... It's not as big a degree of separation as you might think. And so, the alternative in the US is either communism, which is still a bad word, or socialism even is still a bad word. Socialism in the US is when the government does stuff according to Americans. And when the government does stuff, it's bad. Never mind that America has a horrendously bad education system. Its healthcare is a fucking joke if you don't have, fancy private insurance. Like, as soon as you venture outside the middle class, or even the upper middle class, the US is basically a third world country. Like, it's fucking embarrassing. It happens here too, to a degree. You go to a regional community here and it's obviously poor. Like, the further you get from Sydney, in my state, the more it's like the fucking 1950s. But the US, you go 10 miles out of a major city, or even to a particular suburb of a major city. You go to like a black neighborhood that's just been consistently neglected because it's a black neighborhood, and it's actually a third world country. The roads are shit. There's no infrastructure. There's no health. There's fucking violence in the streets. The cops won't go there. If the cops do go there, they kill a kid because they're carrying a toy gun, or they reach for their fucking identity and the cops get trigger happy and shoot them. Like, it's an actual third world country. And so you have this shit where the US has pockets of extremely rich people who live in this fucking fantasy la-la land where poor people don't exist and poverty is something that happens in other countries. And then you've got the actual US where, like, you've got, on one side of a road, you've got, you know, sort of middle-class white suburbia, and on the other side of the road you've got a fucking ghetto that white people are scared to go into. Nothing will happen to them if they go in there. Dollars to donuts, especially if they're local. Like, people get so scared of going into poor communities, especially if you live nearby. Like, don't be fucking afraid, my dude. If people see you're fucking afraid, they'll go for you. Just act normal. Like, treat people like fucking people, maybe, and you won't have a problem. Like, some of the places I've lived have been reasonably sketchy, but if you don't make a big deal out of it, it's not a big deal. You won't have a fucking problem. But yeah, like, the US is half a third world country and half the richest country on Earth. But because the Dems are pro-capitalist and anti any kind of thing that hints at socialism, I mean, even since Clinton, when they got him to walk back on his healthcare schemes, the Dems have been a centre-right party in favour of capitalism. They're neoliberals in terms of ideology. They don't want to change anything. They might do a bit of a handout here or there, but they don't want to actually substantially upset the system. And so you see, even when people start bringing up things like universal basic income, the Dems don't want any part of it. They'll just dump it, because they got wealthy party donors they don't want to upset. They know that they're starting to appeal to the rich inner city population. They don't want to upset that apple cart either. And also they're out of touch. Like, and they try and pander to the same base that the Republicans do. The thing is, the Republicans' base, the majority of the Republicans' voters are not rich people. Like, a lot of rich people vote for the Republicans, but what puts the Republicans in power is not rich people. There's not that many rich people in the US. What puts the Republicans in power are poor people who are scared of immigrants taking their jobs, because they think that that's a thing that happens. What happens is, you know, or what gets them voted in are poor people who are afraid of foreigners. Poor people that are scared that Muslims will come and bomb them or something. Poor people that are scared that, you know, there's going to be gay propaganda and they're never going to have grandkids because their children are, like, it's just, it's really basic. Because the state of education in the US is so bad, especially among poor communities, because people's primary motivating factor in an election is usually fear, all the Republicans have to do is keep the country in a constant state of, I know I'm rambling and not playing DCS, deal with it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. If you're new here, this is what we do. It's a prison state. Yeah, it is. It's a prison state. In fact, speaking of prison state and billion-dollar industries, let's talk about the US prison system. The privatized prison system in the US is essentially slave labor. Now, obviously, you have to do something to get into prison. Whether you actually did that thing or not is neither here nor there. If they get you in prison, they've got you. It doesn't matter if you actually did the thing or not. This is part of the reason, by the way, the US clamps down on things like, you know, at least in states where they haven't criminalized weed. This is why, especially previously, if you got caught with even a personal use amount of weed, you were going to jail. Especially if you're black. Because the US relies on its prison industry, which is privatized, for cheap labor. Think about it. It doesn't get much cheaper than somebody that is a captive fucking worker, can't get out of their fucking job, and you have them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 20 years. That is the cheapest fucking labor you can get without actually going back to slavery. And it basically is slavery, let's be real, but that's the cheapest labor you can get. And the US uses that. Like, the reason the US can produce such cheap shit is because they have fucking convicts working on it. You have convicts working on roads, road maintenance. You have convicts working in fucking fields. Fuck, some states hire convicts out as fucking farm workers. I mean, we have that to a much lesser degree here, but In the US, that's normal. That's normal. And people wonder why the US has such a massive prison population. It's not because Americans are more predisposed to crime just by dint of being born in the United States. They're not. It's not because X minority or Y minority is predisposed to crime. They're not. They're predisposed to poverty because of the minority they happen to be and the way they've been historically treated. But they're not predisposed, like, all the fucking dog whistle white nationalist garbage about, oh, well, they're predisposed to being criminals, or it's just part of their nature. It's fucking not. It's a predisposition of being born into poverty. If you were fucking white and you were born in those conditions, you'd be predisposed to crime as well, right? You grew up in a shithole, you do what you have to survive. But that's the reason the US has such a massive prison population, is because they intentionally harshly sentence people so they can get cheap labor out of them for at least, 10, 20 years, if not the rest of their lives. That is why the US has so many criminal penalties for things that shouldn't be criminal penalties. That's why the US has such harsh sentences for everything. It's purely to run people through this industrial fucking system. Right? And there's no effort at rehabilitation. Because why would you rehabilitate former convicts? It stops them from getting arrested again and putting them back into the system. You want to get them back into the system, like, that's a good thing, right? You make more money if they go back into jail, so you just want them to constantly reoffend, go back into jail, get out, reoffend, get back into jail. You can keep it going forever. It's like the best scam there is. It's brilliant. It's fucking genius. And it's one of those things that people won't attack, because the average, person, especially if they're sort of middle class or wealthy, they live in a fancy suburb somewhere, they don't see minorities because they're in another suburb on the other side of town. It's so easy to scare them into like really heavy penalties for even the mildest crimes, because like the easiest way to appeal to middle class white people is say you're tough on crime. The easiest fucking way. Like, that will get you votes, guaranteed. Look at what Tony Blair did in the UK with his fucking shit that he brought in. Oh, well, the legal system works in favour of the criminals, it works in favour of the accused, it doesn't work in favour of the victims. We should change it so it works in favour of the victims. 10 years later, British citizens who had barely any rights to begin with now have even less. The government can hold you on whatever the fuck it likes for as long as it likes, with very little recourse. That worked out so well, didn't it, guys? Let's just give the government even more power to solve crime. Because, God, I'm so scared that if I leave my fucking cookie-cutter McMansion that's exactly the same as my neighbour down the road, down to the fucking colour of the paint, if I leave that and walk for more than a mile, I'll get mugged by those scary whatever ethnicity. Oh, you can't trust them, they're criminals, they haven't integrated into this country. Like, fuck off. It's just pandering to fear, and fear is such a base instinct, it's so easy to pander to. Poor compete against the poor and the rich profit, exactly. It's a genius system. I mean, you look at what the US does now. Fuck it, let's just go all in here. Let's go all in here. And, not that one, hang on. There we go. Forgive my scuffed green screen. Oh god, I made it worse. But yeah, like, if you look at what's happening now with this... Yeah, that's a good call, Super. We'll do some more DCS probably afterwards, but I'm on a roll here, so let's stick with it. Wait one. Click fade, cheers for the follow. What is going on with this grind set shit is, you may notice that people my age, shall we say, tend to be a bit more aware of how fucked we are. Like, we know. We fucking know. I know that I'm never going to own my own home. Now, I don't want to, because I'm aware of the fact it's a scam anyway, but I know I'm never going to own my own home. I'm not going to start a family, because A, I don't want to, because I don't like kids. B, I can't fucking afford it. We know we're screwed, right? Some people deal with it better. Like, some people can work 3 jobs and not burn out. I can't. I can barely manage 1 and not burn out. But it's so difficult to actually just survive at this point that we pretty much have no future. I feel bad for the kids that are even younger, because they're totally fucked. Like, they didn't even get to experience what life was like before it got really bad. They didn't get to experience middle stage capitalism. They've only got the late stage shit, right? But this grind set stuff that's coming out now, this is how good they are at propaganda. The whole grind set thing, the motivational speaker thing of, oh, you got to be on that grind, got to do self-improvement, got to be productive all the time, you know, if you don't waste any time lounging around, you've got to always be doing something. They're internalizing the boss. That's what it is. They're trying to get you to internalize your own boss so you can economically exploit yourself. You don't even need some shithead, incompetent, peaked in high school middle manager wandering around the office floor yelling at you because you're not working quickly enough. You'll do it yourself. That's what they're trying to do with this shit, right? They're trying to get young people to exploit themselves economically so they don't even need the boss looking over them. This is shit that that historical totalitarian regimes could only fucking dream of, right? If the Chinese could do this, holy shit. Like, this is one thing the Chinese are actually bad at. China's really good at a lot of things. So on the world stage right now, China realizes they don't have the power to outright challenge the US, but they have a lot of soft power. They're basically playing the way the Brits did. This is what made the British the biggest empire on Earth, is the Brits couldn't directly challenge anyone on land, but they could control the seas. China can't do that yet, but China can control things economically. And so, like the British, they're using economic leverage, they're using diplomatic leverage, they're playing people off against each other, and that will help them build power while weakening their enemies. That's the correct scheme to use, right? It's the long game. That's what you do when you start at a disadvantage like they did. And do not get me wrong, China started with about as big a disadvantage as you could get. Like the Soviet Union, they both started at a massive disadvantage. It's a wonder they got as far as they did. It's a fucking wonder China's still going. They played their cards really well. Now, I happen not to like them very much because playing those cards involved backstabbing the world's first constitutionally socialist country, but right at the time it was starting to unfuck itself as well. But China's done the right thing by themselves. The Soviets tried, but they couldn't quite make it, right? They tried to reform too much, too fast. I mean, even if you believe the reforms were the right thing to do, it was just too much, too fast. It was inevitable. It was going to happen. But they started at such a massive disadvantage. Like, I say this to people, and I don't think it quite gets across, because you still have Americans going, and Brits and Europeans going around like, oh, well, if the Soviet Union was so good, how come, you know, this or that piece of quality of life was lower than the West? Mum said that quality of life there was a little below what she had here. You know, Mum was from a sort of working to middle class family. Like, they were mid-transition from working to middle class when Mum was growing up. So the quality of life was a little worse, but everyone had essentials. That's something that kind of always struck me when she spoke about her time over there, is all the essentials were there. Everyone had what they needed. Yeah, it might not have been as pleasant, like as comfortable, but you had what you needed. And honestly, I'd rather have what I need than risk falling out. Like, for context, for any new viewers, my dad used to work in telecommunications. He worked for Nortel specifically. If you remember the 90s, you would remember what an absolute powerhouse Nortel was. Dad was set to retire with a couple million, at least. So we were like upper middle class, right? Like upper middle class. And then when Nortel collapsed because of the combination of the dot-com bust and leadership being on the take for about a decade, when that happened, Dad lost his job. He was one of the last people to get out of Nortel before they stopped giving packages, like before they declared bankruptcy. So he got out with a little bit, but he didn't get out with anywhere near what he had, because most of what he was supposed to get was in stock options. That's why he was going to be a millionaire, right? Because it was all stock options and he was going to sell it. Nortel stock was so high, it was going to be a wonderful life. Except, of course, the stock crashed and you couldn't give it away. So instead of retiring a multi-millionaire, he ended up retiring early and barely having enough money to pretty much survive. My parents had bought the farm right before this happened, so... Geez, that sounds bad, bought the farm. They literally bought the farm right before this happened, so they were stretched pretty thin financially, and it was like, if Nortel had collapsed a little earlier or a little later, we would have been okay. But right when it happened was the worst possible time for us. So my parents ended up renting out our old house for a while. just to try and get by, because the farm wasn't exactly making a profit. Farms tend not to, especially these days. So I went from being upper middle class, snotty kid that, you know, wouldn't play with the poor kids and thought I was so special and so much better than everyone else. I went arse over tit from that into poverty, like straight away. When I moved out to go to university, I was living on a student allowance, which is fuck all in this country. And I had multiple problems which at that point had not been diagnosed, so I wasn't doing very well at university, and I eventually ended up dropping out. I spent all my savings trying to make rent. I eventually had to move in with my grandmother because I couldn't afford rent anymore. Saved up for a couple of years as a full-time carer living with her, and then moved out again, and I've been living basically at or below poverty ever since. So yeah, I got some real perspective on the world. You want some fucking perspective on the world, that's how you do it. Like, it's... You don't realize how good you have it until you end up on the other side. Let me put it that way. As much as Americans cry about gulags, they sure have an interesting... Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, and that was the Soviet Union's primary defense anytime it got called out for human rights abuses. It's China's primary defense, too. Is, the famous Soviet retort goes, "And you are lynching Negroes," because that was what they used to say every time the US called them out on something during the Cold War. It got to the point where that was a joke in the Soviet Union. Like, somebody would say something, and it would just, whether it was relevant or not, that would be the response. Whataboutism. It was pure whataboutism. Like, the Soviets were the masters of it. And the Chinese do the same thing. You call them out on what they're doing to the Uyghurs, and you get, oh, well, what about race relations in the US? Or what about Australia's concentration camps? By the way, just to remind everyone, this country does in fact keep concentration camps full of people trying to flee war zones, which we caused. Just to remind everyone. In fact, there was a massive shit fight when I was a kid because an Australian citizen of German birth, Cornelia Rao, who had mental health problems, got picked up by immigration. Australian citizen, by the way. And thrown into one of these camps for an extended period. And treated like shit because they are concentration camps. So that was a whole media hoo-ha. And then after she got out, everyone kind of forgot about it or stopped caring because, you know, that was, oh, well, the white person's out of it. Now it's only brown people. We don't care about those. So, yeah, this is their primary defense. And this is the problem, is... On the one hand, it's true, the US does have, like, horrendous skeletons in its closet, so I don't know why it thinks it's in any position to criticize anyone else, but at the same time, the actual drive of whataboutism isn't, well, you're as bad as us, it's, well, how can you criticize us, leave us alone, we can do what we want. Nobody should be doing it. China shouldn't be doing it. The fucking Soviets should have sorted their shit out earlier. The Americans shouldn't be doing it. Like, it's... Whataboutism is not a good defense, right? It's a deflection, it's not a defense. But that's what the Soviets did, that's what China does, that's what the US does. If you call the US out on anything, that's what the US does. They're all the same. Authoritarian regimes are the same, no matter where you go. Where was I going before I got into the... I've lost track completely. Oh yeah, so the disadvantage that the Soviets and China started from, economically, socially, everything, it's astonishing they got as far as they did. And it kind of ties in with the fucking dumbass comment that was thrown out recently, well, capitalism won the space race. Fucking no it didn't. No it didn't. It wasn't a race to the moon, my dude. Like, I know Americans have been taught it's a race to the moon, but it wasn't. The Soviets got more firsts. The US did get some first. The only one they talk about is first man on the moon. There were some I didn't know about because the Americans don't even fucking mention them. But the Soviets were the first to get into space. They were the first to start putting things in space, the first to put people in space. Like, the Soviets were a fucking powerhouse. You know why? Because the Soviets were training more engineers, more scientists, more pilots than anyone else. Because they had an education system that was accessible. It was almost like... if you give people the potential to actually reach their... Like, if you give them the ability to reach their full fucking potential, instead of holding them back artificially with poverty or, you know, things like that, it's almost like you end up with a really well-educated, really rapidly progressing country. You know, for all its faults, the Soviet Union, in the space of 69 years... Nice. In the space of 69 years, the Soviet Union dragged itself from being a backwards agrarian shithole that had only 100 years before got rid of serfdom, right? I'd like to point that out. Serfs were still a thing in Imperial Russia in the 19th century, right? They'd come from that kind of society, controlled by the church, to being in space. They'd done that from being illiterate and backwards agrarians to being in space in 40 years. 40 years. It's incredible. I mean, compare this to the US. The US has got some incredible achievements. I don't want to sound like I think the US is like, oh, the US has a lot of potential. The US could be something so beautiful if they just fucking tried. If they actually realized what their actual problem was and sorted their shit out, the US could be such a beautiful thing. But they never do. You have, essentially, the US is Minecraft on peaceful mode, right? At least after they finished genociding everyone that was already there. The US is Minecraft on peaceful mode. Your immediate land neighbors to the north and south are, in the case of the north, they're your allies. In the case of the south, you kind of have an on-again, off-again, friendly-ish relationship with them, but they're not a threat to you. They're not a threat to you. But you can make them into a convenient boogeyman by saying their immigrants are a threat to you. Easy votes. The US is not under threat from anybody. Like, it never has been. You try and invade the US, right? How are you going to invade the US? It's logistically impossible. It'd be like invading here or trying to invade even the Soviet Union. They have land borders you can get through quite easily. You can't do it. The US is so secure where it is. They have so many resources. They have a huge population. They've got everything you could ask for in a country. It's like, if you're going to start a country, it's the kind of place you would pick. It's not quite an island start, but it's pretty close to it. Island starts are OP, right? Well, unless it's the UK, because they're too close to Europe. You have everything there that you need to make the most powerful country on Earth. And they did it. It just took them a while to do it. But, I don't know, dude. Like, it's getting to the point it's not sustainable. It's getting to the point that something's going to happen sooner or later. I don't think the US is going to descend into, like, full-on apocalyptic civil war. I don't think that'll happen. It'll balkanize. I don't know if it'll balkanize in our lifetimes. Probably not. Less than 300 years. Well, I mean, like I said... Well, yeah, but you guys didn't get fucking invaded again and again. I don't know if you've noticed, my dude, but China has been subject to control from outside powers that many times. Like, the whole 19th and 20th century happened. Just sour. How am I just sour? Like, if I was an American, I'd still be saying the same shit. Like, it has potential, it could be better, they just don't want to be because they think they're the fucking best. Like, why would you actively say, oh, we're the best already, we don't need to change anything? It's... For a country that's so obsessed with self-improvement, they don't seem to want to do it, ever. The other thing with Russia is, and again, referring to the terrain here, so look at the differences between Russia and the US. The US has coasts on either side of it. It has Canada to the north, which is an allied country, but Canada, even if Canada wanted to fight the US, they couldn't do it at this point, right? After 1812, that boat had sailed. Then you got Mexico to the south. The US is, like, just eminently defensible. It's incredibly defensible. You could not ask for somewhere better to defend, right? The terrain just makes it impossible to attack. Now, you could fire missiles at it or bomb it maybe, but you couldn't invade it. Compare this to Russia, which has kind of in places secure borders, but not really. So, Russia's problem is Eastern Europe, and this is why Russia's constantly gaming Eastern Europe. That's their weakest flank, right? You have the European plain that runs all the way down through Ukraine, Poland, across into Russia, and there is... Once you get into the European plain, starting from about Germany, there's nothing. It's just... It's flat terrain, it's the perfect terrain to invade across. Like, across a 2,000 kilometer frontage. It's about 600 kilometers on the Polish-German border. It's 2,000 on the Russian border, as it stands today. right? And this is why the Soviets built a defensive buffer to their west. Like, it's shitty for the countries to their west, totally, but this is the problem you inherit when you're born in a country that lies between two major powers and one of them has a very weak flank. So the Russians' primary concern is they're going to be invaded through the Western Plain, because it's like the most perfect terrain for that kind of thing. They have a reasonably secure border to their south in the Caucasus. They don't have very much security in their central area. This is why they went to Afghanistan, by the way, is because their Central Asian borders, they don't have that barrier that they have in the Caucasus or in the Far East. So it's a very porous border. It's not very well developed. It's not very easy to police. And so the issue they had with Afghanistan was they didn't want influence coming up from Afghanistan into their southern border, right? The eastern border, you have some mountains, you have some rivers, but it's somewhat defensible, but it's not that good. Like, this is the thing the US has over everyone else. This is why the US has the perfect setup for this kind of thing. And this is why the US was able to become a world power so quickly, is because they're not really under threat. Like, Russia's under threat and periodically gets invaded, either from the east or the west. In the case of earlier in their history, it was through the southeast, through Central Asia, remember, and then later on it was from the west. This is why China has problems. China tends to get, well, tended, not anymore. China tended to get fucked with by European countries because they were busy doing colonialism at the time, right? So everyone was trying to take their little chunk out of China, and China had internal strife going on at the same time. With China as well, there's also climatic factors. So this is something most people aren't aware of, is when the Chinese started doing massive agriculture, it really fucked with the country's geography. And it started, like, when they started doing terrace farming in the west of the country, it altered the silt depositing of the Yellow River. This is why it's called the Yellow River, right? It's because of the silt it carries. It didn't used to be called that, because it didn't used to be full of silt. And as, like, this is over the course of hundreds of years, right? But as it started dumping silt on its bed, it got to the point where the river was building up higher than the banks. And so China had, like, near-apocalyptic floods every couple of years. Like, imagine Hurricane Katrina happening every couple of years. That's what China had to deal with for centuries. And you can start to see with things like this why other countries didn't get their shit together, like the US did. When you have, you know, constant invasions like the Russians have had to put up with, or a mixture of flooding, internal fucking feudalist strife, and then colonization like the Chinese had, that's where you get these problems. I mean, even the British Empire didn't happen overnight. The reason the Brits built such a strong empire is because they kept getting raided. The Brits got sick of coastal raids by the Barbary pirates, who were taking people from villages in fucking Dorset and shit like that, Dorset and Cornwall, to sell on the slave trade. They take them back down North Africa and sell them on the slave trade, right? Because, you know, Arabic slavery is a huge thing and always has been, and people just pretend it doesn't exist. That was why the Royal Navy became so powerful, because back in the 1500s, the British were getting sick of this shit. Like, it doesn't happen overnight. The US has built itself up in an incredibly short amount of time, because it has a really good landmass for it. It has the geography for it, it has the resources for it, it has the people for it. Like, it's the best possible setup, and they've used it well. Unfortunately, they're not so good at the whole managing the empire thing, so it's collapsed pretty quickly. Probably describe it as purchased a farm instead. Yeah, probably. Live the LNP dream. I did. And that's why when I went to my first election at, I think I was 18, I voted for the Liberal National Party because I thought, John Howard, good. Labour, bad. This is what's kept us, you know, well off for so long. And then I very quickly learned what a mistake that was. Saw a post on Reddit today about a couple had married 55 years and had to divorce so she wouldn't inherit his medical bills. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I saw a post, somebody put that their unborn fetus received a medical bill. That's impressive. Yeah, medical bills. What are those? I don't get them. Every time I as a German criticize America, the counter-argument is we don't have real free speech because we can't deny the Holocaust. Peak whataboutism? Yeah, really. Imagine they use the military budget for social programs. You wouldn't even need to. You wouldn't even need to. Imagine they actually taxed people according to their income. Properly, I mean. Imagine they closed tax loopholes. Imagine that. Imagine they stopped doing corporate socialism. Because for those who don't know, be very aware, the US does engage in socialism, but only for corporations. It doesn't do it for you. It doesn't do it for you as a normal person. It does it for very rich people, and it does it for corporate entities. Because God forbid any of these too big to fail, any of the too big to fail banks, any of the too big to fail businesses, any of the people that run them, God forbid any of them experience a moment of hardship in their lives. Self-improvement of someone who isn't me, yeah. Saw your Gladys tag. Where in New South Wales do you live? Queen Bian. And I work across the border. I'm an essential worker though, allegedly, so I don't even get a holiday out of this. Yeah, they're concerned about being invaded by their western border because it happens so many times. And this is the other thing. The entire Cold War, if you look at, I mean, hindsight's perfect, but really it should have been more predictable than it was. You look at a country that is so used to being invaded, particularly through that western border, the first thing they're going to do is panic that you're going to invade them. As soon as you start showing that you're not quite, you know, as soon as you seem suspicious of them and not quite as friendly anymore, they're going to start fortifying their western border, which is exactly what happened. But the whole idea that the Soviets were out for world domination is just a myth. You know, I could understand why the average layperson might believe it because they've never been taught different, but if you actually look at Soviet internal politics, the whole idea of world revolution died with Lenin. That died in 1924. There was, after that, really no attempt. And particularly once Stalin got into power, he cemented socialism in one country as the predominant ideology. As soon as that happened, I mean, yes, it would look externally like they were trying to take over the world as they rolled into Eastern Europe and then stopped. But the whole point of rolling into Eastern Europe and stopping was to secure their western flank, to give themselves that defensive buffer and to shrink the border. This is the important thing. It's not so much the buffer space, it's the border length. Remember, 600 kilometers at the Polish border, 2,000 at the modern Russian border. The smaller that frontage is, the better you can defend it. If you have to defend a 2,000 fucking kilometer open border, right, you could imagine. You could fucking imagine. That's why the Soviet Union was spending themselves broke during the Cold War on their military. It's because they were trying to defend this massive fucking border. And you could imagine if they didn't have that extra buffer space and the extra, you know, the shrunk frontage, you can imagine how much quicker that would have happened. They just couldn't afford it. Meanwhile, the US was out producing everybody because, again, the US doesn't really have any threats to its existence. What threats it does have are mostly internal, right? The US has always had internal threats, but as far as countries go, it is pretty fucking secure. That's why they were able to outproduce everyone in World War II. That's why they've always been an industrial and economic powerhouse, is because they're pretty safe where they are. Like, they can just do their thing and not really worry so much about it. Who were they under attack by? They perceived they would be under attack by NATO. Right? They might not have necessarily been attacked by NATO, thankfully, that never happened, but they perceived that NATO would attack them. Again, yeah, ever listen to Churchill? Paranoid, my dude, look at Russian history. They've been invaded that many fucking times. They've been invaded, okay, so just in the, like, not even Russia, the Soviet Union, right? Well, after the revolution. During the Russian Revolution and Civil War, they were World War I happens, they were invaded by the Germans. During the Revolution and Civil War, they then had the Brits, the Czechs, the Poles, the Americans, the Germans, and I'm probably forgetting a couple of other countries, send significant military formations to side with the whites during the Civil War. So that's technically a foreign invasion. That's direct foreign intervention in a civil war. If there's foreign intervention in a civil war, it's not a civil war anymore. Syria, that ain't a civil war, my dude. Ukraine, that ain't a civil war either. If there's direct foreign intervention, it's not a fucking civil war. So they had that happen. They were fighting the Japanese in the east. You know, the Japanese were probing their border in the 30s. They then had the Germans invade again during World War II under the pretext of an exercise on the border. So, I don't know, dude, you tell me. If you're a country whose history has been dotted with invasions on your western flank, you know how vulnerable that western flank is. Don't you think you might be a little worried someone's going to invade you on your western flank if you know that they don't like you? No, they weren't... How's that even relevant? Of course they weren't alone in World War II. But you also note, they did the vast majority of the fighting. Like, 80% or so of the Wehrmacht was dealt with by them. Now, in the Pacific, they did fuck all until the end of the war. You know, they just rolled through and cleaned up what was left at the end of the war in the Pacific. But in Europe, they did the bulk of the legwork. They lost 27 million people in World War II, my man. 27 million fucking people in World War II. Are you seriously shitting me that you would not be concerned about your border after that? Like, how many people did they lose in World War I? It would have been millions. How many people did they lose during the Revolution and the Civil War? How many people did they lose in World War II? And then the West starts getting, you know... Even if the West had no intention of invading, and by the way, several of the West's leadership did want to. Churchill would have liked to. MacArthur certainly would have liked to, and fucking Patton definitely wanted to. I don't think it's unreasonable for them to look at that and go, shit, it's gonna happen again. You didn't, but... You know, if your leadership... Not all of it, but if some of your leadership, including some of your highest military leadership, is saying we should fight the Soviets now, if you were the Soviet Union, you would not sit there and be like, oh, I'm sure they like us, it'll be fine. You'd be very concerned about that. Like, you can't view geopolitics in the lifespan of a single human. You have to think about the long term, and long term, a country will try and protect its interests. It will try and preserve itself over the long term. And when you're a country that has been repeatedly invaded, you're going to do whatever is needed to stop that happening again. In the case of the British, it was build the strongest navy on Earth, and then play the Europeans off against each other, right? That was what the Brits did to protect themselves. If you're the French, you build up a massive land force, and then invade the fuck out of everyone else, so that you can put little puppet governments in place, and you have nice influence all over the place. Even once you eventually get pushed back to your own borders, you have influence. You know, if you're the Germans, you start... Well, you participate in a world war. You didn't start it, but then you start a second world war and lose both of them. But that's how it goes. Well, it's true. If you want to look at any actual, like, legitimate geopolitical sort of theory, countries don't just do shit for the sake of it. Countries will do things that they think are in their interest. In the Russians' case, they think protecting their western border is in their interest because historically it has been. The US... What? What? Where are you getting that from? I said the Germans. I said the Germans started the Second World War and lost it. But this is the thing, right? The US's interest has always been be friendly enough with its immediate neighbours it doesn't need to worry about them, and put naval bases overseas. The US is kind of doing something similar to what Britain did, where they have a fairly strong position on land, and then they just build a really strong naval force so they can influence politics overseas. That's what the Brits did. The US are just a little more accelerated with it. You're not making points, though. You're trying to make gotchas, they're not points. If you want to come at me with an actual argument instead of just a gotcha, go for it. But, like I said, you can't look at what happened during the Cold War and say, oh, it was paranoia, the Soviets were silly for you know, over-fortifying their western border or taking buffer zones or whatever. You could do that, and it would be hindsight, and it would be perfect, because, yeah, we never attacked the Soviet Union, and they never attacked us directly. We just pissed about in Africa and South America and Asia. But they didn't have that hindsight at the time. They had their lived experience, which, for the Soviet Union, was getting invaded over and over again. That's not paranoia. That's a logical, rational response to historical trends, right? If you've historically been invaded over and fucking over again, you're going to expect it to happen again, because it probably will. I don't understand why this is difficult to grasp. A country that has historically been shit-stomped from the east and then the west is going to think they're very vulnerable and they're going to really be concerned about anyone overseas. You could call it paranoia, but it's justified paranoia. Like, it makes perfect sense. It makes absolutely fucking perfect sense. But yeah, as much paranoia as creating NATO, as much paranoia as intentionally surrounding the Soviet Union with military bases and missiles. Putting missiles in Turkey doesn't sound like paranoia at all. And then when the Soviet Union responded by putting missiles in Cuba, it was them that did wrong, not the US who put missiles in Turkey to begin with. Like, it's... The US operates on such a double standard. When another country does the exact same thing it does, the US freaks out about it. I understand you guys grew up under the US school system, so you've been taught to believe the US is always right and is the only moral good guy in the world. But if you never get out of that mindset, then whatever. But if you refuse to acknowledge why other countries behave the way they do, you're never going to have good foreign policy. This is why the US got fucked in Afghanistan. This is why the US got fucked in Iraq. This is why the US hasn't won a war since Grenada, I want to say? Gulf 1, yeah, you could say Gulf 1. They achieved their objectives in Gulf 1. They haven't won a war since the late 90s. And this is the exact reason. Because the US goes into countries thinking that they know everything and that everybody should, you know, everyone operates on the same wavelength as them. And everyone's motivations are the same as them. You know, another country doesn't fortify the shit out of its borders and start playing games in other countries because they're trying to protect their own interests because they have a history of being invaded. They're doing it because they're paranoid or because they're bad. If you never transition above that fucking operating level, you're never going to understand why other countries do the things they do. You're never going to understand how they behave. You're never going to understand what they're going to do next. And you're going to end up declaring unwinnable wars like Afghanistan. Oh no, I know, Grassburgers. I know. You get that everywhere. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not just the US that does it. Like, I don't want people to think it's only the US that does it. Other countries do it too. But the US is the sort of preeminent world power at the moment. Still is. I don't think it will be for too much longer. When I say that, I mean, like, my lifespan kind of thing, not 10 years. But the US is the sort of predominant superpower after the Soviet Union collapsed. So the US carries a lot more clout. The same thing happens in pretty much every country. But in this case, it's kind of more relevant because the US is the one that's kind of fucked itself into a corner here. And given all its Gucciest equipment to a bunch of extreme Islamists who it basically caused the existence of in the first place to fight the Soviets, so... Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. So, for you guys who are Americans, just to give you some foreign perspective, I was born in Canada, but I mostly grew up in the UK and Australia. Now, look at the UK, you'd think they're pretty nationalistic, right? Especially the shit they're carrying on with after Brexit. Pretty nationalistic country, yeah? We didn't ever sing the anthem in school, except maybe one or two special occasions. We didn't take a fucking oath of allegiance, we didn't swear on the flag every day. Like, for Europeans or people from the British Commonwealth, and probably for fucking... Well, maybe not Russians, because I think Russia does the same as the US these days. If we got any Russians in chat, feel free to correct me. But that's bananas to us. Like, the idea of swearing allegiance to the country in school once, let alone every day, is, like, mind-boggling. The idea of recruiters for the military contacting school students, like... Here, if you want to join the military, you go to them. They don't come to you. Like, it blows my mind. Of course I don't know how to solve every country's problems, but I mean, I could sit there just making snarky responses while not actually making a point, too. Singing the national anthem in it. The Brits used to do that. The Brits did used to do that. That was, like, World War II era, though. But yeah, like... Even when I was a kid, so in the 90s, we did sing the national anthem on school assemblies, usually, not all of them. But every day, no. Like, one assembly a week, maybe. We didn't swear allegiance on anything, we didn't fucking do any of that shit. There weren't, I mean, there was a flag out the front of the school, but there weren't flags hanging off every house. It's really quite rare here to see Australian flags except on government buildings, or like major, you know, major commercial complexes or whatever. You don't see the thing you see in the US where you drive down a suburban street and there's Australian flags hanging off the houses. That's very bizarre to us. Then you've got Canadian nationalism, which is kind of like American nationalism, but you also have, as well as flags everywhere, you've also got maple leaves on every US-based company that operates in Canada. They got little fucking maple leaves on their logos, because otherwise the Canadians will have an identity crisis and forget they're not American. American and Canadian cultures are very, very similar. Very similar. Much closer to the US than to the UK. 28, the Marine Corps has contacted me almost every year since high school to recruit me. Polar was telling a story in Discord the other day about how when he was in the US, he got cruised for recruitment. Polar's Norwegian, by the way. Yeah. So, I mean, I know you guys who are in the US, that's normal for you, and you think that it's normal for everyone. It's not. Most of the stuff that happens in your country is fucking bizarre to us and not normal at all. So you have to understand, like, you might have a particular viewpoint on things, but for us, from the outside looking in, your country is batshit insane. "1800s press..." It is! It's like the 1800s in the UK with press gangs from the Navy. It really is. But yeah, I like paranoia, but paranoia for a reason is a good way to sum up Russian foreign policy. Whereas US foreign policy is... Again, the US isn't really under threat. The US will make out that it's under threat to get approval to go declare war on somebody, but the US is generally not under threat. The one time it actually was the Cuban Missile Crisis. But US foreign policy is predicated mainly about trying to control resources and trying to maintain its foreign interests, which is why it's so into the Middle East, because it's strategically important to it. The US is mostly concerned with economic interests. And they can afford to be, because they're not going to be invaded, so they can afford to splash out on a huge military budget to defend economic interests, right? Spend money to make money. Yeah, again, the missiles on Cuba were there for a reason, which was a direct result of US foreign policy. The USSR was kind of predictable in that as soon as the US did something, the Soviets would try and counter it almost directly. And yet, every time that happened, there was a great big surprise Pikachu face going on in the Pentagon. Like, it was pretty predictable. If you put missiles in Turkey, they're going to put missiles in Cuba. If you put the Pershing on the border in Germany, they're going to start flipping out about it. Right? Because they see that as a direct threat to them. Where did you learn about all this vast military and socio-economic history? From reading. I read things. When I get bored, I start reading. Ah, of course. Wikipedia, yes. Yeah, so I'm reading all of this from Wikipedia. Actually, what's interesting is if you compare English language Wikipedia to other Wikipedias, they're quite different. So, yeah, if I was reading Wikipedia, I might have a slightly different perspective than I do. Grab a military history book off your shelf right now. Okay. Let's see. This one... those are kind of pop history, so I don't know if I count them. This one... The history book here. One here. One here. This one. This one. My arms aren't big enough to carry all of these. Oh, holy fuck. I literally... Hang on, I'm gonna have to set these down. These two... This one, and I think that's most of the ones I've got in my flat. Right, I've got more at my parents' place. Bear went over the mountain, Soviet-Afghan War. Other side of the mountain, also Afghan War. The Western Front. The Korean War. About Australia's involvement in said war. Wages of Destruction, World War II, which is, if you haven't read this, you should. Dispels a lot of the popular history myths about the German economy during World War II, which were caused by giving the German generals the freedom to write their own history. Australian War Diary. Stalingrad. Also Stalingrad, from an author that doesn't really like the Soviet Union, so I've got two different sources from different perspectives on that one. Love Thy Neighbour, which was about the breakup of Yugoslavia and the war in Bosnia, written by a journalist who was there. This one isn't military history, this is class history. Then we got some about contemporary American politics. Got Battle of Britain, had this one since I was a kid. Love Thy Neighbour is absolutely fantastic, yes. I actually should reread it, it's been a while. Second World War by Beaver. This is a fucking monster of a book, nice and thick. This one's actually quite good as well, because it goes into a lot of the different character motivations and the different interactions between the general staff. And it kind of puts pay to the overinflated egos of a couple of said general staff, shall we say. Reluctant Accomplice. This one's about a German... Fuck, what was it? Not the really nasty field police that executed people, but the other branch. They didn't execute people, they starved prisoners of war to death on the Eastern Front instead. It's very interesting. I've got another one which isn't in my flat, it's in my parents' place somewhere, probably in a container. And it's... fuck, what's the name of it? But it's a compilation of war diaries from World War II. I know there's one that has been kind of debunked since then, a lot of it was made up, but it's not that one, because I remember the title of that one is different. And what it is it's actually a compilation of pages from people's diaries from all the different sides involved, from... not just military, but from civilians as well. There's even ones from, there was one in there from fucking Einsatzgruppe soldiers, which is heavy reading, shall we say. So it's a real good mix of stuff. I have to see if I can find it and remember what it's called, because it's a really, really good book. Anyway, give me a moment to put all these back and figure out where they came from. Also, when it comes to political shit, I got a lot of friends in different countries, so I'll generally probe them to try and get an idea of what the feeling is, and obviously take in, into account what their particular political opinions are as well, because that'll bias things, but I generally try and source things from more than one place. Very little from the Allies' perspective shows is, are you fucking serious, my dude? Like, what the fuck are you smoking? The Western Front, that's not from the Allies' perspective, is it? No, wouldn't be. Australia's involvement in the Korean War, definitely not the Western perspective, is it? Yeah, because I have an interest in the Battle of Stalingrad. Korean War... My dude, the Korean War book is from the Australian perspective. I don't know if you're aware of where Australia is on a map, or which political alliances it's a member of, but I'll give you a hint, it doesn't have a red flag. You guys are unreal. Whoops. Well, the other thing, Rum Runner, is I also watch lectures by, you know, historians. It's great. You can actually go on YouTube even. You don't even have to pay for them. You can go on YouTube and you can find lectures by really preeminent fucking academics across all different disciplines. Not just history, but sociology, you know, climate science, because climate science plays a lot more into human history than you would think. Did you know that what actually allowed Europeans to go do colonialism was the Spanish bringing back potatoes from South America? Because before the potato was introduced to Europe, European crops could not sustain the population as it was, let alone support expansion. When potatoes came in and suddenly Europe had a safe food crop, not only a safe food crop, but a massive safe food crop, the European population fucking exploded. You would be fucking amazed. It's almost like, forgive me here if I'm getting a little bit crazy with this, but it's almost like human history doesn't exist in a vacuum, and different events all influence each other, and it all ties in together. And so you can't just pull out one fucking book or one source and say, oh yes, I know everything about this. This event happened in complete isolation. It had no knock-on effects for the rest of history. It definitely wasn't influenced by any events before it. Oddly enough, that doesn't happen. Everything that happens is tied into everything else. I also have more. So those are just my actual, like, military history or political history books that I have here. I do have some, like I said, at my parents' place. Like, I literally don't have space for all my books. But I've also got stuff like actual equipment history. You know, the amateur historian fucking starter kit. Bunch about weapons and planes and tanks and shit, but doesn't actually teach you anything about the politics involved. I mean, look, the thing is, I'm not going to go out and say that America, bad, evil, never does anything right. The US has done some pretty good stuff for humanity. Unfortunately, it hasn't made a habit of making that the only thing it does. I'm not going to say the Soviet Union was perfect and without flaws, because fuck, we all know that that wasn't the case. I explicitly disagree with China's government. I don't like them at all. I think they're smart. I think what they're doing is clever, but I don't agree with it. I mean, you don't have to agree with my opinions, but just know that it's not me pulling shit out of my ass. Like, I'm trying to understand what motivates countries to do things the way they do, what motivates people to do things the way they do. And, I mean, like I said, it's all tied in together. Everything affects everything else. You can't have something just happen and have no effects come from it. Someone in chat might actually remember I have the link to it. If any of you do have the link to that lecture about the Colombian sort of expansion, I guess you could call it, and the effects it had on the world, Steve, I think I tagged you directly in it, so you might be able to get it from Discord. Put that in chat, because that's a really good lecture. Like, I don't know if you guys realize, but when the settlers arrived in the eastern seaboard of the US, they caused a minor, like an actual noticeable, but tolerable change in global climates, because when they, you know, introduced smallpox and it wiped out a large part of the population in the eastern seaboard, the First Nations people had, as the Aboriginal people did here, been managing the land. So they created these vast grasslands because, you know, they needed vast grasslands for their more nomadic lifestyle. And when they died en masse because of smallpox, it caused a massive regrowth of forestation, which over the preceding centuries, by I think it was like 16 something, 17 something, it caused a cold snap that was detectable in Europe and lasted for a couple of years. Like, it's incredible, just like the smallest things that you wouldn't think had any effect anywhere else, they do. Like, it's the whole butterfly effect meme, but it actually happens. Jane's Fighter Anthology. I actually don't have any copies of Jane's. I have a bunch of other stuff, but the thing is as well with Jane's to watch out for is a lot of their info, especially in the older publications, was based on like Kremlinology. So it was some guy trying to deduce the capabilities of the aircraft by looking at a pixelated photo of it. So Jane's is good as a general overview, but it's not always accurate. Yeah, from Gordon. Oh god, you're gonna make me get out the Gordonomicon. I don't remember where I put half of them. I've got the oh, sorry, I missed 2 books. Fuck. You're gonna have to take my word on it because they're holding something else up. My flat's a disaster and very disorganized. Tiger Force, which is about the so-named unit in Vietnam, which had a not-so-distinguished combat record. That's a fucking heavy read. And then 3 Para, which is about 3 Para in Afghanistan, in the early days of Afghanistan. There was another book. I don't own it. I borrowed it off a friend at school back when I was in my teens. What was it? It was about the SBS, the Special Boat Service in Afghanistan. It was really, really interesting. And there was one particular story from that where they were learning to ride ATVs, because the ATVs were like a really useful thing in Afghanistan, right, for mobility for special forces. And there was one guy that he's like, oh yeah, I grew up on a farm. I'm a right good ATV driver. Fucking flipped it, broke his leg, got sent home, returned to unit, so he got kicked out of the fucking SBS as well. Big oof moment. Did you get your hands on the Great Gamble yet? No, not yet. How did PvP go this morning? Let's not talk about it. What did I do with fucking 23? Oh, there it is. Okay. So, we got that, because, you know, it's my favorite jet. And then we got with bookmarks in it. I'm currently slowly working my way through it. Gordon's a bit dry, so it can take a while. We got this. And then we got this. What's some other really good stuff too? What was it I saw? Fuck. There was something I saw that I was like, oh, that'd be it. Oh. This isn't what I was thinking of, but just a flex. Also, I'm not fluent enough to read these yet. Thank God, fucking phone translations are a thing. You want to see Uncle Vlad's signature? He didn't sign it personally. I'm not that important, and I'd rather not have anything signed by that fuckwit. Which page was it on? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. It's part 1 that has it. This is the official history of the Mikhail Gurevich Design Bureau. And so, it has been officially signed off as official. I was going to wait for it to come out in English, but they only did a limited run of it. I think it was like 200 books or something. It might have been more than that, but it wasn't many. So I pulled the trigger on it sooner rather than later. I didn't want to wait for an English translation only to find out there wasn't going to be one and then not get the books. But they're fucking fantastic. Actually, since I've got them out, just to show you guys, don't want to rip it. So I have to be really careful how I do this. But we have photos, we have technical drawings. Like, this is just, oh my god. If you guys are into actual, you know, if you actually like Mikoyan aircraft and you can find a copy of these, pick them up. Oh shit. I knew I forgot something. This one's Australia-centric, but we got this one too. And we can add our current government onto the losers category. One thing I will say as well, if you guys are interested, I mean like genuinely interested in global politics, like I said, you'd be surprised what a good source YouTube can be. Not YouTube channels that are pushing shit on you. Not fucking PragerU, or if there's a left-wing equivalent, I doubt. Well, there might be. Not that kind of shit, but actual like lectures. Look for lectures on YouTube. Because you can get them on there, you don't have to pay for them. They're just as valid uploaded there as they are if they're uploaded to some fancy fucking pay-to-access university site. Just don't end up like me with about 50 different windows open with 100 tabs in each. Hang on, I've messed up my system here. You know what, I can put it back later. Fuck it. But yeah, I have a few books. Yeah, the 14s. Well, it wasn't even the 14s. It was Tau specifically. Tau is like a really good 14 pilot. Yeah, lectures by historians, not Jordan Peterson, who is not a historian and does not know shit about history. I think I've brought this one up before, but my favourite Jorpo moment was when he tried to portray the Nazis' motivations as being some Mark of Cain psychological Jungian bullshit, which is just... like, his entire argument was formulated on the premise that the Nazis were hurting their war effort by doing the Holocaust, which objectively they were. Like, we get it, but to the Nazis, that was the war effort, and he could not grasp this concept that to Nazi Germany, the whole war effort was the whole point of the war effort was to do the Holocaust, because to them, the war against the Soviets or the Brits or the Germans and the war against Jews was the same thing, and Jorpo couldn't process this. Yeah, that was him. That was him. He's an interesting character. How come you're so in love with Russian aviation rather than NATO? Is it because of the different design philosophies? They look nicer. But yeah, it's partly because of that. As far as Western aviation goes, I'm a lot more into the earlier stuff. So, like, World War II, mostly my World War II knowledge is British aviation, some American aviation as well. Have you read Richard Evans' trilogy? I don't believe I have. Dassault is base, dude. Fucking love Dassault planes. Alright, what servers have we got populated? Do a good trilogy about the history of the Third Reich. Ooh, I might have to pick that up. Most of my World War II books are still at my parents' place, So what happened was when I moved to when I moved to Newcastle to go to university, I only took some of my stuff with me because I didn't have much space. So most of my books are still down there, unfortunately, which makes it a real pig when I want to read one of them. Cold War populated? Yeah, it's still on the same mission though. You know what? You know what I haven't done for a while? Let's play some Il-2, maybe. Oh shit, that's probably an update. Oh no, I didn't even think about it. I did not even think about it. How big is it? I should have thought about this before I started ranting. It would have been done by now. Don't think it's too big? Yeah. 2 gig. Yeah, 2 gig's fine. I don't want to talk myself hoarse. We could maybe do the F4U next time. Yugoslavia. I would have liked to have been around early enough to visit Yugoslavia. This is the thing that pisses me off, right? I would have loved to be able to visit these places myself and actually see them myself, because while I, you know, like I said, my mum had opinions about the Soviet Union, that quality of life was lower than here, but everyone had what they needed. So she was kind of... She didn't see it as, like, evil, bad place, but she also didn't think it was fucking utopia. But I would have liked to see all these different countries, or see these different points in time for myself. Because you can, you know, you can form your opinion about something, but you're always doing it secondhand, because you weren't there. You have to rely on the testament of other people. And how reliable those people are depends on their own biases. It depends on if they're actually writing from a position of personal experience or passing off something they heard as personal experience, which happens a lot. It just... I mean, if you gave me a time machine, I don't even think I'd actually change anything. I'd just go to different places to see what they were actually like. Yeah, Yugoslavia was generally seen as like the sort of jewel of the... Well, it wasn't the Eastern Bloc because they were not aligned, but it was, from most accounts I've heard, it was quite nice before Tito died. And then when Tito died, it all went downhill very quickly. Because, again, the same thing. The national identity as such was based on ideology. And as soon as that ideology was kind of thrown by the curbside, they didn't have anything left to hold the country together. Typhoon got lift reduction. Yeah, it's about a third done already, so this shouldn't take too long. Tito might be the most interesting 20th century leader. Most people haven't heard of. Please don't do that to me. Please don't remind me that people mostly haven't heard of Tito. Like, the man was a fucking giant of his time. Even if you weren't in a socialist country of some variety, you would have had to know who he was, because like the man was a deal breaker between every country on Earth. Like, Tito was such a fucking historical giant. What's your favorite Hollywood war movie? I don't know. Does Battle of Britain count as Hollywood? I don't remember. I think Battle of Britain was kind of a Hollywood production, but it was filmed in Europe. No. If Battle of Britain doesn't count, then probably We Were Soldiers. If only Pom was here to get in on the Hoja memes. Doesn't your moustache bother you? Can't stand mine being too long. It's starting to. Like, I don't want to give the impression this is intentional. This is just an apathy beard. I did have a moustache, but then I stopped caring. I probably need to shave again. Produced by Saltzman, so you can say it is. Yeah, Battle of Britain's my favourite. I love that film so much. I've watched it so many times. Battleground or 12 O'Clock High? No. My film viewing history is kind of spotty. Because generally I don't go to the movies much, so new things I tend not to see. And older films, I kind of watch them as I bump into them. I've seen a few of the classics from the 60s and 70s. You know, A Bridge Too Far, The Longest Day, Battle of Britain, obviously. If you're into aviation, you need to watch 12 O'Clock High. I will add it to the list. Where Eagles Dare? I think I saw part of it. I don't think I've seen the whole film. I've seen parts of Bridges of Tokyo-ri. I've had the DVD of it since I was a kid. I just never got around to watching the full thing. That might be something to do, actually, one of these days. One of the other things with films is my attention span has got worse with age. ADHD things. So I used to be able to sit down and watch a film with no problem at all. Like, I would just get fully into it. But lately, if I'm watching something that's more than about 5 or 10 minutes long, my attention just wanders. So I have to kind of... If I'm watching a longer video, this is why I've tended more towards lectures and documentaries and things recently, is because you can interrupt the flow and it won't ruin it. Whereas with a film, you have to sit down for the whole thing. You know, for me, if I'm stopping and starting a film, it totally ruins it for me. I have kind of the same problem with books. But with things like lectures or documentaries or short, you know, shorter bits of footage, I can watch them and it doesn't fuck with me too badly. Weight of Chains. That will also get added to the list. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't even remember what I learnt in history class in school. I know we learnt about the ancient Egyptians, kind of. We learnt about the ancient Romans, kind of. I think Egypt and Rome and maybe Greece were the ancient societies we did, but it was really, like, disconnected. It didn't actually... It was just like, okay, your homework is to go build a replica of a Roman villa. Like, okay, well, I learnt very little useful information about Rome from this. What do you think of IL-2? I like it. I still kind of prefer DCS. Like, DCS spoiled me, and I like having clickable switches, because if I know where things are in the aircraft, I can click them. Whereas IL-2, I have to remember keybinds, but I do like IL-2. Hated history at school, but love it now. I'll tell you why. Because history at school is not real history. History at school is a curriculum taken from history, broken down into parts that your particular nation you grew up in thinks is relevant to building a national identity, and then put back together. That's what history in school is. And then maybe, depending where you live, maybe a short bit on where your country fucked the original inhabitants over. Do you own IL-2 tank crew? I think I have a couple of tanks, but I don't remember if I have the whole thing. I haven't really played with the tanks, so I haven't bound up the controls for them. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it is, Jack. And the reason why they pick particular societies for ancient history is they pick the societies that supposedly share values with ours, or which they think teach you something valuable for ours. That's why usually Rome and Greece are taught in the West. Egypt you kind of get as an interesting thing. Egypt is more, I think, to give context to the other two. But, for instance, I don't remember learning anything about Sumerian cultures. I don't remember anything about prehistoric European cultures. I don't remember... There was nothing about Africa. Nothing. absolutely fucking nothing about Africa. Nothing about the Indus civilizations in what is now India and Pakistan. Nothing about them at all. Nothing about historical empires throughout Asia. Nothing... the Mongols got a mention, but it was about that, a mention. Yeah. I mean, the history you learn in school has an objective, and it's not to teach you actual history, it's to teach you a worldview. And that worldview is the one which is considered to be appropriate for a citizen of whatever country you grew up in. Yeah. And I'd recommend that to anyone. Like, don't rely on school to teach you everything there is to know. School is honestly more geared towards making you a functional and productive member of your society than anything else. So school teach you to do your taxes. School teach you how to buy things on finance. Pro tip, don't buy things on finance if you don't have to. It'll teach you things like that. It'll teach you stuff that's relevant to your society in the context of not rocking the boat. If you want to learn the really spicy stuff, you aren't going to learn it at school. You have to do some reading outside of school for that. Look for lectures, read books. K-12 schools teach about finance, they sure do. So, about 6 months worth of maths, I want to say in like year 11 or 12 for us, was calculating interest rates. Which is irrelevant for me because I don't buy things on finance. Now, this is the other thing as well. This is the problem I had in school, is I never liked maths. And I cannot do maths to save my life to this day. The reason being, we were taught it in really boring, dry ways about stuff that's not relevant to me. Yeah, it does. It kills curiosity. It's designed to. I honestly believe it's designed to. I think that's the intent. But, like, we were taught maths in the context of buying shit on finance or paying taxes or, like, shit like that. I don't fucking give a shit. Teach me maths in context of how to do engineering. Teach me maths in the context of the Allied counterintelligence efforts of World War II. Fuck, if you taught me how to do maths based on the fucking Allied code-breaking efforts, I would be so into that shit. But they don't. I had to do a short class on stock trading and investing in my school. That was optional in mine. So that was a separate class that you could take. I didn't take any business classes. Which is hilarious because from what I've seen working in... in the lower rungs of large companies, me, a fucking red-blooded commie with no formal business education, I apparently have more business sense than some of the people I've had fucking above me in management. I don't know what they teach people in university, one of them was retail marketing. This guy got a degree or a certificate in retail marketing, and he was putting specials at the back of the store. And he wasn't, like, it was so bad. Like, you put stuff that you want to sell quickly at the front of the store. You put it near the milk, because everyone's going for milk, so you put it between the door and the milk. That's where you have all your specials. Not the fucking far side of the store where the pet food is. No one gives a shit. Like, it's all basic stuff. Basic bitch stuff. That even I know it, and I've never run a business in my life. You would think somebody that has a fucking degree in the shit would know. But no, apparently not. I don't know if they all just sit around weaving baskets and singing fucking campfire songs or what, but... The thing is as well, like, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm going shopping, I'm not going to be wandering up and down the aisles. Ooh, this is interesting. I wonder what this is. Oh, I wonder what's in this. Oh, I don't do that. I don't. I go in the store. I need this, 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 and this. I go, boom, beeline. I only go to the aisles I know the thing I need is in. I only look at the square meter or so of shelving where I know the thing I need is. If it exists outside of that, and it isn't in a separate specials basket between the door and the milk, I ain't seeing it, and I ain't buying it. Yeah. Exactly. Milk at the back of the store, and then you've got a straight run of specials and things that'll get people's attention. Just into you are in the business student kids I knew were doing the equivalent of basket weaving. I'm not surprised. I kind of wish I don't know, I want to see, first of all, when I actually get my meds, what they do. And if they actually do make a significant enough effect, I'm kind of toying with the idea of going back to uni. As much as I know that's a terrible plan. But, I don't know what in. I still don't know what in. If I had, like, if I was actually okay at maths, I'd probably go for something like aeronautical engineering. But I can't do maths, so I don't know. That's true. I mean, I've already got hex debt to deal with anyway, so I may as well just pile on more of it. Yeah, it makes you forget you're supposed to take them, especially someone like me. I'm gonna have to start eating breakfast, because supposedly you're meant to take it on a full stomach, but I don't usually eat breakfast. In fact, especially before work, because, like, I tend to get a bit amped up before work. I have no appetite. My appetite appears very viciously halfway through my shift. Go for history? I was thinking about it. So, first time I went to uni was going to be nuclear medicine, and there was, like, literally it was like, oh, that sounds cool. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I was one of those kids that, because I did really well at school, and because my family at that point still were fairly well off, I thought, oh, I've got to go to university. That's just what middle-class kids do. They go straight to university, especially if they were gifted in school. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my... I don't really have a personal identity. I don't know who or what I am besides I like planes. Like, that's me. I like planes. And I'm a picky eater, and that's about it. So, imagine that, but 18, and faced with a great big fat book of uni courses. I had no clue, so I just picked something that sounded vaguely interesting that a friend of the family did for a job, because I knew she was well paid, and that didn't work out too well. I was having trouble studying to start with, because that's when the ADHD really started kicking in, but as well as that, I had a really bad ear infection right as my exams happened, so I just gave up. After that, I tried physics, but by then, I was really good at physics in primary school, but the physics meme that was posted in the Discord yesterday or the day before, that was me. That was absolutely me. As soon as I went to university, it was just like, what the fuck is this? So I went back and did a more sort of like an introduction to physics, university level physics course, which is mostly retreading stuff I'd learned in my final year at school, but added some new stuff too, and I smashed it. I absolutely fucking smashed it. And then I went back to the big physics class, and I was like, I still don't fucking know what they're talking about, so I gave up on that. And attempt number 3 was to be a history course, and I went in to pick my classes, and the first ones... Now, in hindsight, I realize now that they had these courses to get you into, like, essay writing, properly sourcing your documents, stuff like that. But to me, at the time, I just saw Australia and the world. Oh, a country I didn't want to live in the first place, and its history in relation to the world, which is basically 200 and something years of notice me senpai. That's if you guys want, like, cliff notes on Australia's relationship to the world, that's it. Just this country is desperately pleading to be noticed. And then one of the others was modern European history, 1500 to 2010 it would have been at the time. I was just like, 500 years of European history in one semester sounds like absolute dog shit. Like, you would just... There are people on fucking Tinder with more depth to them than that course would have. Like... Jesus Christ. So yeah, the only course which was interesting to me, and interesting because A, I'm interested in the region because that's where part of my family's from, and also interested in it politically, is the Russian Revolution and Civil War, and that was a 3rd year course. I was just like, are you fucking shitting me? The one part of this course that I would actually put effort into, and it's 3rd year. So I just, like, I didn't even pick my classes, I just fucking walked out. I wish I could do maths. Like, I find maths interesting on a surface level, but I just can't process it. When I was in high school, I did get pretty reasonable at it for a time. But then the one maths teacher I had who actually managed to get me to be good at maths ran off with a year 12 student. Rather famously, it was national TV, right? It was a national TV level incident. He ran off with one of the fucking seniors. And then I had a succession of casual teachers who just... it didn't end well. My high school history, we had an entire year on Irish history, 1870 to 1914. It took that long to cover 44 years because Spice. Yeah, it would. We had... I want to say we had maybe a term or two on the initial colonization of Australia. And it wasn't, like, fully whitewashed, but it was kind of whitewashed. Like, they didn't go to pains to highlight just how bad it was. Like, we got the usual really shitty stuff, like the, you know, why there's no original Tasmanian Aboriginal people left, because they literally formed a daisy chain across the country and killed everyone they saw. But a lot of the finer details are missed out on. The finer details are important sometimes. Yeah, that's exactly it, Max. Like, when I went back to do physics, I'd been away from school for a couple of years, and it was just long enough that I'd completely forgotten everything. I relearned the basics pretty quickly. Like, I had a pretty quick ability to pick that back up, but I could never really get past that. You might want to not, Jack. That is technically a slur in this country. It is, yes. We're nearly done patching. I know. Like, don't get me wrong, I know you guys don't know that because it's just not commonly taught to people outside of Australia. Fuck, even most Australians don't think it is. But it is. Remember coming over that? What? My maths teacher? Did you come across that one? Oh no. I feel so bad for him, because, like, that girl... Okay, we're gonna get into the really spicy shit now. All that politics? Oh, you... No, this is the spice. That girl had been cruising teachers for like a year and change. She tried to get one of the English teachers, but he saw through it. And wouldn't go fucking anywhere near her afterwards. But unfortunately, my maths teacher, I guess, was having his midlife crisis, and he was a very let's say he would make me look cool. He was that kind of person. He would make me look cool, like socks and shorts kind of maths teacher. And he fell for it, and she took him for a ride. And last I heard, I think they moved in together in some nice retreat somewhere along the Hawkesbury River, and he bought her a horse, and then at some point after that the whole thing fell apart, probably because she went cruising for someone else. And his entire family just crumbled over it. Like, he had a wife and kids when that happened, so I feel so bad for him. So bad for him. Like, obviously you've got to... I don't want to get too far down the personal responsibility rabbit hole, because let's be real, some people are more responsible for each other than or for themselves than others. Says the guy that can't cook. But at the same time, like, you know, surely at some stage his brain must have told him, this is a bad idea, dude, don't do it. And he did. But, oh well. Ruined his family, ruined his life, ruined my ability to do mathematics on a level above 1 + 1 = 2. The fallout has been truly tragic. I'm gonna be real with you, I don't even know why he did, because she wasn't that hot. Like, real talk, she wasn't that hot. Now, if you're talking about my Year 10 English teacher, I would have run off with her in a fucking heartbeat, but in that case, no, I don't get it. I think, I don't remember, I think she was some, like, sort of distant relative of one of my friends. Like a second or third cousin or some shit, I don't know. Wait, how do cousin degrees work? Second is still fairly close. She was some... They were related somehow. Give me a moment here. Had a fresh English teacher. My classmate broke up with a boy, started dating teacher sometime around when he graduated. He got a preggers and left her to her own device. Oh, Jesus. Ooh. Ugh. Gross. What am I doing? Ooh, finish pilots. I might want to change category. Good call. Probably shouldn't tab out what's loading. Finished Virtual Pilots, the only server I played on IL-2. So I played on here, I played on Combat Box, Wings of Liberty, and I think I've been on Berloga once or twice. But Finish is a really good server, really, really good server, I really like it. It's kind of like the DCS of IL-2. If you're in the mood for another rant, Elon Musk exists. Dude, fucking... I can't believe people lap that shit up. I mean, I get it, not everyone has an engineering degree, but you don't need an engineering degree to see through his shit. Like, he isn't even a real engineer. He's a software guy, right? He made his money on software. He doesn't have an actual proper qualification in any of the shit he's trying to do. He bankrolls it so other people will do the work for him. But because he's paying for it, he gets to hold sway over whatever fucking stupid idea they waste time and money on. Like, SpaceX, as a company, has done some really impressive stuff, but then it's like, they're doing really impressive stuff to satiate Elon's batshit insane ideas. So it's like almost, I'm not going to say wasted effort, because there's no such thing as wasted effort in engineering, really. As long as something useful comes out of it, it doesn't matter if the end product's dumb as fuck. But, like, it's disproportionate, I guess. It's disproportionate to what's going in. The loop shit is so dumb. Like, the loop shit is... I cannot understand the mindset of people that think the loop is a good idea. I literally cannot. Like, you could have a metro system with a train, a proven invention that has worked for fucking hundreds of years. You could have that, transporting 1,000 people per minute. You could have them run on the minute. 1,000 people each train. It's safe. It's cheap to run. It's effective. We know it works. Like... It's hard to fuck up trains, right? You have to actively try to fuck up trains. Australia manages, but that, you know, we fuck up most things in this country. But, no, let's not use trains. Let's take my fucking expensive-ass electric cars, which hold 5 people each, and put a couple of them in a tunnel. So, first of all, the capacity is a joke. Like, one bus has more capacity than the entire loop over the course of an hour. It's dangerous, because if anything happens to any of those cars, which are known for catching fire, it's a tunnel, you can't get out of it easily, not least because he hasn't built the tunnel fucking properly. it hurts my brain, dude. It hurts my fucking brain. Let's fly from... I don't know. Where should we... Where is the actual front line? Oh, it's up here, I guess. I'll go from Gostagayevskaya. Oh, yes, it's early war, boy! Excellent. Fucking excellent. Alright. Alright, let's do this. We'll take... You know what? We'll take full fuel. Fuck it. Where's Lucky 13? There's Lucky 13. We'll take that 2 kilometers an hour. I don't need that 2 kilometers an hour. That's armor piercing. We don't need AP. No, that's swing guns. I don't want wing guns. We'll get rid of them. We don't want bombs. Now I gotta remember how to fly this thing, because it's been a long time. Gandalf just went and sat next to me on my chair and snuggled against me. He never does that? Ooh. Okay. Crack the throttle. Get that up to about there. I shouldn't laugh. I've done it. I shouldn't laugh. Wait, is it my landing alerts? That's my navs. That's my instruments. Allison pulls left, right? I don't think they want to, Max. First of all, it'll slow down introduction to new aircraft to the sim. It's a major rework if they do it. And second of all, I think the IL-2 player base mostly don't like clicky cockpits. Like, I have a couple friends who are game developers, and they're not a fan of the DCS model. I get why they're not a fan of it, but I also have my own reasons for liking it and preferring it. I think the runway runs that way? Yeah, it does. Okay. I need to check if I got a dead zone on the rudder in this sim, because I haven't put my crosswinds back together yet. When I took them apart to put the buffer on, I accidentally left a nut loose, and it happens to be the nut that holds the entire fucking assembly in. So they're a little, like, there's about 2 degrees of play either side of the center, which is still better than my old pedals, but when I got the crosswinds, there was no dead zone whatsoever. It was amazing. So I've got to tighten it back down. Well, we're about to find out which way the Allison pulls. I think I saw somebody on the landing pattern, though, so we'll have to get out of his way quickly. Pulls left. Whoop. Rotated a little early there. I'm not used to having so much instrument panel in front of my face anymore. Look at 76 and 76. I forget what the rad settings were. Krupp did tell me at some point. We'll just set them both to 50 for now. And again, oh my god. He might be attacking ground forces. They fixed the career mode problems? I don't know, I haven't played career mode for a long time. I really wanted to, because the campaign system in this is wonderful, but the AI just ruin it. Like, the AI just aren't where they need to be for a single-player campaign, honestly. And it hurts me to say it, but it's the way it is. How does the campaign system work? It's dynamic, so it generates a front line, it generates different units, like stuff actually moves, you can see action on the ground. It's quite nice. I did do, I think, a couple streams of it when I first tried it. No, this ain't the P-38, it's the P-39. Got my temps. Looking okay. Maybe a little warm. Well, yeah, it's like dynamic on a smaller level, I guess, or a lower level. So that should be that right there. In fact it is, so I want to go straight north from here. Alright Josh, catch you later man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Start watching the sky around me now. Oh, water rich. There we go. This is Kuban. This is the same area as DCS, or the northern part of DCS. So Anapa in DCS is behind us. Water rad is 60. 45. Half an hour left in the mission. Just long enough to get myself shot down. Imagine flying this thing in VR would be a lot easier, but on a 2D screen the canopy is quite obnoxious. Ever gonna try VR? Maybe if I find somebody that lives nearby and has it, I might borrow it, but I can't afford it myself, so I don't really have space for it. Well, maybe I have space for it, but I don't have the money for it. ED would ever... no, I doubt they will. But it's weird, I don't know why... like, the divisiveness shouldn't be an issue, because we have fucking Syria of all maps, and the Caucasus, which is the original... you know, the original part of the map. Caucasus is spicy as fuck. So I don't know why Crimea would suddenly be off limits. I mean, yeah, it could be an optimization thing. It would make more sense if it was an optimization thing rather than a... Hello. Who's who in this? I think these are possibly all Germans attacking friendly. Or I got that back to front. Smoky Boy's probably a German. Got moth lights. You're a 109. These are all friendlies. Oh, nearly in mid-air there. It's another P-39. Yeah, whole VVS is after that one guy. Hello. Slower than I'd like to be here. A lot slower than I'd like to be here. We'll try for it. Why are my guns not firing? What the fuck? Did they unbind? Oh my god. And I got a 109 behind me now. Motherfucker. I'm probably gonna get shot here. Hang on. I don't wanna... Fire, primary gun... Oh my god. Come on, where is it? Fire all guns. Fire weapon group 1. Yeah, I'm not a fan at all of how the key binding's done in IL-2. DCS does it much better. DCS honestly spoils you when it comes to mapping controls compared to other sims. Yeah, and also the thing in DCS where you just press the button and it jumps to whatever it's bound to, that would be really handy as well. No, it's not, Nico. And so I've got like 3 or 4 different controls bound for radiator settings, depending which plane I'm flying. Because some planes only have open shut, some have a continuous thing that you can crank. It's a real pain in the ass. Somebody behind me. Somebody back there too. This guy in front of me is outrunning me. It's possibly a friendly RTB, I don't know. Turn around. I don't think it'd work very well. Like, it's amazing what's been done with Forgotten Battles, or 46, whatever you want to call it, the original IL-2 franchise with jets, but it's just not really built for it. That looks friendly. And so the controls are a mess, and a lot of stuff's not natively supported that they need. I think... is that friendly? It looks kind of like it. Oh, maybe? Wings look triangular. Yeah, it's a yak. Catch you later, man. But is it really friendly? He definitely is. He looks maybe. Can't tell. Show me your wings. I want to see those wings. I think I see an oil cooler under the nose. Yeah, there's an oil cooler under the nose. That's friendly. It's a Lavochkin. I need to practice coordinating my turns better. It's another P-39, I think. Oh, no, it's a yak. Smoky boy. Shit. He hit something important, other than the fuel, I mean, because she's not flying very well. Not going to catch him here. I don't know if I got roll trim bound, because most aircraft don't have it. Yeah, I do have it, but I don't think it's bound. Whoa. Ooh, that was a bit sketchy. I need to thrash the engine a bit to get home, I think. Yeah, I got pretty much no lift at all. No speed either because of all the drag. Catch you later, Woody. Hope you have a good rest of your day, whatever time it is over there. I know the engine's overheating, but at this point I don't really care. I'm pretty sure I am. I'm going to try and get to the airfield if I can, but we might not make it. Yeah, we're not going to make it. I'll just set her down on here. Well, we made it. That is unfortunate. Oh, wrong button. I hate how leave server and finish mission are right next to each other. It's not very smart UI design, in my opinion. I'll take a... You know what? We'll come back to the P-39 later, but I think we'll take a spit. Something I'm a little more comfortable in. And since we're on the Eastern Front, let's take an appropriate Eastern Front livery. Belly landings work that well with DCS warbirds? Yeah, they do. I don't think it ever had explodies against the ground with the DCS warbirds. At least I never saw it. Oh, there goes the ground loop. It already is boiler, but it doesn't appear on the store page, I don't think. You've got to get a separate link to it. Had to get at least one out of the way today. I wish the B-26 would be flyable. I'd love a flyable B-26. It's such a cool plane, but it's so neglected. Like, when I was growing up, I didn't even know the B-26 was a thing that existed. Everyone knows about the 25. 24, 17, nobody knows about the Marauder. And it got such a bad, undeservedly bad reputation in real life.
I'm wounded.
Yeah, Davey. I got a little bit tired of feeding Tau kills. He's lethal in that Tomcat, man. So, did a bit of ranting for a bit and now swapped over to IL-2. Server will be restarting soon, so see what the next mission's like. Am I not going north? I'm going kind of northwest-ish. Oh yeah, I was going way out. I made the mistake of following the coast instead of following the compass. Big brain moment. That's why you need to check 6 more often than I do. I didn't even know he was there. Thankfully friendly. Want to be disappointed? Oh boy, am I ever ready. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Where did he come from? Or did I get team killed? I can't even tell. That was a fucking disappointment, alright? No, I know there was a LAR-5 with me. He was flying formation with me, but did we both get bounced? I think I hear a 109 engine. I don't know. How do you mistake a Spitfire, of all things, for a fucking German plane? 3 minutes till the mission ends, so we may as well wait.
Oh, we're outnumbered. What a surprise.
Might hop on with the next mission. Oh, sweet, dude. That'd be awesome. I need to actually get the SRS set up for Il-2. I haven't got it installed yet. I was kind of hoping to be the same program, but no. Extra shit I gotta install. Help me set up Il-2 sometime. It's not really something that I can help set up with, unless you have exactly the same setup as me, and even then it's personal preference. Tawny did a video going through binding up the controls, I think, so that would be probably the best thing to look at. Like, even I haven't bound up everything in this. I haven't gone through and checked everything. I only bind stuff as I need it, pretty much. Why is everyone too coward to dogfights with me? I don't know. Maybe they've heard your reputation precedes you. While I'm waiting for the mission to switch over, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a drink. And turn the heater down. Oh shit, it's warm in here. Night dogfights would be interesting with NVGs. I did try that in the Mirage at one point, long ago. It was painful. Very painful. It was interesting, but not something I would go out of my way to do again. Apologies, by the way, if the mic's feeding back in. Or the audio, rather, is feeding in from my headphones. I completely forgot about that. Right, let's see what we got. Consider joining the side with less players. Wow, that would be the Allies for a complete change from usual. It's a good thing I usually don't want to fly the German planes, because if I did, I'd always be stacking the teams. Yeah, I'm on finish. Flying from Gostogaevskaya. I can't wait for them to introduce the letter codes for everything. Although I wish they did serial numbers too. It wasn't bad when I joined, but it cleared out when the server restarted, like 2-3 minutes ago. It'll start fill up again, I think. Let me just readjust myself here. Like somebody hit me in the back of the head with a frying pan. Oh, jeez, dude. Sorry to hear it. What the fuck? Huh? What was I just finger fucking down there? Okay, interesting. That might be a Mark V thing. I'm more familiar with the 9, but... Oh, the little switch. Where the rad flap and the, pitot heat is in the Mark 9. He was doing these ones with it, switching it on and off like it's a pump. I know there's a fuel pump switch under there in the Mark 9, but it's a on or off. I don't know why it'd be toggling like that. Catch you later, Boiler. Thanks for hanging out. Type 1 Wombat, cheers for the follow, welcome to the stream. I feel like I'm supposed to be in a P-38 to sit here like this. Craziest foresight shot against F-14 with 73. No, he didn't have Jester because he didn't flare or anything. Always satisfying. Fucking hatch open. How do you even close the hatch separately, or do I have to close the canopy to do it? Because RAF procedure is take off with the canopy open. And I'll be damned if I'm going to take off with the canopy closed as habit. I got it. Like we might have pushed ahead a bit. There we go. Turn off the power a little. Open rad. Mine's already open, but I can open it more. So we don't need ours open fully. We'll overcool the engine if we do that. Can't wait for the Mosquito in DCS. Yep, IL-2. I have already been shot down twice. Which is odd, because I usually have really good luck on finish. Like on here, typically I'm the one doing the shooting down. I guess I just pick the day when all the good German players are on. All 5 of them. Denver Hoja's wild ride be during World War II? Oh jeez, I don't even know. I was flying the P-39 to start with, but I feel like I need to go back to something a bit more familiar while I get back into the swing of things. I haven't played IL-2 for months. If I don't mind about having less aircraft choices, would you suggest me to get World War II aircrafts in DCS instead of IL-2? It depends. If you're more interested in the individual aircraft, DCS simulates them more closely with all the switches and everything. If you're wanting a proper World War II environment with like dynamic campaigns and stuff, DCS just isn't there yet. And I don't think it will be for a long time. DCS is like a World War II playground, whereas IL-2 is more like a World War II experience. Yeah, what Enigma said. Kind of the same deal of Falcon BMS and DCS. BMS models the world better, but DCS models anything that isn't an F-16 better. Something above that ship. There he is. He's still there. Fading in and out of existence. It's like DCS in a way. There he is. Every time the pixel hits a bit of anti-aliasing, he just vanishes. On the screen again. They'll probably outrun me. AAA coming from down there. He's just following the coast. Climb back up. Something happening behind. That's a good hit. I didn't see where that 109 went. He's still here though. For sure, he'll still be here. Spitfire. There's 109. I think I'm clear now. There's the 109. Super's pulling up on him. Oh, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Could have outrun me, could have outclimbed me, but no. Trying to bait me into the 888. That was a pretty meaty hit. Don't know what on. I don't see where he's gone. That's super. We'll just continue climbing up. Oh shit, that's what got hit. My wing. Oh! 190 got me. Oof. They have SRS, but I don't have it installed. When you've been playing DCS for a while, you pick up the habit of not looking behind yourself enough. You play World War II sims, your head has to be on a fucking swivel compared to DCS. I gotta wait. Internet's not letting me on. Oh man. Shit. Yeah, I have flown the LA-5 a couple times. It's a pretty decent plane, but I like my turny boys. The LA-5 turns okay, but it doesn't turn quite as well as a Yak or a Spit. I might switch the Yak next. I have more time in the Yak than anything else in this sim. More time in the Spitfire over the course of my flight simming career, but more in the Yak in this actual sim. In Discord? Gotcha. Oh god, sorry, I know it flips out and starts flashing when I do that. There we go.
Zeros.
Hello.
Hello, Ross.
I think I'm right next to you to your left.
Oops. Bear with me, guys. Technical difficulties. Oh my god, why does it do this shit? Also, why is Discord so quiet? Lesson learned, always idle the throttle before tabbing out. There we go. I'm not a big fan of the way you can hear other aircraft's engines over your own. That's not a thing in real life at all. Not at that kind of distance. What do you think if IL-2 added Night Witches missions? I wouldn't be surprised if it actually has some. There is a Poe 2. I don't even think I landed any hits on that 109, which is kind of a bummer. Gunnery is really sloppy.
Feels like ages since I played this game.
Yeah, it's been a couple months at least for me. Right behind me, it sounds like. Oh yeah, there he is. There is a P-40, yeah. I don't think I've flown it. Well, actually, I might have done it once a long time ago, but it is included. It's part of Battle of Moscow, I think. Or maybe a collector plane for it. I'm gonna check your rads. You're steaming. chasing for a bit, couldn't catch it. Gotcha. Yeah, you wouldn't hear your own guns so much as hear them. Or not hear them, feel them. Words. I can't speak today. It's like inside a tank, you don't really hear the gun, it's just a thump. You feel the concussion of it.
Manual reds in this plane?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark 5 is manual, Mark 9 is automatic. Probably takeoffs, but that would have been Tobruk. I know I flew it in Tobruk. I don't think I flew it in this one, but I could be wrong. Southeast of the inlet. Oh, they're talking about a tank. I think that's the tank they're talking about. Yeah, it's still going. I've been shot down a whole lot and I've done absolutely nothing in return. That's how L2's going. One of those types of days today, I think. Hard choice. Probably a A6M, to be honest. Now, 44 on the other hand, I'd probably take over the 0. Please let that be Davey. That is Davey. Flak behind us, high. Just passing over the red smoke.
Visual. Tally something right in the clouds.
I only see the guy that's getting shot at by AAA. I don't see anything else yet.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out.
Looks maybe 109-ish.
It's looking like a folk move to me.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It is. I'm not sure if he's aware or not. Surely he would be. That woke him up.
Years ago.
I'm wounded.
Hits.
Nice.
He's leaking. I think he's going in.
Recovering from that.
Yeah, good kill.
Me too.
Let's get our altitude back before his friends turn up. I just passed over you.
Yeah.
Something off the nose. .090 from us, cloud height. In the gap at the moment.
Hey, we got flak around us. At least I do.
I don't see you.
Yeah, I'm at low 6. I don't see anything now, I just saw one.
He's just passing feet wet over our end of the peninsula. I'm climbing up behind.
Copy.
think it's a spit, but it's hard to tell. I need him to show me his wings. Yeah, it's a spit.
What's your heading?
Right now I'm heading about 280, 285 even. I can read. I'm about 1,000 feet below the clouds.
Okay, I'm a bit below you then.
I'm going to start orbiting that burning ship in the middle of the lagoon. Looks like the other spit's up here with me.
Okay, I think I see you.
I'm just scraping the bottoms of the clouds now, still circling.
Okay, great. I think I'm about the same altitude.
Please hit the button on the fuel gauge. Pilot, I wish that this is something you could bind. I really wish you could bind this. Gonna level off for a minute to check fuel. I think to do it you gotta be hands off the controls. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're still good. More than 37 gallons.
Hey, check 6, check 6. 190.
Good call, thank you.
He's off. We got a tally on him.
He tickled me, but I'm good.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm head on with him. Stay south.
I'm in low trail if you want to drag him back to me.
He's just running.
He's turning, he's turning.
Excuse me now.
Oh, he's coming back to me.
Roger.
We're gonna run at this point.
Yeah, I can't hit him.
We won't catch him. Let's break off and disengage to the east and see if he comes back around. Yep, he's turning, he's turning.
Roger, I don't see him.
I think he's heading for you. I'm over the water now. I'm pulling in towards him.
Yeah, I see you.
Hang on. It might be you I see. Give me a wing rock. No, it's him. Yeah, he's coming your way. He's above me off my 1130 high. I don't see you, but I've got him right in front of me. Don't want to look away just in case.
Visual. Or tally.
Okay, he's tightening his turn.
Yeah, I'm right under him. Okay, visual on you. You're clear.
See if I can force him defensive. He's probably just going to dive and run.
Yeah.
I'm breaking off again. Keep an eye on him.
Still heading west. He's climbing up. Still heading west also.
Start turning east.
Okay. We got flag towards the ship out in the ocean. Actually, over the lagoon.
It's probably at me. I got tally 2 off my 10. Heading
okay.
east.
He's got it.
See the burning wreck out in the fucking Black Sea? They're passing over that right now. Just blow clouds.
Coming.
They're braking. Can't tell yet, but I think both German.
Roger.
Yeah, one going head on with me, the other going right. 109's.
Coming. I'm still no joy.
I think the other's just passing beneath you, unless there's a third in this. Yeah, okay, I'm passing under you. One should be behind me somewhere. My guy's over the lagoon turning in to the east. I got hits. I'm out of cannon. One behind me, I'm hit. I'm gonna have to jump, I'm gonna spin. It's a good sortie though.
Ah shit, I just see it now.
Yeah, there were two of them. I managed to damage one of them a bit, but I ran out of cannon, so I just tickled him with the MG and his mate got me.
Damn, sorry, I never saw anything.
All good, man. I'm lucky I saw them, I just happened to be looking in the right direction. But there's at least two of them there, so...
There's a huge furball here. There's at least 8 planes.
Oh shit, yeah. No, the Mark 5 doesn't. The Mark 9 I think carries more, or it seems to last longer in the Mark 9, but doesn't carry much. Alright, I'm gonna replane. I'm gonna bring a yak this time. Get a good variety of planes in.
I'm dead anyway.
Now, do I want this, or do I want the
see if I can reset my graphics settings, because they're a little bit high right now.
I might take this. Mirror's a bit of a trap in this. Reflector gun sight I want. Take those. You don't need a mirror because you've got a bubble canopy with a... Well, not bubble, but you've got a good all-round vision. If you put the mirror in, you get this fucking little shaving mirror stuck to the canopy with a piece of bubble gum that actually blocks your forwards view. Aspire 13. We're running out of planes at this airbase, so... 23 players to 40. Don't you just love being on the Allied team and always being outnumbered? I don't think I've flown this before, so my head position's not set. Okay, where's my... That's as far as I can zoom out, so we'll set it like there. And then a little high over the nose there. Perfect. Right. Let's get that up so I can see chat. Then... Engine. Oh my god, it's a Po-2. We got a hero of the Soviet Union next to us. Like they're just taking off straight ahead. I might actually taxi onto the runway though, I'll be a good boy. I'm trying to remember which direction the prop pulls in this thing. Yeah, there is an I-16. There's also, like, people do death races in this game. Super's flown one in the I-16. I think he put the video in Discord, actually, when he did it. I suppose unlocking the tail wheel would have helped me a bit, but whatever. Okay. Pulls the other way in this. And no rudder trim because it's a yak. Of course, I forgot about that. And with the hurry took out some of the AAA that were bothering us at German positions, got killed by a 190. Very possibly one of the guys we got into a fight with. One of the nice things about the yaks is you can just run them at full revs, pretty much, and only worry about managing the radiators. These things are tough as nails. The engines are really simple, hands-off kind of engines. You can abuse them a lot more than you do with the Spitfire. The only thing I would change is a fucking rudder trim tab. It needs it so badly. So badly. Can I even see my fuel gauges from here? What is that? Does this one actually have a cockpit fuel gauge? I don't remember. I don't think it does. But there they are. Maybe I'll move my view up a little more. To like, I don't know. There. It's very slightly off center, but whatever. There we go. As you can see, visibility is much better than the Spitfire rearwards. This is the AC-9 Series 1. Hartman connected. The ones that name themselves Hartman are never much of a threat. It's the ones that don't name themselves dumb Varibu shit that are scary. The Stuka guy, Rudel. I think there were a couple of Stuka guys actually. He was the big one, but there were a couple of others too. One of the things with the with a lot of the German pilots and tank crews is the ones that are best known are the ones that were the most fervent Nazis typically. I know for the tank crews that's true, not entirely sure for the pilots. I know some of the famous ones were. Whereas you have absolute chads like Kurt Nispel, who was hands down the best, like the best tanker that the Germans had. And he spent most of his career getting busted for insubordination and, like, outright talking shit about the Nazis. Dude, Nispel was such a chad. And yeah, he grew the apathy beard because he didn't give a fuck. He just did not give a fuck. I bet Tawny would fly the MiG-21 a lot more if the seat adjustment switch actually did anything, like it does in the in a lot of the other modules. Because then he would be able to see over the gun sight. Whoop.
Damn, everyone's in like
I'm just over that lagoon now. I need to quickly adjust my controls and probably get shot down while I'm doing it. That's not what I want to do. There we go. How tall am I? About 6 foot. 1.79 meters or some shit. Okay, I got like 3 or 4 people here. Yeah, there's a couple dogfights already happening. Holy shit. Who's who? Can't tell. Got a conga line forming on the east side. Stay with the top cover guy. That looks German to me. 109, I think. Holy crap, how many? Every aircraft on the eastern front is here. German, I think. 190. Yep. Bye-bye. Maneuver killed one. Like I said, the 5 good players on the entire German team. Apparently none of them are here.
I'm a couple minutes out.
109. I think the other thing was maybe a friendly passing the other way. Oh shit. I just got bounced. Pull! Come here, you shit! Oh, there's a second one. I'm pretty fucked up.
In the middle of the fight right now towards the south.
Yeah, I just ditched. A bit earlier than expected. I'm probably gonna drown. I think you can bleed out. You can burn to death. Let's see if I survive that. Forced landing. I survived it. And I think I was in friendly territory as well. Well, I'm going for a swim, I guess. That was wild. But now the hype song starts.
Why does this game not have clickable content? I play it. I literally have it, but I just can't deal with the not clickable.
Just pretend it's a MiG-29.
Also, then I want to pretend.
There were 2 109s covering each other. Those are the 2 that got me.
Dude, I saw that. Oh my god, I didn't know there's like blood in this game. Jesus.
Oh yeah. If you fly with the canopy open and you've got an oil leak, you'll get like oil on your goggles.
Oh, that's right. God. Wow, dude, that was so fun. Oh my god. I was like, son, the aim-9 just isn't coming toward me. I wonder who's going toward.
Yeah.
I have not, Paula.
F-18 on the 6. Oh well, not anymore.
Oh, can I? There we go.
Yeah, so those 2 1-9s are working over everybody here.
Hello, Ross.
We'll
like
check it out later.
2 seconds before he got shot was like, the only 5 German pilots on their team aren't here.
I said the only 5 good German pilots. I'm not implying that, like, the guy that shot me down is good, because I'm not good either.
Oh, that right?
But they were covering each other really well. Like, as soon as he overshot me, his mate took a swing at me too. So they were actually flying pretty well. I can never remember what it is to unlock the tail wheel. It's not control
Might have made
T.
a big dum-dum. I'm surrounded by like 4. Flying form with them right now.
There were so many.
Joe Busted, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But what am I busted for?
How long will it take to get to the AO?
2 minutes.
Alright.
Oh.
Can I turn it up or down?
Down. Or turn gain down. And volume. Oh, lava. I mean, it's okay on SRS. I don't know why it's really bad this round. That's fun.
Oh, what? Oh, my fucking connection dropped. Right as I got airborne.
Bro.
Wait. You... I don't think your connection dropped. You said you got kicked after you lifted?
Well, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
It probably wasn't connection. You probably got kicked because you probably took off from an airfield. That
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
What? That's a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing in Finnish pilots, because you got to resupply airfields.
On the server.
I haven't flown on here in ages, so I forgot.
Yeah, so when you spawn in, it should tell you a message on the chat, which of course you'll miss because there's a million chat messages.
Turn Enigma up a bit so I can hear him.
Spawned in with,
I can always hear Zach.
That doesn't exist.
No surprises there.
Oh, that's really funny. Wow, you guys are playing. You guys are playing on Anapa. That's cool. That paint scheme looks so cool.
I'm gonna fly a Hurricane.
Dude, this is G-Man's game, baby. Oh my god, G-Man is a god of this game. I thought he was a god at the MiG-21, and then I saw him playing this game, like, oh my god, he's actually a god. I don't know what happened to G-Man, I need to DM him. He's probably busy with work. Like you. Well, I guess you have to run away from forest fires, but...
Wow.
Which airfield did you lift from, Ross? That you got kicked from? Was it Ghost, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one might be out.
It probably was, because when I took off on the flight before, there were like 5 planes left.
And also your stream was running fine, so I don't think there was a connection.
You're just too good.
I might regret this. I'm gonna fly a Hurricane.
That is a nice
really
paint job.
Up.
Right there. It's auto start, but not painful.
Right. Like, because the sort of...
Let me just go through my fucking pre-flight.
Russ, did you just spawn?
Yeah, I'm just about to take off now.
Okay.
Oh, dude!
Oh my god, taking off over a cliff.
Over a cliff, that's sick.
Wait, which airfield did you guys take off?
Anapa.
Oh, okay.
Well, Anapa looked different in the 40s, that's for sure.
No, this is Kuban.
This is Kuban, right?
Yep. So it extends a little further north and west than DCS, but it has less of the south and east. And, you know, it's in the 40s.
Yeah, I don't think Sochi is...
No, there's a couple of airfields around Sochi and Tuapse. There's actually a lot more airfields. Novorossiysk has like 2 or 3.
Oh, yeah.
I've always wanted to do a side-by-side of like DCS caucuses in this map. Like
I mean, but even like near the Turkish border and stuff.
A freeway side-by-side. This DCS and Flight Sim would be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I need to watch the revs, not watch the percentage counter. Bad habit to get into. Although, where are the revs on this? Behind the fucking
usually don't fly
cruiser.
out, but the Germans were so overpopped. I was just flying around, I couldn't find any targets.
Well, almost every time I play, the Germans are overpopped. Were you in a 190 running away from a pair of Spitfires at one point?
I was running from a pair of yaks.
Because me and Davey were up in Spits. Yeah, okay, that was us you were fighting then.
Yeah, I beat a Spit down. It took me 2 passes, and then 2 Spits rolled in on me, and I just ran away.
Oh no, it's not. This 190 like got obliterated.
No, there were. Hang on. This is why fucking after action reports and kill claims are fucked up. I don't even remember if it was the same engagement or 2 separate engagements.
I think it's 2 separate engagements.
Yeah, I think it was 2.
I ran down my 2 yaks. I got into a rolling scissors with one, and I got slammed, but I pilot didn't die.
Oh, okay, so that was lost. You were in the rolling scissors with lost.
Oh, okay, yeah. There was the fight earlier. I got hit by something. Then I was in a rolling scissors with a yak, like right over like the bridge area, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it was like water and stuff.
I was over the lagoon most of it, so.
Well, go to a rolling scissors with 190.
Did you flame the 190 and he pitched it into the ground?
Me and Davey shared one. Davey finished him off and he went into the ground like trailing fucking coolant and fuel. My other 190 I got, he just slapped face first into the water because he wasn't paying attention. He did a Ross. He went straight into the fucking water because he didn't know how high it was.
Do you guys know how like the stats work on the server?
Kind of. I know you can check them online.
Yeah, so the stats in game don't mean anything. They get processed when the mission resets. So, like, if you bail out enemy territory, it's like considered a death essentially.
Yeah. Mine are probably going to be kind of shit for this run, but my last 2 times I played on here, the last couple times I played on here, I've had really good luck. My favourite was I took a Yak 9T out against Doras and spanked them. It was very satisfying. I had to, try and catch them before the Seagull Tempest saw them, but it was wild. Early war Yaks in late war setups are fucking hilarious.
It was weird because there were no Russians, and then all of a sudden there were 8 up north, all at once.
Oh yeah, dude. I got into a fight with one guy, and I was like, oh, there's one guy here, and then Davey was like, no, there's about 8 people in 3 different fights. I never saw any of them. Trailing fuel.
Yeah, I got into a scissor with one guy, but there were another yak coming, and I was like, fuck, I can't turn because the second yak's gonna hit me. So I just kept trying to roll it.
Yeah, what's the Hornet carry internally? 10,000 pounds? That's 5,000 kilos, actually a little under. 1,000 kilos, about 6,000 litres of fuel. I don't know what the specific gravity of JP whatever is, but...
fuel than the MiG-21? No way.
Yeah, dude.
1,000 liters of fuel is like more than all tanks on that plane. That's crazy.
Coming back to the lagoon. I'm up pretty high, just under the clouds.
This may or may not be a mistake, but I took a MiG-3.
I don't even know how like good these or bad these planes are.
J58 has pipes. Route around the compressor when it gets to a certain speed. Does that mean the engines are less draggy, more efficient when the compressors bypass? I think it's just to give the afterburner more air.
The MiG-3 is considered pretty old at this point.
The 58's the Blackbird engine, isn't it? It's probably just so it has more clean air coming into the burner when it lights. Because that thing sucks air like crazy.
Flying Yaks or LA5s or maybe that case instead.
I feel like I have the most basic bitch tasting planes in this game, but it's kind of hard to argue. The Yak's so nice and simple, and the Spit is just so pleasant.
I actually have a lot of fun in the Hurricane, even though it's like slow as shit.
I haven't had that much of a chance to try it out yet, because usually when I end up in here it's late war. Maybe take a next flight.
It's really slow, but without even trying you can outturn everything.
Yeah, I remember when it first released, all the fucking Axis players were screaming about it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it will hang. It can hang its nose up. It has 420 mils also. You can modify it so it slaps.
All my favorites are in Japan. Sad baby.
Weeb.
No, and I actually like them though for the airplanes.
For plane value? Not their,
I've always had a thing for the Japanese aircraft. I don't know what it is.
their industrial thing. Nakajima.
I like them for the planes. It's kind of like the I like her for her personality.
Okay, I like the way the planes look.
2 aircraft above the lagoon.
I like how they're made out of wood, so they burn their
3.
A lot of Russian players, by the way, fly with their canopies open so they can get more visibility, and then they close it for they get the shit.
Oh,
can I curse for us? Can I curse or no? Or are they going to screw up your stream?
No. Well, this just flew past you, I thought.
A tracer went past me from the ground units engaging each other. I got 2 aircraft right in front of me, but I don't know what they are. There was a third somewhere as well. Probably low right by now.
What's your location?
Over that same lagoon on the north side of it. Like on the isthmus north side of it. Just under the clouds is a 2-ship. It's a formation. I think there might be Germans RTBing.
Okay, I'm about 2 or 3 minutes out.
There was a third aircraft low, but I've lost sight.
I got eyes on them.
Yep, they're both starting to turn.
They're probably German, honestly. They look German though.
One below me, off my 1 low. I'm going to stay with the high guys though. Looks like they might dive on him.
1 and 9, I think.
Yeah, one's diving on him. I'm going to stay with the guy that's staying high.
That's so scary. Border with this stuff is crazy.
He's getting sprayed at from the ground, so these might be friendlies.
Well, they're not.
At least 109-ish.
Yeah, that's a pretty 109 looking plane, dude.
No, it's not. It's a Cobra. It's a Cobra.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's a pair of Aerocobras, but there's something else here that they're engaging. It just flew past me.
The curve, or like the circular wings, make them look like 109.
The narrow tail plane is what did it for me.
Yeah, I think I see you guys.
More cons.
Yeah, 3 planes. 4 planes.
I think the low guy is
No, I think the medium guy going up.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
a yak.
Oh, yeah, that's the Russian.
There's a whole bunch of them over the German.
That's a 109.
That's a 109.
God, look at all that flag.
There's another 109 diving out of the clouds.
Oh yeah, stop him.
That's me diving from the clouds. I'm in a hurry.
Okay.
I got top cover.
Oh, good shot. How is he not dead, bro?
I just tickled his wingtips.
That's such a gun cam for the guy.
Something else really fast is diving in, check 6.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
Something else just dove in really fast.
Yeah, the other Aerocobra fucking shot right under my nose and went for him. Seagulls.
I think you killed the 109's pilot.
Maybe. The only hits I saw were on his wingtip.
No, yeah, I mean, Star Mouse for some of the deflection stuff.
Oh shit, there's 78 down south. See that?
It's like I'm right above you guys. Just flew over a 109. He's heading from the north to right towards the fuel or the burn.
7 burns here.
I'm looking.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm coming in on this guy.
Oh, he's behind me, I think. Behind high.
Oh, that's a friendly. God damn it.
Adrenaline got spiked for all of nothing. Oh, well, looks like Ross cleaned up the one guy.
Somebody else up here in the clouds.
This...
Nah, dude, I don't think.
Hurricane?
I'm hurry.
It's not German. It's not German, whatever it is.
190. 190 in the clouds.
I don't see him yet. Oh, I see something high right, Enigma.
Yeah, I see it's 190.
We've got AAA coming up at us too.
Yep. Actually, that might be a 109.
2 behind us, but I think those are the friendly Cobras.
Yeah, you're clear, I'm with you. This guy turns, he's fucked. Yeah, he fucked up. He's turning into you.
Look at that AAA. It's not German AAA.
This 190's running from turn.
It's Machi.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, it is a Machi. Yeah. I don't know they have Machis in this game.
Careful, guys. You have like five airplanes there. 190's diving in.
Oh, God, it's 2 then.
I just fucked up.
Machi's trailing.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Check 6. 190 diving in on somebody right now. Whoever's flying straight.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Break.
he's behind me. He overshot.
I see him. He went past. You're good.
Please
Watch the flag.
Machi looks like it's going down. Machi's down.
190's continuing straight.
Yep. I'm turning around.
I'm gonna start strafing these flag guns. This is ridiculous.
Careful, they'll snipe you right out too.
Oh yeah, I'll do it. It's crazy.
Got another aircraft in the distance, past the 190. Might be reinforcements. ×2. I'm gonna break off this guy and turn around.
Yeah, I'm headed back towards the lagoon.
Temps are getting a little warm.
Is anybody up by the clouds right now? Check 6 if you're heading west, over just in the clouds.
I got somebody flying above me, high 10. I think it's one of the P-39s, maybe?
Those are the P-39, I don't think it's the gun. A little bit tail.
Yeah, I'm out of ammo RTV. I took out like 5 flak guns.
Nice work.
Poor War Thunder guy getting fucking dogpiled in chat.
Oh my god, that flag fucked me up.
One dude is amateur Minecraft player. Ooh, that's flag.
Fuck, I'm not gonna make it to base. Just get the friendly lines.
That looks awfully sus, but I think that's rough.
I can't tell. There's 2 of them. He's trailing somebody else.
I mean, it could be a 109, but honestly.
No, it's probably a 190 if it is German. Maybe another C202. The 109's wings are really narrow. Like the 109's easiest to identify by really narrow chord on the tail and wings. Something trailing me, but it's friendly. It's bringing up AAA.
I can see flaming on the local view.
How would that even happen, by the way? That's actually awesome.
It's friendly, probably a yak.
Oh, wow. Are you a Huckleberry, dude?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't have the service in Finland.
Yeah, I guess that's probably it.
DCS brain pressing the wrong button.
Obliterate your face. What is on this plane, Ross? Oh, it's rain.
It's water, because I'm flying into a cloud.
I might try out DCS instead. Whoa. Really, dude? Is defense really harder than outpost?
The ground handling is... I don't know about airborne, but ground handling is really difficult with the tail draggers in DCS compared to this. Oof! Oof! You mean if you don't value your sanity, Saber? Oh, my temp's looking a bit better. Wind the rads in a little.
Shit, mate.
I got a 2-3 aircraft fight over the west bank.
West Bank.
Not that West Bank. Oh shit, combo line, right under me. Middle one looks like a 109 maybe? 190 or 109? Yeah. Oh, another Marquis maybe? I can't tell from here.
Damn, there are so many Germans playing now. They have 50 players.
Good, target-rich environment.
Yeah, that's exactly why I switched. I was just fucking bored. Like,
is it just me or is that Air Cobra lagging in your screen?
Yeah, he is a bit. Netcode in this is a little spotty. Yeah, especially when the server fills up.
Yeah.
I kind of want to cut in front of him after he did it to me.
Oh god, you don't know if it's the same guy.
Just give him a left tap.
Kill him and then take his kill.
Let's fly support for him. 109 would have felt that one.
I got kicked again.
Disappointed. I'm not mad, just disappointed.
Oh, that's a fucking Marquis!
No, it's a 109 with a desert camo.
No, it's a Marquis.
No, it's an Africa.
No, it is not. It's a Marquis. It's a fucking C202, dude. I nearly hit that yak, holy shit.
Just kill it.
It's a C202 in German markings.
Look at the yellow nose.
Yes, it's in German markings. It's a C202. I know my planes, dude. Somebody else is shooting at me, too. I don't have Discord, I use Telegram. Oh god, he uses Telegram. Well, that tells us all we need to know. Flying German uses Telegram. Uh-oh. This is not a 109!
Really agrees with me. Oh my god. I love Super.
Is it? I swear it was a Marquis. Mind you, I was so busy trying not to hit the yak that I'm not sure.
Polar is so wrong.
Is it any good here? Oh, it's wonderful. I love the C202.
Okay.
Very nice plane.
Literally one of that.
Look, we'll have to review the VOD later.
Oh yeah, we will.
Polar agrees with me. Polar has some sense.
Tony agrees with me. Super agrees with me. All the wokest with you.
The thing I initially thought was a 109 is a fucking yak. So I thought the fucking C202 was a Air Cobra from behind, right? They look kind of similar, so I didn't shoot him. I feel really bad now. I'm responsible for that friendly dying. Oh, or did he? Is this him limping home, maybe?
No, he didn't die. Yeah, that is him. No, it was literally a 109. There's not even a contact. I mean, I'm flipping. Or I'm not flipping, I'm
going okay on field.
I'm entrenched in my position now.
Dude, I actually made it back to the airfield.
They do, Yellow Fox. They do.
I'll catch you guys later. Have fun.
Alright, bye, David.
See you, man.
You might fly in like 5 minutes. If we had an airfield closer, I would fly the Hurricane. I don't want to fly that far. Flying tight.
Are you even playing IL-2 if you're not trolling in chat between engagements?
I'm going to try LA5.
I might next time I get shot down as well. I haven't flown it for a long time.
I want to fly Hurry, but it's just too far to fly.
I gotta rep my people. I gotta rep my people and fly the LA5 at some point.
Rep your people!
Dude, imagine being like a fucking actual Nazi and getting shot down by an LA5. Like, how bad would you feel?
An actual Nazi who uses Telegram. Imagine being Hartman reading targeted.
Oh, the comedy writes itself.
Yeah, hell, he's got the biggest mistake.
Oh, the War Thunder guy? He just disconnected.
That's not the War Thunder guy, dude. That's the guy who says he doesn't use Telegram.
Yeah, that was the War Thunder guy, though. That was him.
Yeah, that was the War Thunder. Yeah, I know.
I can guarantee you his War Thunder account is, like, spaded on German tanks and planes, and he doesn't play anything else.
Tiger Egg one.
He's gonna name his firstborn Aryan Nation and his secondborn Germany Suffers.
The real first name Germany, last name.
Oh shit, somebody just went in behind me, you see that? YouTube probably not. You can't get away with that on YouTube so easily anymore.
No, he doesn't have a spicy ring over. He has one of
I found a guy in the DCS forums that does. He was one of the MiG-21 flight models broken guys that was complaining about an actual realistic feature of the flight model. And just by happenstance, I was like, I should check his account and see what other dumb shit he's reported as a bug. And I was greeted by like a fucking 1080p Reichsadler in the center of his profile page. I was just like, oh, okay then.
They usually, so like, if they're smart, what they'll do is they'll take like a symbol of like SS, Grenadier divisions, and then put that on there. Because, you know, they still want to stick to their little, but they're not going to get banned.
Speed of German ships too. I forgot that naval combat's the thing in War Thunder. Does anyone even play it?
Yeah, some people play it.
Alright.
LA5
I might,
so damn fast.
I might RTB here instead of pushing my luck any further.
I mean, you've bagged too, right?
Yeah, one or two. Now enough is running out of supply. I always forget the supercharger in this. Always. I'm so used to automatic from the Mark 9.
Oh my god, there's only like 4 planes that are not there. 3 planes that are not there.
And if I get this one back alright, it should be good to swap it.
Yo, Polar, just look in the clips channel. It's like, it's undeniable.
Did you just call him Polar?
Yeah, of course. Look in highlights and clips. If you deny this, then like I'm actually losing faith in humanity.
If you're wrong, Zach, you get the mistake roll for a week.
Yeah, but literally super étendard agrees with me, so there's no way I'm wrong.
I'll tell you what made me think it was a Marquis. I saw, first of all, the desert camo, and second of all, a fat tail. And fat tail to me doesn't say 109. Oh shit, we got a 3-ship conga line right off my nose. This should be interesting.
But the screenshot does prove something. That it's Tom's built it.
I mean, I nearly fucking crashed into the thing at one point. You should be able to get a good screenshot of it.
Oh yeah, dude, I got all of the screenshots.
What are you, applying for Discord mod or something?
I got the receipts, bro.
Just get better glasses. I unironically need to, so I mean that's It's something that needs to happen. Bomber or something over here.
Is there an ammo counter in these planes?
What's that?
Is there an ammo counter? Like, can you
The Ak-9T has one, just doesn't. The Germans almost always have them. A handful of Allied planes have them, but not very many.
Oh wow, this hero in the CIA just threw his flight on Alpha. It looks like a BF-110, dude. Maybe not.
No, it's not. It's a Junkers 88.
Oh boy, he's going for you, bro. Oh my god.
Be careful, the gunners in this game are uncanny.
Yeah. My only ever air-to-air kill in Il-2 came from when I was in BF-110 and my gunner...
You wanna hear a good joke? I almost lost sight of him.
Wow.
Thing's the size of a fucking bus. Oh, there's something else here with his lights on.
Although I wouldn't
Oh,
trust you though, because you thought a 109 was a 202. So. The pilot went up for you like a cat. I'd be careful with this guy, bro. He might...
I mean, it's not a bad idea. Smaller target area. If I was going for a head-on slashing attack, that would have fucked me up. Somebody over the top of him, I'm not sure what it is though. 109.
Oh god, oh yeah, merge. Oh, I don't think he saw you. Oh, he did.
He absolutely saw me.
Oh, I hope that J88 doesn't come in and chat on you, playing your little Soviet ass. The 109 just like, hey, I'll give you my 6. That's cool.
He's probably baiting me for someone else.
Oh, I forgot that exists on this global stuff.
Fucking cloud shadows. I don't see him. I see something else further up my nose. That's not him though.
I guess like that guy literally ran away and then used your terrible eyesight against you.
He's probably setting up for another swoop. If he has any brains, that'd be what he's doing, but...
No, he's a German player, dude.
Yeah. Something else to my left. I'd like to know where that Junkers went. Maybe at least get a spray at him before I get murdered.
Oh, he's gone.
You cheeky fuck. He's below me.
Oh yeah, that was him, Jesus. Oh, we might make him crash, dude. Forgot about prop wings and the actual cold stuff on the behind jets. Oh my god!
Fuck is gonna G me out though.
Well, but you're winning really hard though.
Yeah, but now my pilot's fucked.
Oh, is that how that works? Oh god.
Uh-huh.
Where are you, Ross? I heard that. I know. I just got
just south of the peninsula. Quite close on the southeast side.
This 109 is literally the worst pilot I've ever seen.
He's certainly thrown away a couple of good chances to kill me, yeah.
What's your out?
Deck. Why? Bro, why are you turning? Why? I can catch up to you if you turn. Man could outrun me straight and level on the deck, and he just turns instead. What a king.
I don't see you.
I think Ross out this guy. This guy is really very special. He could have reversed there and maybe actually have done something. He's reversing now. Claps ass. Oh yeah.
He had a friend.
Oh god. Jesus Christ. Well, there goes him. Oh, easy, easy, easy. Oh, did you get?
Oh fuck, there's 3. Well, 2 now.
I think I see you shooting into the water, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting shot.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Holy god. He hit you, I think.
Yeah, my wing's kind of fucked.
His downpour's on.
Were you in a yak?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Other one's swooping me?
He's to your right side. He's going.
Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah, I'll get the one to the right. That one vertical. Hold on.
Guy on my lift vector now I can deal with. The other one's the problem.
I only see one of them.
Other one continue towards the coast.
I think the one you see is not the one that Ross engaged in.
Hit one. I think we both hit him.
Oh,
He's fucked.
He's clapped.
I barely saved that. Other one looks like he's going vertical behind me. Oh shit, behind. I'm hit.
Oh god.
I killed the 109.
I just got clapped.
Oh man.
Oh, pilot killed.
You just went head on with someone, right?
No, I just got popped from behind.
Okay, this is someone else. That was the other fight then.
Hard to turn with gun pods.
Well, like
Skill
4
pods, yeah.
kills, though, so.
I might have to fly from Kievskoy if we haven't restocked.
No, they did restock.
They did? Okay.
Some CIA guy restocked it.
Okay.
Fly a lot.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, a whole flight of them just rolled in.
Dude, that was a 4K, Ross. Damn, almost an ace.
Wait, was it?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It was all on the same flight.
I wasn't keeping count.
Oh shit, there's one around me.
Yeah, it's a bit sporty over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this guy.
Resend to my view.
Drag him away from
Dude,
this.
Favor, it's not the plane, it's the cockpit. This cockpit is an abomination. God, it looks so ugly.
I forget what the cowl shutters are set to. What I've got them bound to. If I even have them bound. Straight ahead, I think, is the best way to take off.
Fucking 109 will not break off me. Gonna have to do him dirty.
Do you even do a 109? Do you even do a World War II plane dirty? It's not like they have infinite AOA.
Yeah, it does. Radial engine. The LA5 is basically a lag 3 with a radial engine.
Dude, I hate when the clouds are like this because it's so easy to lose shit against the ground. Did I think never go? Where'd he go?
Joystick B14. What the fuck is B14?
The new US bomb contract.
There we go.
Okay, just go another one. Two on me now.
Crap rewards visibility in this thing. Crap visibility in general. Good plane, but the cockpit could use some work.
Oh, dude, that's
I think
like
5FN gets a bubble as
That's
it.
worse than Victor Run backwards than
Yeah, and no mirror or periscope.
yeah.
It's got the engine block of the 109. You realize the C202 and the 109 have the same engine, right?
No, Ross, you're literally huffing copium right now. Come on, dude. You're huffing so much copium. Just look at the picture. You're not stupid.
From what I remember last time I flew this, it's a little spin happy. You can run it at max power all you want, which is nice, but...
Oh. You got recognized.
What this guy's saying? Dude, I just got
Rip.
I'm having a really hard time seeing, so, like, I play with my gamma a little bit lower, but, like, when the clouds are like this, the cons are like the same color as the water, and it's really hard to see stuff.
Greedops, cheers for color. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah. I thought I was in a 2v1, and I got both of them, but then it turns out
Oh no.
yeah, and the TV3.
I mean, I would have seen it attack you anyway.
Exactly how I got shot down before on playing Burn. I couldn't see the whole picture.
I mean, yeah, you would have seen it on time, dude. It would give me 8 hours of leeway.
Fuck it. Now I can kind of see behind me, but it's also very loud.
I mean, you could also just hear engines and stuff. What do you mean?
No, it's not so much that. It's like, you know, you're dragging someone, you're like, you decide, like, okay, I'm gonna fight this guy. And then when you don't know, like, there's another guy in the shadow further back.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, like, you dump your E to start turning with them.
Okay, what is your E? Oh, your energy. Oh,
energy, yeah. Yeah, I might have to be closer to him.
Oh my god, Ross. Jesus Christ. Is that a 190?
Mm-hmm. Come here, bitch.
I like the smart 195. I need to very smart one.
Yeah, he's not that smart, so I can outrun him in this.
Oh, really?
Pretty sure. Just worried he might have a backup.
There's no way that hits, though. No way. No shot. I thought the 190 was a really fast gun.
Reasonably quick, but the LA-5 is stupid fast on the deck. Alright, he's turning.
I always have so much hope in these German players and they throw it all away. It's weird.
Worst comes to worst, I can just trail him, and he won't really be able to do anything without me engaging him.
The thing that's going on with the Germans right now is they're so overpowered that once they see a plane, they want to kill it. It's like there's like a lot of pressure to make something happen.
I wish this guy had that fucking pressure so he'd turn around and fight me.
True. I think they're catching him, though. I swear he's getting a lot of it.
Oh, he's latched onto someone else.
Oh, yeah. Oh, where's that guy? Oh, that guy got obliterated. Now you get to clap him. Unless he dies out of the way, like a... God. Oh, but I guess the lower you get, the easier it is.
The LE5 is really light, so it's hard to...
600k, that's like the nuclear break speed.
The 190 will definitely outrun the LE5 in the dive.
Oh, yeah, well, because the 190 is heavy.
Or the 190 is so great, you can always that away.
That looked like it came so close to hitting him.
I feel like it did, but I swear like two coaches went toward him and one came out.
Two aircraft off my high left, I see, but they're probably friendly.
They're probably taking the same dude, honestly.
I'll just break off and wait for him to turn around.
There's no like DWR right now.
Hang on. Fucking coward. Oh, here we go. He thinks I stopped looking at him, does he? Oh wow, actual engine overheat. Guess you can overheat this one.
He's trying to shoot at you? Oh my god.
What a hero.
I know. So why are you shooting at like R27 range, bro? Dude, this guy just loves running, bro. He's like an F5 pilot. This is stuff. Really don't play the game.
Yuck. I don't like the fact that this guy just disappeared. That's concerning. I have a pair of yaks with me though.
Don't worry, the next time he shows up, he'll miss his entire spray and he'll run again, probably.
Catch up to these guys.
I like how the Yakas are back up and steady.
Oh, that's good to know. My dad is older than Mike Delta.
Not sure if I'm at the right switch altitude for the supercharger, but we're probably close to it anyway. Hello, what are your... It's a little sus to me.
Oh my god, you put your canopy back on. Although, it looks really bad. You should probably take it back out. Oh my god, what is that?
Can't tell. It's slotting in behind the other two yaks, so...
Well, that thing you can't yell at them.
Oh, we got a furball.
Design if you cannot get up that. Flash is opening. What a comfy chair they have for you out there.
I know, it's great, isn't it? Fucking armchair.
There's only an enemy somewhere, man. There's only all 5 friendlies.
Oh, here we go. Somebody has appeared from the clouds.
LA Topman? Oh god. Oh god.
They're friendlies, I think.
Okay. That was very scary.
Friendly, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Yeah.
What about all the dudes below you?
Oh yeah, there's something happening down there.
Yeah, like over there. There's a guy in chat named lying there for
It's a squad right here.
Oh, really?
$109.
German pictures are yellow, all the allied pictures are red.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's German, yeah.
But that is not it's not a fighter flag.
Oh, the 109 for sure, yeah. Wow. That's a yak! That's a yak! The 109.6.
Oops.
Oh, he did. Oh, wow. Dude, Rob switched target onto the yacht. That was so scary.
Holy shit, that was a midair.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, it was a 109! Oh, no. It's. I thought it was a pair of Germans, but it was a 109 and a Lavochkin. Oh, man. Quality memes today.
Control E to enable ace vision. I wish it always could be like everything you don't have to do is die.
Which DCS has server like this?
Like a massive, like 100-player one, there's just aren't enough people that play that game, so there's to do with it. Like even Cold War, like full pop, 25 versus 25. Oh, I mean, it is actually. It's got, so it is kind of like it.
But I mean, like a persistent campaign.
Oh, yeah.
Because this map won't
This
end.
map kind of has that. It's very, it's not as popular.
Jack.
Blue flag has,
Watch out, baby.
no, I'm just tired. Blue flag, I feel like they have really, how do I say it? Like, they have really, restricted mechanics.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It just, like, kills the population.
Yeah, like the not being able to switch keys or anything. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's not, I mean, I'm only a fan of it sometimes, so I for the Mirage, but other than that, it's, that's a good thing about Alpine servers. I don't have to, like, have any allegiance to any, or necessarily have to have any allegiance to anything to play that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I know I can get on there and get in a fight within 15 minutes. Blue flag, I have to sit there and fuel my plane. That takes 10 minutes at a time.
I know, yeah. I mean, also in Cold War, like, don't take it everything literally 5 minutes and I'm burst for the next 5 minutes from start up. Well, of course, that's mentioned in the
I remember the last time I tried to play Blue Flag, I sat there and, like, did my cold start, fueled my plane, was ready to go, and I realized that, my track IR was bugged and I had to restart the game.
Oh no.
And I was just like, I was like, I can't play this server anymore.
The good thing about the Mirage and Blue Flag though is that, or on 80s at least, with those integrated fields, so.
I gotta learn how to do the fast line in the Mirage. I've never done it before.
Yeah, I've never done it either, and I have that option enabled, and people are like, just fast line.
No, but there's not that option. There's an actual proper realistic way to do it, I think, from stored heading, but I don't know how to do it.
Oh, really? I tried looking for that so bad before, I just couldn't find it.
But this server, because DCS has more people that play it than IL2, but this server, the stats, I was looking at the stats the other day, the stats reset every 3 months, so since this quarter started, I think over 6,000 players have played the server.
Yeah, you have to just realize that this, like, these population is parsed out between single player and additional multiplayer, and then within multiplayer you have all these servers, have all these eras, and so, you know, you're going to have a lot more scarcity in terms of player population.
This server seems to stay active around the clock too, because I played on here with Tawny in our evenings and there's still been players on.
Yeah, it's pretty much always bumping. Like during European prime time, it'll be 84 at 84.
Yeah, but if you look at, like, this is wrong, but if you look at the other servers on IL2, it's not going to be anywhere near this. Whereas in DCS, you know, you'll have like 40 players on Friendly Sidewinder, 40 players in Cold War, you know, you have 20 on BDCS, 20 on Blue Flag, so there's, you know, whereas here, you're going to have, like, what, Wings of Liberty and this server pop? And what else?
Yeah, something like that. Although I think,
is like,
I think it might be slightly less for IL2 like because there's less depth in the actual mechanics of the game, like you don't have the clicky shit.
Curated plane set.
And World War II seem to have, typically have quite PvP-oriented communities. The original IL2 was like that as well.
I'm deep in their shit, by the way. I'm all the way to Tech Kirch.
Oh god. I'm RTB at the moment.
Kirch is beautiful in real life, by the way. I've never been there, but
yeah, I'm taking the fight to him.
I feel like they Alright, I'm gonna put the dog for a walk.
Is the airfield there? I feel like I'd fly the LA-5 a lot more if it wasn't for this horrible cockpit. If it wasn't for this, I'd fly it all the time. Makes me so sad that the I-185 never entered service, because that thing would be so amazing in this sim. Absolutely amazing.
Ross, you're in Australia, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are the big DCS servers in? Like, well, okay, so wait, hold on. You're negative. So like when you play, what are the servers that are really popping? Cold War and what else?
Yeah, usually I play at early hours of the morning my time, so Cold War, Blue Flag sometimes, BDCS. The only Australian servers I know of are mostly PvE stuff.
Fuck, I missed my shot. That's rough. Fighting 2 109s. I haven't really played DCS. I know tempted me to play that.
I've had a few good runs on there, but it's one of those servers you gotta really be a regular to know what's going on, I feel.
Yeah, they probably change and tweak the rules constantly.
Oops, a daisy.
Oh shit, there's a lot of them.
Gotta remember I'm on the edge of a cliff here. Don't want to roll off of it. That would be bad.
I'm gonna fight my way out of here. Anyway. Okay, I hit his first shot on TV.
Let's take the Arc 9 again. It's been a long time since I've flown the MiG-3. I could try it, but it probably won't go very well. I might just do this and then one more flight maybe in the MiG-3. I've been going for 8 hours, holy shit.
Are you up or no?
Just about to take off.
I'm gonna pitch my plane here, right? Bit off more than I could shoot here.
Let him go past me first. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Okay. Oh, round loop.
What's your phone?
Just the guy's guy. assuming we don't run out of planes before I get off the ground.
We're good. As long as you spawn. As soon as you spawn, I take one out of the car.
Fuck it, we'll take off this way.
You took the engine upgrade into all HE?
No. Oh, in the 5, yeah, I did, but I switched over. I'm back in the act now. Heading north. In the base bus. We've got full-on formation happening back there. Another guy behind me. Like a wave of 6 guys taking off at the moment. Or climbing out, rather.
Yeah, I just looked. I'm gonna stay on the deck.
Something over there.
I would keep playing, but the visibility is just really annoying me. I almost feel like I need to buy a new monitor. I had this one for a while now, I don't know how long, but I feel like it's just starting to not give me a clear picture.
I gotta clean this one.
You ever fly German or no?
Very rarely. Can't quite tell. I think it's an Aerocobra. Yeah, it's an Aerocobra. You're the Axe 7 behind me? I gotcha. Ah, yeah, over there. It's OP because it can turn. You heard it here first, guys.
Super ZBC acting on you.
Yeah, it's just behind me at the moment. Something over off the burning ships. 2 o'clock. Two somethings.
Yeah, I'm at that black smoke just south of it.
Nice MRE. 3 on the left.
Yeah, I'm one of those 3, I think. It's finally getting chased. I think the high one's an enemy. I think it's a 1 or 9. Yeah, it is. You see me climbing a bathroom?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a 1 or 9. I'm gonna go vertical. If he's smart, he'll pull up.
He's heading straight for me. Over the top. I'm gonna cut in from underneath.
It's a G2. You can climb like a motherfucker, but he can't turn that well. I'm right behind you.
Tickled him.
Yep. Something else. Another friendly. It's a P39. You got a P39, spin her shoulder should be from your right hand side, but you have enough space with no collision.
Tickled him again. Yeah, I gotta be really gentle with my controls or I'm gonna lose surfaces. Oh wow, what a king, he just killed his engine.
Pops out, he's done.
Just give him another tickle so I get credit. Bye-bye! Something behind me, low. Might be super, I can't tell.
Oh shit, there's a 109.
The 109!
That's fair.
That's friendly.
That was on me.
That's friendly. Yeah. And that's friendly. I think. Yeah. Looks like a Yak. Or a Lavochkin, actually.
I don't want to go attack their airfield.
Yeah. Teams have finally evened up at least. Sure what that is.
I really like this map.
I think one's passing over that enemy ground position behind me by the blue smoke.
Yeah, I saw that. I think that might be enemy.
Yeah, they didn't shoot at him.
I was looking at that. I'm gonna turn into it. Did you merge with him?
Yeah, 190.
Yeah, I see. He already fucked up.
Still turning with me. I think Super just swooped him.
He's turning like crazy.
What a hero.
Oh, there's so many people on him now.
Oh, he just ate shit. He's fucked. Still flying. When you War Thunder evasive maneuver so hard you go into a tree. It's pretty easy to get into, to be honest. Much easier than DCS. Just got to get the controls bound up and then you're good to go.
The con coming in from the west. I'm gonna go push out to that. Okay, never mind. Flag is fucking some RTV. God damn, man, this flag is insane.
Where's the con?
Sorry?
You said you see a con coming in from the west?
Yeah, to the west, like way west, at the end of the peninsula.
Okay.
It's, the flag just shredded me on RTV.
It's probably behind the clouds for me then. Jesus, they're persistent.
I want to watch a movie tonight, but I feel like I've seen everything already. I feel like the only movie I want to watch that's coming out soon is Dune.
$2,300-ish for the supercharger in this. Temps are a little high. Yeah, I have, Jeff. It's really, really nice. Took it on a flight from LA to Dreamland the other day. And I took the Corsair on a flight from San Francisco to Fallon. It's not bad. I like that there's a fucking squadron in this called Ryanair. My first landing, I smacked it into the ground because I'm used to much smaller aircraft. But the second landing was really smooth. I was really proud of it. Wish I'd got a recording of it or something. That's screenshots, but not a recording.
Have you played the taking on this at all yet for us?
Not a lot. I haven't found out the controls for it, really. I had a quick look at it, but...
It's actually, like, surprisingly really good. The terrain really sucks. But they actually did a pretty good job on all the things.
Oh, I see a fight happening beneath me down here.
The fight, yeah.
Somebody's trailing something, but who is who? Climb isn't 109. Yes, you do. Gotcha. Just gotta watch out because there were two. Somebody went in behind me. He is unaware. Now he's aware. Brilliant, brilliant evasive maneuver. Fucking 20,000 IQ on that man right there. I'm still clear. Let's go finish him. Is he seriously going to do that again? Yes, because it worked so well last time, dude. I think he just bailed there. We'll make sure. If somebody would like to clip that one for posterity, how not to evade an attack. Now, where does friend go? There were two of them chasing a friendly. you're gonna do a barrel roll to try and make somebody overshoot you, you don't do it that aggressively. You just do a gentle one. You throw them out of plane so they can't hit you and force them past. If you pull the stick back that aggressively, you just flat blade in front of their guns. It's suicide. Oh, hello. There he is. Just make sure, yeah, we're in the correct gear. Hoping he goes for another attack on him and doesn't spot me. A little uncoordinated here. Thank you. Oh, he doesn't, no. Chat, he is unaware. Oh, there's somebody else up there for a sec. He doesn't just lack the critical information, he lacks information in general. He might have seen me now. Maybe. He has to have, surely. Oh my god, he's so tunnel vision. Also, they've added new sounds for putting stress on the airframe, which is pretty cool. Maybe a little exaggerated, but pretty cool. Oh, he's got skill pods, and I nearly flew into that guy's wreckage. I nearly flew into him as well. Dangerous. That's a big mistake on my part, but I got away with it. I don't think he's going to pull out of that. Oh, he might. Save you and then avenge you? I'm glad to hear it. Sorry I lost sight of him earlier. Oh, oh. No, you don't. This is the Eastern Front. We don't do that chivalry shit around here. Keep forgetting, it's not DCS. Don't press tab to hide chat, just press enter. Alright, I think before I get too greedy... Fuel. Okay. Might do the MiG-3 next time, Saber. My legs are getting sore and I need something to eat. So once I land, we'll call it for the stream. It's been a bit longer than I planned today. Tomorrow's stream will probably just be armor. It's going to be short because I'm working Tuesday, and then hopefully next weekend we'll be back to the usual schedule. Yeah, it's been a pretty solid one. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I do need to start playing IL-2 more. I need to, see if I can get a hold of CJ and get flying with him again. It's been ages since we've flown together. But I think we're on different schedules now, unfortunately. Be good formation practice. Spiffy the Raccoon, thanks for the raid. Unfortunately, you've caught me right as I was about to end the stream, but I do appreciate it. I hope you had a wonderful stream yourself. Hope you're all having a good day. We're just returning from a fairly successful sortie. Got a couple of 109s. Nearly flew into one of them. Locals have been setting up checkpoints all throughout and around Kabul. Well, good luck to them. Good luck. They'll need it. Do a bit of an orbit here to bleed off some speed, and then we'll land. This thing really doesn't like bleeding off speed. That did the trick. Oh, I had the gear down already. There we go. That was what went down, not the flaps. Cratery feeling. Nah, fine. I'm not sure, but I think they said that there would be. Somebody landing from the other direction. This will be perfectly good. Bouncy landing. Yeah, we should roll out before we get to where he's landing. South Korea, probably not. But Europe, I think they'd have to. Like, if the Russians really want it, you're not going to stop them. But I don't think the Russians are at the stage they would do something like that yet. All their, like, their intent isn't to take all of Europe. They would like to restore the borders at some point, but they'll do it by nibbling off little pieces here and there, I think, like they currently have. I don't think they're going to go in fucking some massive, you know, Cold War gone hot kind of thing. But yeah, Korea probably wouldn't be a good idea to remove troops from. Not at the moment. Yeah, like Crimea, like Eastern Ukraine, that's generally how they're likely to operate anytime soon. But if they did go full conventional anyway, there's not really much NATO could do to stop it, because the first thing they're going to do is encircle an enormous amount of NATO troops. And as history has shown us, the Western countries, so to speak, shy away from casualties a lot more than the Russians do. So losing a large number of troops, even just captured, not dead, but having a large number of troops cut off in a pocket would be absolutely fucking devastating to NATO, morale-wise. But, like I said, I don't think they're going to roll through there anytime real soon. Right, let's see who's on. Nope. Excuse me with the overlay there. I'll send you guys to Arisim, I think. I'll send you to Rush. I'm glad he started streaming again. I really hope he does highlight the stream from the other day. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. A true the rabbit hole goes into another dimension moment. Anyway. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your day, wherever you may be. I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning my time for a bit of armor. We may squeeze in something else afterwards, we'll see how we go. But in the meantime, enjoy Rush. I will catch you on the next one.